everyone, and welcome to the Chill Survival Movie. This is a series where we take Minecraft at a bit of a slower pace and take our time building up a cute cottagecore base. This movie is a compilation of the first phase of building in this world, with plenty more to come. Now kick back and relax, and I hope you all enjoy. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new Chill Survival series. In this video, we're going to peacefully explore a brand new world, we're going to gather up resources, and then we're going to build a starter home together. I'm so excited for this adventure to begin, so let's just get right into it. So it looks like our adventure begins in a peaceful flower forest. And with every new Minecraft adventure, the first thing that we need to do is punch a tree to gather some wood. Now that we have our wood, let's make a crafting table. I'm also going to mark our spawn with 2 oak planks, just so we remember where we spawned into this world. Alright, so let's place our crafting table down and let's begin things by making some sticks. And with the sticks we just made, I'm going to make a wooden pickaxe and also an axe. Those tools should be good to start with because I want to upgrade to stone as soon as I can. Now that we have the essentials, let's explore the area around us to see what else is around here. I honestly love the flower forest biome so much, so I'm actually quite keen to build up a house over here. However, we are going to have to do a lot more exploring for some essential materials. And by essential materials, I think you all know I mean spruce wood. I find that it's kind of a building block that goes well with everything, so it's really foundational. I think I see some sheep off in the distance. That's perfect because we are playing in normal survival, so sleeping through the night to avoid mobs would be nice. And I also just spotted some cows in the distance over there, which means we have another good source of food as well. Look at all the sheep, we have so many. This is such a great start. Whoa, look at that rocky cliffside over there. I think we should go check that out quickly. We are going to need to collect some wool and food in a bit, but we still have lots of daylight left, so let's explore this rocky cliffside first. Whoa, this is pretty cool. Oh, this looks to be like a pretty big cave. And I see you down there, buddy. I see you creeping. Oh, we've got some iron right there. Let's just begin by grabbing some of the materials we need on the surface here. I don't think we're quite ready to go into that cave yet. So I'm just grabbing some of this stone first so we can upgrade our tools. That way they'll be way more efficient. That should be enough stone to start, so let's grab some of this coal for furnace fuel and also so we can make some torches. Alright, let's place our crafting table down, and now we can make ourselves some stone tools. And lastly, let's make a furnace so we can smelt the iron that we're gonna grab. Perfect. Yeah, these tools are a big improvement. It feels way more efficient. Alright, let's just pillar up quickly to grab this iron. Now we got 4 pieces of iron, and it probably would be beneficial for me to make a pickaxe with the little that I have. But I think I'm gonna make shears to gather wool. I don't want to hurt any of our sheep friends yet, especially if we're gonna be making a farm area in the future. We'll definitely need the iron tools soon, but we'll worry about that later. For now, we just need to focus on a place to sleep tonight. Oh, where is that coming from? Oh, hello, friend. Bye-bye. While that iron's smelting, I'm just gonna gather a little bit more of this coal. Alright, we have 2 iron smelted, which means we can now make our shears. Priorities, am I right? We'll get more iron later. Alright, it looks to be like it's late afternoon, so let's gather our workstation and head towards the sheep so we can get our bed ready. Well, maybe not right away. I kinda got distracted by this coal. Okay, that was a little bit more than I was expecting, but that's kind of how it is with these coal veins. There's always way more than you realize. Alright, I think we're good on coal for a while. We'll leave the rest for now and let's head over to our sheep. Ugh! Hey, what you doing over here, buddy? I'm barely prepared to deal with you, so get out of here. I do see some more iron, but there's also a ton of creepers around, so maybe it's not the best idea to go wandering into this cave just yet. We'll leave that for another day. In the meantime, let's take the safe route up here and head back over to the sheep. At least we know that this cave is close by, and we probably have tons of resources that we can gather down there. And the best part about being in a flower forest is, well, we have tons of flowers, which means we can pluck a couple of these, we can make some dye, and now we'll be able to make ourselves a cute orange bed to sleep in for the night. Alright, sheep friends, I'm back, and I require your wool, please. So let's get one of our most important Minecraft items out now, the bed. Except we got kind of unlucky there and we only got 2 wool from those sheep. I thought I saw another one hanging around here somewhere. There you are. Just gonna give you a quick little trim, and now we have more than enough. Perfect. And let's make our very first bed in this world. And of course, we're gonna dye it orange. So the sun's setting, and I think I'm just gonna camp here for the night. We don't really have a spot for our base picked out yet, so we might as well just hang out and enjoy the nice sunset. It's a fresh new day, and I'm really excited to get going with building up a base for ourselves. The idea I had in mind was to make a cozy, overgrown cottage, so I think building somewhere in this flower forest would be perfect for the theme of our build. Whoa. It looks like our sunny day is turning into a rainy one. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I love the rain in Minecraft. So as I was saying before with the build, in order to make this, there's a lot of resources that we need, which means we need to go exploring. But first, I'm gonna gather up a little bit more wood so I can make us a boat for travel. And I also need some sticks to make torches so we can light up this area to mark it as our general base. I always find that's really helpful, especially if we get lost in the night. Alright, one boat and a bunch of torches. And since I plan on staying around this area, let's make a chest so we can put some of the items that we don't need in it. Alright, I think we should be good with all this stuff, so let's head out on a bit of a rainy adventure, find a river, and see where it takes us. Oh wait, I forgot a bed. So let's just shear these really quickly, just in case. And now we can finally head out. So for this build, there's a couple of things that I need. It's gonna be a little bit more of an overgrown cottagecore build, so I would ideally like to find some moss to make things look more overgrown, and also to make some mossy cobble as well. I also think azalea leaves perfectly fit the cottagecore vibe as well, so hopefully we can find some of those too. And lastly, the big thing that I need off of my list is spruce. Spruce is a great foundational block because it pairs so nicely with many other blocks, so we definitely need to find it. Ooh, there's some pumpkins right here, we should grab these. I really love using pumpkins as a decoration in my outdoor areas. They give such a nice pop of color. Alright, it looks like I found my river, so I'm gonna pop the boat down and start exploring. Ooh, let's grab some of the sugarcane while we're here. It's always important to start growing that early on in the game. Also, I just realized that I'm out adventuring and I don't even have a sword yet, nor do I have any food. I figured that since we're close to the river, we could grab some fish to eat. Alright, I managed to collect 18, so we should be good for a while. Let's get this cooked up so we have some food. Alright, that took quite a while to cook up, but now we have more than enough food to keep us going on our adventure. Took so long that it's already nighttime. And it's perfect that we have all of this food because I am already very, very hungry. Alright, the rain has stopped and let's continue on to see what we find. No spruce yet, but I have discovered this really beautiful dark forest. I think it would be worth stopping to grab some dark oak saplings in case we ever want to build with it. Alright, let's start chopping down some trees and see if we can get some saplings to fall. Just 4 is all I need. Oh, there's 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. Perfect. And let's just chop the rest of this up because, you know, you just can't leave these here. You can't leave a half-cut tree. And there's some extra dark oak saplings on the ground right here, which is perfect because you never know when you might need them. Alright, let's continue our quest for moss and spruce. I spoke too soon. Alright, we got our spruce. Nice. It doesn't look like this is an old growth taiga, which is kind of disappointing because those have giant piles of mossy cobble, but that's okay, I'll definitely take the spruce. Alright, let's start tearing into these trees to get some spruce and saplings. We'll take as many as we can get. Alright, so we got 20 saplings, and I think that's more than enough because that's 5 large taiga trees if we want to plant them like that. I did see this stony shore right here, and look, I see some iron right over there, so I figured we could head over here next to grab some resources. I'm really happy with all of the resources we've found so far. All we really have left to find is some more iron and the moss. I just realized I still have these wooden tools in here, so I'm just gonna There we go. Goodbye. Thank you, you served me well. All right, let's start gathering up some of these resources. The sun is setting, so I think this is the perfect spot to rest up and smelt some iron overnight. So I think that's pretty much it for the iron on this shore, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab us a little bit more coal. Alright, I think that's a sign for me to make my iron pickaxe. Let's grab this, and let's make our first ever iron pick. And we have a little bit of iron left over, so I'm thinking maybe we should also make our shield, since we're off exploring and things could get kind of dangerous. Anything can happen in survival and we gotta be prepared. Alright, I feel like we should grab our boat, break up this station, and see if there's anything else useful in this area. Whoa! We've got a little snowy mountain over there. Whoa, and a big cave. Ooh. I feel like we should go look at this cave first because I'm in desperate need of iron at the moment. Whoa, this is really cool. Alright, I should get some torches ready as well, just in case. Let's try bridging across to see what we find. Oh, creeper alert. Easy now. Oops. Had to happen. This seems to be mostly a surface level cave, but maybe we'll get lucky and find a hidden entrance to something bigger. Let's try down here. Let's see if there's anything past this coal. This is looking like a dead end. Yep, no luck here. What about if we go down here? Ow. Oh, it looks like there might be a big passage. Oh my gosh, is that Lush Cave? Yes, I think we found it. This was very, very lucky. I almost didn't bother with this opening. Oh yeah, that is definitely moss. This is very steep though. We need to be very careful. I should have gotten a water bucket as well. We did get our first pieces of moss though, so that's good. We're gonna need quite a bit more than that though. There we go. Oh, I'm so happy that we found one of these. That's awesome. I also find that Lush Caves are pretty full with iron as well, so we should be able to collect everything that we need here. So I think it's worth exploring this place for a little bit to gather up some resources. You can already see some over here as well. Plus this clay is also very useful because I usually use a lot of it to make like flower pots, terracotta, all of that stuff. So let's just take our time gathering whatever we need from here. Wow, this is awesome. Alright, let's find a way down. I think I'm just gonna carefully dig myself a staircase going down. That way we can get back up easily too. Whoa, this is a huge iron deposit. Awesome. This is such a pretty lush cave. I love it. Lush caves are one of my favorite biomes in this game. Let's grab some of these glowberries so we can decorate with them later. They can add really nice natural light to areas around your base. Let's also grab some of this small drip leaf. I love putting these around paths and in ponds. It makes areas around your base look really lush. Oh, and we got some more iron over here. Ooh, there's 2 spore blossoms right above us. We should definitely grab those as well. I'm gonna have no space left in my inventory by the time I'm done. We might honestly have to end up coming back down here for some more moss and stuff like that, because I need quite a bit of it for my build. However, just having the location is more than enough for me. I'm so happy that we found this, so I'm okay if we have to make another trip here. Oh, okay. There's a deep dark down here, and that is a giant lava waterfall. That is absolutely wild, but that's not what I was expecting to see, and we are actively going to avoid that. I was thinking about going down further to maybe see if I had any luck with diamonds, but you know what? I think I'm good. I think for now I'm just gonna kind of hang out, grab some iron, some moss, and that's about it. Yeah, I think we're good. We got so much stuff that I need for this build. This is perfect. I'm so excited about this. I'm more than satisfied with what we have, and I don't want to test my luck any further, so let's just head on out, and honestly, let's probably just head on home. So we are back at our base safe and sound with all of our goodies from our adventure. So let's start things off by getting that iron smelted so we can make some tools and armor. So I'm really in love with the area that we spawned in, and I don't think I really want to move. It has pretty much everything we need around here. However, now we have the task of finding the perfect location for our house. So this area is pretty nice. I mean, we have like a really cute little lake down here. We've got a lot of flat land. We have this really nice cliffside edge over here. However, I'm not a big fan of the plains grass. I kind of like the richness of like the forest grass instead. So I was thinking of maybe picking a spot that's a little bit further into the flower forest, but still close enough that we could eventually do something with this cute little lake and plains area when we want to. So let's see what's over back in this direction on the other side of this hill. Honestly, it's not too far of a walk, and we've already hit an ocean with a little beach area. This little beach is really cute as well. What if we go somewhere in between the beach and the plains biome? Somewhere around here. Literally right where we spawned. I don't think I've ever done this in any Minecraft world that I've had before, but I kind of feel like I want to build where I spawned. If we clear out some of these trees, we have a really nice view of a mountain behind us. We're really close to the beach and the ocean, and then we're a really short walk back to the plains area with that really nice lake. It kind of feels like we've got everything that we need around us, and it's perfect. I don't really see a reason to explore further beyond to find a different location to live in, because I really like this area. So I think our next task would be to make all of our iron tools and gear. If we're cutting down all these trees and terraforming, I need some better tools. Alright, I've got all the tools that I need, so now let's make some armor. So we've got all of our armor made, so let's suit up and get this on us for protection. Now, you may notice it doesn't look like I'm wearing the armor, but that's because I'm wearing the invisible armor mod, because I really like my Cottagecore outfit, and I want to be able to see it. Alright, the sun is setting, so let's head on to bed, and in the morning we will bring everything over and begin terraforming our new area. So I actually stumbled across this really big flat patch of land pretty close to our spawn area, and I think this would be the perfect place to build. We've got a nice mountain behind us, we've got a ton of flowers. I think this is the spot. Plus it'll be less terraforming for us in the end, which is really nice. There's nothing worse than having to terraform when you only have some iron tools on you. Alright, now that we have everything moved over, let's start torching up this area a little bit, just in case we work late into the night and mobs start spawning. And let's start clearing out this area so we have a nice open space to build our house. And I love incorporating leaves into my build, so we might as well start shearing all of these as well. And let's trim back this grass a little bit to give ourselves more space for this build. Let's also patch up some of these awkward drop-offs and holes to flatten things off a bit more. There, I think this place cleaned up really nicely. I also love the backdrop of this hill, and I think it's gonna look really nice behind the house. So I think the first thing that we need to do with this build is lay out a footprint to get an idea of how it will look in this space. The build is kind of gonna be like two sets of stacked houses that are connected together. So the first house is gonna be a 5x9 rectangle. And then we're going to connect that with a piece that's going to be 7 blocks long. And finally, the house that connects is going to be a bit longer than the first one, and it's also going to stick out by an extra block. Alright, cool. Judging from this dirt outline, I think the placement is pretty much perfect. So now that I'm happy with where this build is going to fall within this terrain, I think the next step is to begin building. Okay, wait, I got a little bit ahead of myself and realized there's a couple things I'm missing for this build. It'll be quick though, because it's only cobblestone, a bit of granite, and finally we need just a little bit more clay to make terracotta. Okay, now we should be good. Alright, we're back home with all the materials we need, so let's get on with this build. So I slightly miscalculated on my footprint. Our beams need to go right here and here. And I always like to start my builds off by building up the beams of the structure first. And for these, I'm going to be using barrels as a base with a mixture of oak wood and stripped spruce. The next step is to fill in our walls, and I'm going to be using a mix of stripped oak and oak planks. Alright, the walls are up, and now all we need to do is strip all of this oak. And there's the basic shape of our build so far. It doesn't look like much just yet, but it's really going to come together once we put the roof on and add some details. And before I forget, let's plant some of these saplings so we have some spruce if we need more. So for these roofs that we're doing, we're just going to go with a classic shape using stairs. However, instead of using upside down stairs to connect them, we're going to use some slabs instead. Then let's just chuck some stairs on this piece, and let's fill in the roof with some mossy cobblestone and moss. Alright, and this is what it's looking like at the moment. I think the palette I chose fits the cottagecore vibe perfectly. I love what we have so far for the structure, but I think giving it some height will make it look a little bit better. So I'm gonna add a small top floor to each part of this build. And the roof is just gonna be a classic shape made with stairs. And I'm gonna also fill them in with mossy cobble and moss. And I think those second floors really helped out with the shape. Now before we move on with the build, I think it's time for us to get a more stable food supply. As you can see, I'm getting pretty hungry and I don't really have a sustainable food source at the moment. So I think we should gather up some seeds to plant. Not only can we make ourselves some bread, but we can also begin breeding cows, which is a great food and leather supply. And let's just begin planting everything by this lake so it's properly watered. Alright, these are going to take a little bit of time to grow and I'm pretty hungry, so I think we're going to have to get some of these cows for now. Sorry, buddies. Alright, let's get some of this food cooked up, and that'll definitely solve our hunger for the next while. So now that we're properly fed, let's finish off this build by collecting a little bit more clay so we can make our terracotta walls on the top floor. Alright, let's make ourselves some more clay and get that burning. And the very last thing I need is a yellow flower so I can make some yellow dye for the walls. And I see some right over there. Don't mind if I take these. And now we can make ourselves some yellow dye, and with that we can make our yellow terracotta. And finally, we can begin filling in these walls, which we're going to do yellow terracotta for this structure, and we'll use some regular terracotta on the other one. Alright, I would say that the main part of this build is done, and I really love how it's turned out so far. I really love how all the colors and textures in this build complement each other. The bones of this house are looking great, but it's definitely missing a lot of detail, and most importantly, an interior for me to live in. I'm starting to get a little bit sick of living outdoors, so I think we should start with that first. So we'll start by giving ourselves a nice fancy new floor. Next, let's get a proper ceiling on this thing to cover up the messy rooftop. There, that looks a lot more clean, and we have tons of space to work with. So I think what I'm going to do next is divide up this house into 3 spaces. And I'm going to separate the spaces using some oak trapdoors on this wall, and on the other wall I'm going to use some spruce beams. So now when we walk through here, we have 3 evenly separated spaces for different rooms. Actually, let me get rid of these trapdoors and try putting beams there instead. There, I think that looks a little bit more clean and uniform. So I think I'm going to start decorating by making a little kitchen workspace in the first room. We don't have a ton of space to work with in this section, so it'll mostly just be a spot to craft and put stuff in a furnace. The next room has this big open wall that's perfect for storage, so let's place a bunch of barrels and chests down here. And I think the opposite wall would be the perfect spot for another workstation with some storage. Now we don't have all of our items for this workspace just yet, but I think it's looking really good so far, and it's going to be really easy to add to once we finally get those pieces. The final spot in our house is going to be the bedroom. I want to create a cozy little nook for my bed with some extra storage around it. Let's actually move this bed back 1 block. And we'll pop a sign on the front of it as well as these barrels. Next, let's add a cute little reading spot to the front of the build where the window is. And we'll throw a planter behind that as well. And the last thing I did was add a cozy fireplace to the room. I'm really bad at building these, and it took me a while to figure out the shape, but I think I got there in the end. Alright, and this is the interior of our build. We are missing a few key items that I love to add to my spaces, such as lanterns, paintings, and carpets, but once we get the material we need for those, the interior is going to look even better. But for now, I really like what we have. Now that we finally have a proper spot to rest in, I think it's time that we kick back for the night so we are well rested to do some work on our exterior in the morning. After finally having a proper night's sleep in a cozy room next to a warm fire, I think I'm ready to finish this build up. The exterior is kind of in need of some serious love right now, so let's begin by adding some decorative details. This spot on top of the door is looking a little bit too long, so let's pop in a window here. I think that's much better. Next, let's put up an awning above the door to give this wall a little bit more shape. Now for the windows, I'm going to pop out the top parts and replace them with upside down oak stairs just to give a little bit more shape above the window. And I think these campfires are going to cover up that shape a bit anyway. That's okay. I want to use white stained glass windows because I really feel like they fit the cottagecore vibe. So let's grab some of this lily of the valley so we can make some white dye. And let's just craft that up really quickly. And let's just pop these into the windows. And to finish off the windows, we'll add some shutters. And for the top floor windows, we're going to do the same, except for the shutters, we're going to use oak trapdoors instead of gates. To give this build a little bit more shape and texture, I'm gonna add signs to the tops of the beams here. Just these few details alone have really added a lot of character and shape. But we're not done yet. I really want to add some azalea leaves to the build because I think the colors of the leaves and the flowers on them would really complement the build so well. Now my only problem is that I don't have enough bone meal to grow an azalea tree to get leaves. So I think that means I need to be brave and head into the cave nearby so I can find some skeletons and get some bones. I definitely don't have enough iron to make an efficient bone meal machine just yet, so I think this is currently our best option. Plus, it's just a little cave. What's the worst that could happen? Ow. I saw a skelly over here a second ago, but he must be hiding because he's so afraid of me. Oh, there you are. Uh-oh, there's a lot of zombies here. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Yeah, this is a problem. And I forgot food, so I am in fact resorting to eating zombie meat. Don't judge me. Alright, let's see if I can bring the skeleton over here away from the other mobs. Oh geez. Oh no. I probably should have come a little bit more prepared. Ow. Yep, that hurts. I'm kind of low health and this food isn't helping, so I think I just need to take them out and go. We only got one bone out of that? Or is that the one that was already in my inventory? Oh no. Well, that didn't go too well, so maybe it's time for plan B. Killing salmon for bone meal and food. Which, yeah, that didn't really work either. But at least I got some food out of it because I was getting pretty hungry. Alright, option 3 it is then. Slowly bone mealing seeds and flowers. Which gave me a total of, 3 bone meal. So thankfully I had that bone in my inventory. And I'm really hoping this is enough for us to grow this tree. Whew, amazing. And with this 4 leftover bone meal, let's decorate this area with a bit of moss. And finally, we can grab all of these leaves that we need. Alright, let's finish up the rest of this build. So let's start by adding azalea leaves on the mossy spots of the roof. I sometimes like to replace some of the pieces of roof with leaves because that way they're a little bit more integrated into the build, rather than resting too high above it. And now let's add some shrubs around the side of the house. And I think that should be good for the leaves. It was kind of a big trek to get them, but I think it was worth it, because they honestly add such a nice texture to the build, and the colors of the leaves complement everything so well. Next, let's add some flowers around the windows. I'm gonna go with some lilacs and lily of the valley. I think lilacs complement the color of the flowering azalea leaves perfectly. Now I managed to find some iron while I was going through that cave, so I'm gonna make a bucket. And I'm just gonna run and grab some water really quickly because I feel like having some wheat on the outside of the house would complement the yellow terracotta really nicely. Let's grab some more seeds while we're at it. And let's throw a patch of water down right here. Now let's till some of this land and get some seeds planted. Now I'm gonna go ahead and place one more patch of water here. And I'm gonna replace this with dirt again because I really like having tilled soil underneath flowers. It makes it look a little bit more like a garden bed. And then finally, we're gonna close these 2 bits off with some sparse bits of fencing. There, this is really starting to come together. Now the front of this build is looking great, but the sides, not so much. One thing I like to add to my builds are lean-tos and little awnings. The best part is you can use these spaces for practically anything. This one, for example, I'm gonna use as a little bit of an outdoor workstation. And I'm also gonna make one on the other side of this build for an array of bulk storage. So we'll toss down some pumpkins, barrels, wood, and also some pieces of granite slab to look like rock piles. And I think that's looking really nice. The last thing I'm gonna do is add some pathing around this area. Now we don't have any other parts of this base to connect to yet, but it's still nice to have a path started. And I think our starter home is pretty much done. Well, as done as it can be because we are missing a couple of more resources in order to finish it, but that would require us going on some further adventures another time. Now you may have noticed that I did also add in a bunch of chimneys into this build. Chimneys always do such a great job of adding a lot of life, movement, and also sound to the builds. So I connected one to the furnaces at this workstation, and I also added 2 on top of the house as well. I'm really happy with how this build turned out. It's the perfect amount of space and honestly has everything we need for the start of this game. There are definitely some decorations and details that I would like to add going forward, but I guess that just means we're gonna have to go on some more adventures to find those materials. Now that we have a solid starter home to come back to, I'm feeling a lot more confident to explore this world further. So I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. Thank you so much everybody for watching, and I really hope you enjoyed this more chilled, laid-back style of video. If you enjoyed it, feel free to leave a like and subscribe, and let me know in the comments what you would like to see me do next. We had the start of a big new adventure today, so for now I think I'm gonna go relax in my new home and get some rest. I'll see you all in the next one. We have a big day ahead of us because today we need to focus on getting a stable food supply as well as exploring for more essential resources. And it looks like a brand new day is upon us in this world, so let's begin. So I figured the best thing to do today would be to start off by working on some farmland so we can get more of a reliable food source. The fish we've been eating have been great, but I think it's definitely time for us to expand our palates a bit. And I think I'm going to start by making some basic animal pens first for some cows and sheep. Not only are they both really good sources of food, but leather and wool are also really important crafting items for things like books or decorational items. Now I want to make a really cute barn in this area today, however that's going to require a lot of resources that we don't quite yet have. So for now we're just going to make a simple fence pen to keep the animals contained. Let's just put this carpet on top so we can easily get in and out, and let's go find some cows. Ah, and there's two right here. Perfect. Hello, my friends. Do you see this? Yes, you do? Now, I don't want cows and sheep in the same pen because it gets really messy and disorganized. But avoiding all these sheep is going to be pretty tricky. And just as I suspected, one of them is of course following us around. And I don't think he has any intention of leaving, so you know what? It's fine. He can hang out with these cows. Alright, let's get these cows fed so we can start breeding them. It's nighttime and it's getting pretty dodgy out here, so we should probably go to bed. Oh, I've been spotted. Okay, I'm just gonna run. Good thing our house is really close by. Let's rest up for the night and get a good night's sleep so we have all the energy we need for tomorrow. A fresh new day is upon us and I'm ready to get back into it. Alright, the cows are all sorted, so now let's do the same thing for the sheep. Okay, buddies, we're gonna grab you, and how about you as well? There we go. Nice and easy. Alright, let's get you guys fed. Aw, buddy, are you feeling left out? But you made your choice. Oh, hi. I already gave you wheat. Look how cute you are. You're adorable. Okay, all of the animals have been fed, which is a good start, but I think that's about all we can do with them for now. The very last thing I'm going to do, though, is gather up a few more seeds and plant them, because we are going to need tons of wheat later on today. It never hurts to get a head start on your crops because they always need time to grow. Alright, the soil's all tilled, so let's just get these few seeds in, and then we're good to go. Now that we have the beginnings of our farmland sorted, I think we should finally go explore that cave nearby. We're gonna need lots of iron and other resources to be able to upgrade our farm today. In order to be well prepared for this cave adventure, I think I'm gonna need some new tools. Unfortunately, we don't have any iron left, so we're gonna have to go with stone for now. And while we're at it, let's also make some torches so we can properly light up this cave. And last but not least, I'm gonna stock up on a little bit more salmon. It's always important to have a good supply of food when heading out on an adventure. Alright, with all of this stuff collected, I think we're ready to go. Let's see what adventure awaits us in this cave. So the last time we were here, I noticed there might be an opening to a bigger part of the cave that goes down further. Yeah, that definitely looks like it might lead somewhere. We should go check that out. Hey buddy, what you doing up there? You watching over the place? I don't think he notices me. Let's keep it that way. Oh, yep. This looks like a pretty huge cave. Honestly, I'm a little bit scared because there seems to be tons of mobs down here, but this is perfect. Look at all of the pockets of iron around here. That's exactly what we're looking for. Alright, I think we just have to make our way down. And hopefully not get attacked by any mobs in the process. Which might be kind of difficult considering there's a group of creepers right where we need to land. Alright, I am just gonna run and start torching this place up. And hope for the best. Oh no. Oh, there's a baby zombie chasing me. Oh no, there's a lot happening. There are a lot of mobs, so I think I should make a safe spot to hide from them. Okay, this area is only 2 blocks tall, so if I just dig in here, they won't be able to get me. Ow! Oh no, there's 2! Okay, this is getting pretty risky. Don't kill me, please. Okay, I'm okay. I'm not gonna lie, that was really close. But hey, it worked. We're okay though, we're safe in here. This is good. This is good. There's just a spider, that's fine. Oh my gosh, look how many there are. That is a lot. I think I'm just gonna stay in my little safe spot right here and hit them with my sword from afar. There we go. I solved the zombie issue, well, part of it, but I definitely did not solve the issues of all the creepers and stuff either. I think I should light up this cave a little bit more so less things will spawn. I'm just gonna make a run for it and spam as many torches as I can, and hopefully this will solve our mob issue. Okay, that should make it so less mobs spawn, but let's head back to our hidey area so we can recollect ourselves. So, since I'm in my safe spot, it doesn't really look like I can get to all of the ores that I wanted to get to out there, but there are some right here, and it also looks like there is a geode right over here as well. Hopefully my torching of the area kind of reduced the amount of mobs that are going to spawn over there, so then I can later get all of that stuff. But for now, let's start collecting some of this iron so we can upgrade our tools again. We desperately need to get ourselves an iron sword because yeah, these stone ones, not doing a great job. Alright, let's make ourselves a little work area right here, and we'll make a furnace so we can start smelting iron. We don't have any coal, so let's just pop these planks in here, and let's get this iron cooking. Let's just grab this, and the first thing I want to make is a better sword. We also could use another iron pickaxe since we're going to be mining a lot down here. So with a more efficient pickaxe and a better sword, I think we're going to stand a better chance in these caves. Also, it looks like there's significantly less mobs now that I've lit this up a little bit, so that's good. Oh yeah, this is much more manageable. Now that we have a fully lit area safe from mobs, let's start gathering the resources we came here for. Lapis, nice! Let's definitely grab that as well because we are going to want to do some enchanting eventually. Alright, it looks like I'm already gonna have to use the coal that we just gathered for more torches. Hey, I'd rather this place be as safe as possible rather than having to fight mobs everywhere. Also, I just noticed that there's a bunch of slimes jumping around, which is amazing because that means that this is a slime chunk. So if we ever need any for redstone or leads, we can just easily come down here and grab some. Ah, look at this. A big peaceful cave with no mobs. Alright, let's keep gathering up all the stuff we need so we can head on out of here. I've also been taking a bit of time to grab some granite, andesite, and diorite because I often use them a lot in my builds, so it's good to have a stockpile of them. I think we've gathered most of the resources on this level, and I'm really curious to see what's above us on this ledge, so I think I'm gonna pillar up to find out. Uh-oh. Oh no. I should have saw that one coming. Okay, round 2. Let's see what's up here. I did have to run around spamming torches again, but there's also been a lot of iron and coal up here as well, so I think it was worth coming up here. I've also seen quite a bit of copper in these caves, but I think I'm going to leave it for now. I would like to eventually build with it later down the line, but at least we know it's here for when we need it. Alright, I think I've gotten everything I want from this cave, so let's head back to our little workstation so we can grab all of our items and head back up. Oh yeah, we've got plenty of iron, that's perfect. And we also have a really good supply of coal as well. I'm just gonna grab all of the other items that we collected, and we're gonna head on out after we do one last thing. We can't leave without checking out this geode. I'm always so happy when I come across these in caves. They're such beautiful blocks to build with, but my favorite thing is how magical they sound when you run around them. That was admittedly way too fun for me, but I'm satisfied now. I think we've got more than enough of what we need from here, so let's head back to our cozy home for a proper night's rest. So we're back home at our base with everything from our cave adventure nicely organized and put away. I don't have enough leather yet to make item frames so I can properly label the chests, but this is a good start. So the first thing that we need to do is get this iron burning because we desperately need to upgrade our tools. So I'm gonna make ourselves a new axe, an extra shovel, and some more shears. Alright, this is so much better than what we had before. I definitely feel a lot more equipped to start building again. We also have a really large supply of iron left over, which is great. One thing that I really love to have for early game is a bone meal machine, and I think with all of this iron, I can probably make one now. I often find that once you get enough farmland, you're always left with a huge stockpile of seeds, so it's nice to be able to put them to a better use. Now I'm going to put this bone meal machine close to our crops for easy access. And the first thing that I'm going to do is place a barrel down at the bottom right here. And then on top of that barrel, I'm going to place a hopper feeding into it. Then on top of the hopper goes the compost bin where the bone meal is going to be made. And on top of that compost bin goes another hopper, which is going to have a barrel placed on top of it like that. Now let's grab some seeds to test this thing out. And of course we've got to replant some of these seeds to grow back our crops. Alright, let's give this a shot. So you can see that the composter is automatically filling up, and then once it reaches the top, it automatically feeds down into the barrel below. So it works. The only thing I'm going to change is making it so that the barrel at the bottom rests 1 block higher. There, I think that's a lot easier to access. Now we still need to keep using these seeds to expand our farmland because we desperately need to grow as many crops as we can, but it's really nice to have this bone meal machine ready for when we need it. So now that we have this cool little piece of equipment for our farmland, I say it's time for us to get everything else we need to build this barn. And it looks like the sun is setting, so let's get some much needed rest for the night. So the first thing that we're going to need for this build is lots of spruce. I think that should be no surprise by now. And I'm so happy I planted this area of taiga trees earlier on because it's really come in handy for gathering large amounts of spruce at once. There's currently 3 large spruce trees right here, so let's chop all of them up. And of course, always replant your saplings. Next, we're going to need a little bit of extra oak. And lastly, we're going to have to grab some birch as well. Alright, that should be a good amount of wood to start with, so let's toss this in a barrel near the place that we're going to build. And since we're already here, let's feed our cows and sheep. Okay, the last thing that we need to gather for this build is a ton of clay so we can make some bricks. Since it's a barn, I figured a red roof made of brick and granite would be perfect. The lush cave that we found the other day is a little bit far from here, so I'm just gonna pop into a river to grab some instead. Alright, I think that's a good amount of clay for what we need, but before we leave this river, I'm gonna grab a little bit more fish to eat, since our farmland doesn't really produce us much food yet. So in the meantime, it's still gonna be the fish diet. Alright, I think that should hold us over for a while. So let's grab all of our stuff and head on home. Alright, I left my hunger to get pretty low. So first, let's get some of this salmon cooking up. And in the bottom furnace, we'll start cooking up this clay into bricks. Alright, let's eat this up now, because I am very, very hungry. I also just remembered that we have 2 more furnaces out here that we can use to make bricks. So let's go ahead and get that burning as well. Okay, we've got a decent amount of bricks to start with. So I say we get started on our build while we wait for the rest of this to cook. The bricks are going to be for our roof, so it's going to be a while till we actually need to use them anyway. And since we need some granite in our build as well, we're going to grab this too. We're also going to need some stone and cobble, as well as some oak leaves, and of course some azalea leaves as well. So let's bring all of this stuff on over to the farmland and begin building. So here's the chest full of most of the things that we're going to need to build this barn. It's going to be a bit bigger of a build, so we have to make sure we have enough space for it. And I want it to still remain relatively close to this lake, but also have enough space from it that I could plant a bunch of crops and stuff outside the barn as well. I'm kind of thinking this spot right here would be perfect. So let's begin by leveling this piece off a bit. And I think we might need a little bit more space to work with, so I'm going to add some dirt around the edges to level this area off a bit more. There! That gives us tons of space to work with. So I think we're going to start this build the same way we did with our last one, which is building out the footprint to see if it fits in this space properly. So we're going to have our main part of the barn and then a little piece that attaches at the side for extra storage. Yeah, I think this fits perfectly within this space. So now that the footprint is done, let's throw up some beams. And I'm gonna have the structure on the side set a little bit lower than the main part of the barn. This will help it give more of an interesting shape, but also make sure the barn itself is the focal point. And I think we're good to go with that. I'm just gonna quickly pop these pieces of stone out because this is where the barn doors are gonna go. Alright, now that our beams are in place, let's get these walls up. For the walls, I'm going with a gradient of stripped oak and oak planks, going into stripped birch and birch planks. This block palette is similar to our starter house, which is good because I want them to complement each other. But to make it stand out on its own a bit more, we're going to be adding different blocks to the roof and other places. The walls look pretty wild in terms of texture right now, but hopefully when it's all stripped, it will look exactly how we intended it to. And I would say this is not bad. Not bad at all. There's a couple patches like these where the stripped oak and birch are touching, and it doesn't really blend as well, but that can easily be fixed with some planks. There, much better. Alright, now that the walls are done, it's time for us to move on to the roof. Barn roofs are often steep on the bottom and then gently slope up. So to achieve that, we're going to use 2 slabs to make a full block on the bottom half, and then we're going to gently slope up using 1 slab. And we're just going to go until we hit the middle point right here. So after filling in the other side, you can see how the roof is just a bit steeper on the bottom and then gently curves upwards. And I think that looks pretty close to a barn roof. And for the second half of the build, I'm just going to use some slabs to keep it a small slope going up. There, I think that's looking awesome, and you can really start to see it coming together now. Basically, all that's left for the main structure is to grab all these bricks that we've been burning so we can fill in the roof. And while we're here, let's grab our stone cutter because that's going to come in handy as well. Oh, and I forgot, we should have a couple more bricks out here as well. And with all of these, I think we definitely have more than enough for our build. Wait, is that sheep down there? Oh no, it looks like a couple of our buddies fell. Alright, we gotta save them. I'm honestly surprised I didn't even fall in this hole yet. Can you get out of here, buddy? Yeah, there you go. You're free. Alright, rescue mission number 2. You're down here pretty far, my dude. Come on, let's get you moving on out of here. Wait, I see like a glow of light down here. Oh, I think I may have just found easier access to the cave I was exploring earlier. Yep, we most definitely did. Alright, let's just close that on up for now, and let's get this pig out of here. There you go, buddy. You did it! You're free! No, don't go back in! And then we're just closing this off, because this is a hazard to all the animals around here. And let's be real, it's probably a hazard to me as well. Alright, let's get this roof filled in. So I really like mixing granite with the brick because not only does it pair well, but I find that it also makes the roof look a little bit worn down. And the last thing I'm going to do to this roof is add an addition to the top. We're just going to toss a simple sloped roof on this one. We'll fill in the sides with some birch. Get our brick and granite rooftop on this as well. Alright, I think that's it for the structure. And I'm really happy with how the shape turned out, so I think it's time to get into my favorite part, the decoration. I find that having your structure set up and ready to go to how you want it is really important because it makes it easier to visualize how you're going to decorate. I'm also so happy that we got all of that iron earlier because now I can make one of my favorite decoration pieces of all, the lantern. Okay, to start off decorating, I think it's only right that we build our barn door first. It is an integral piece to a barn after all. Let's just close all these trapdoors up, and I think that's looking cute. Now let's give a little bit of extra shape to this entrance by adding in some upside down stairs with a trapdoor in the middle. And we'll throw in some trapdoors here, and get some on the other side as well. And since there's actually going to be some cows in here, let's just toss some gates in at the entrance. Oh, it looks like the day's already slipped away from me, so I should probably go to sleep really quickly. Ooh, look at that sunrise behind the barn. That's perfect. Alright, let's add some additional trim to the top to join up the roof line. And I think I'm going to keep it simple by adding in a couple of azalea planters and a lantern. Alright, next I'm going to add some spruce fencing to the side of the barn to make it look like a ladder you can climb to the roof. And I'm just going to replace some of the pieces of roof and fencing with azalea to make it look more overgrown. Barns usually also have big stockpiles of supplies, so I'm going to make a big pile of barrels, and to make it look bound together, I'm going to use some fencing and ladders. And let's do the same thing on the other side except with a giant hay bale. Next, I think I'm going to build a cute little covered storage area for some wood. And I think if we pile the logs up haphazardly, it'll make it look like they were kind of just tossed in there quickly. And I think another pile of hay maybe mixed in with some pumpkins on the side over here couldn't hurt as well. I'm really loving how this barn is coming together so far. Alright, so I think the next thing I'm going to do is make an outdoor area for the cows to hang out in. And I'm just going to keep it really simple by making a circular shape of leaves and spruce fencing. And I definitely have to make sure to place some trapdoors on some of the leaves that are 1 block high, otherwise the cows can definitely get over those. Alright, the design of the pen is done and I think it looks really cute. I added just a few more extra details around the exterior, and I think it's pretty much done. I'm really happy with how it turned out, so now let's move on to the interior. Barn interiors can sometimes look pretty rough, so I'm going to start by changing all of this grass to coarse dirt, pathing, and cobble. I'm completely out of mossy cobble, so I'm just being resourceful and using these upside down stairs. I'm gonna make a little workstation in this corner, so I feel like having beams here would help close the space off a little bit more. Now let's just fill this space in with some work tables. We can also add in a cute fireplace in this corner to work with and also for warmth. Next, let's add in a cute little storage unit on this side. We could just toss some light in here and honestly just decorate it with some leaves. You can really fill these units with anything you want though. And for some last finishing details, I'm just gonna add some shelving that's higher up. We might need to add some chests or other stuff here and there, but I think that room's pretty much done. I feel like if you're making a barn, you gotta have a little rafter area. It doesn't have to be anything big, but it's cute to have this little messy storage area up top. Alright, we need a way to access this storage area, so let's get some trapdoors and attach ladders to it so we can climb up and down. I want this little space to look like stuff just gets tossed up here and forgotten, so I'm gonna cover some of this with leaves and just place random barrels and hay around. And for the ceiling, I think I'm just gonna keep it simple and add some beams to it using slabs. I want this barn to be really simple and overgrown, so I think that kind of helps with the vibe. And I think for the last bits of decoration in the interior, I'm just gonna add some extra piles of hay and barrels with some pieces of granite on top. I really love the contrast of the red and the yellow between the granite. Alright, I think the interior is pretty much done. And I'm so happy with how it's looking. It's definitely got those cozy cottagecore vibes, that's for sure. It also has some function to it with the workspace for me, but also I think the cows are gonna enjoy it as well. And speaking of cows, the last thing that we need to do is work on the outdoor pen to make sure it's as nice as it can be for them. So the first thing we're gonna do is get some patches of coarse dirt around the edges here. And next I'm gonna add some patches of pathing to make the ground look worn in. And last but not least, I want to make sure the cows have a nice bit of shade, so I'm going to plant an azalea tree. Yeah, that looks nice. We've got some extra bone meal, so let's also give them some tall grass and flowers to hang out with. And I think this barn is perfect for our cows. We've got a nice big open area for them to enjoy, and on the inside they have some space to hang out, grab some water, and cool off from the sun. Oh, before I forget, I should probably gate in this workstation so the cows can't get into it. Don't want any accidents with them. Yeah, I think this space turned out really cool. I'm super excited about it. Before I forget, let's just make a nice little path coming away from the barn. Adding pathing and things like patches of dirt and stuff around the edges of your build really helps make it feel like it's actually built into the land rather than just plopped on top of it. And let's just wind up a path this way towards our extra storage area. We'll get some more dirt in around this area, make it look a little bit more rough. We'll get some broken bits of fencing near the path. And of course, as always, you can't forget the leaves. I also always love to add them into the ground because they kind of look like little patches of fallen leaves or small shrubs. Alright, I think we are actually done with the build now. I swear, I mean it. It's done, it's complete, and it's perfect. I love it. It has a lot of detail on the outside, which I love, and I'm really happy with how the detailing of the interior worked out as well. Pretty functional too. We've got my little work area with tons of storage for me, and the cows have a really large space to hang out as well. The only problem with it is that it needs more builds around it to really feel like it's in an actual farm area. But that just means we're gonna have to build more stuff. I don't think that's a bad thing. Alright, let's finally get our cows in their new home. Alright buddies, are you ready? And I guess you too, sheep. You come with me? Oh, eager, very eager. Coming back for you too. We can't leave any of you behind. Alright, this might be a little bit of a pain. Let's do this. I think this sheep is just part of the cow group forever. Once we get a name tag, we're definitely naming him Cow. Alright, I actually think I may have gotten them all. Hold on, let me just close these gates up really quickly. Oh, we did it. They're in their home. Look at this. Alright, cows and random sheep as well. Since you have all been so good, how about I give you all a treat? And by all, I mean 4. I only had 4 wheat. Oh, look, I have 1 left over. There you go. You were the lucky wheat winner. Also, I had a bad feeling about keeping the trapdoors on top of these things, and I didn't want to test my luck, so I replaced them all with slabs instead. And I'm kind of thankful I did, because I have definitely built cow pens before that did not function properly, and the whole thing is a mess. But would you look at this, we have a fully functioning barn for our cows to hang out in. And they look like they're having the time of their lives in here. Also, why are baby cows literally the cutest thing I've ever seen in this game? Hey, get out of here. How cute it is, it's adorable. I can't. Alright, the cows are happy in their new barn, and I think our job here is done. Whoa! See? They're already getting the party started. Oh, they're having a bath too. I mean, that was for water, but you know what? You can use that as a tub too. That's okay. It's whatever you want. I'm so happy they like it. Alright, with the barn complete and the cows in their new home, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. I know this was a bit bigger of a build than our starter house, so it took a little bit more time to get through, but I hope you all had fun watching the process. And if you enjoyed the episode and want to leave a like and subscribe, I would really appreciate it because it really helps out this channel. Also, if you have any ideas for what you would like to see me do in this series, leave your suggestions in the comments. We're only just getting started with this world and so many fun adventures await us. I can't wait for what's next. Today we are going to build a mining outpost so we can safely gather ores and hopefully find some diamonds to further upgrade our gear. And it looks like a new day has just begun, so let's get started. So before we begin on our mining outpost, I think we should pay a quick visit to our farmland. I'm still running a little bit low on food because we don't have enough cows yet for them to be a good food supply. So in the meantime, we're just going to collect as much wheat as we can so we can feed them and then make some bread for ourselves. And of course, let's just get all of our seeds replanted. And since we have so many seeds left over, we might as well expand our farmland a little bit more. We'll toss in our seeds up here. And the rest can go into our bone meal machine. Alright, this is all replanted and looking good, so let's go pay a visit to our cows so we can feed them. Good morning, sheep. And good morning to you cows as well. Alright, let's get you all fed. There you go. Some for you, some for you. There, I think that's good. So let's just leave some wheat here for the next time we feed them, and the rest I'm gonna craft into bread for myself. That should hold us over for food until we get more cows. Now I love this barn that we built and I think it looks great. However, it's not really connected to anything at our base at the moment, which makes it feel a little bit out of place. So before we head into the mines, I think I'm just gonna lay down some paths to connect our areas together a bit more. Even connecting things with a simple dirt path really helps make it feel more like a base rather than builds just placed randomly. Alright, so we're connected from our barn to our wheat field. The next path I'm gonna lay out is one from our barn to our house through this little patch of forest over here. I noticed that when I was building this barn, I would constantly run back to the house through here when I needed extra supplies. So I figured a path here would be really convenient because I know I take this shortcut a lot. There, and that one's all done. And now the last one left is to connect our house to our other part of the farmland. The shovel broke, but everything's pretty much loosely connected together now. It all kind of connects in a circular shape, which is perfect, so we can run around the base and always have a path to walk on. Now we're gonna have to decorate it and make it look a little bit nicer later on, but I think that these roughed out dirt paths will do for now. So now that we've got some general base maintenance done, I think it's time for us to move on to our bigger task, which is the mining outpost. So I figured the best place to put this thing would be near the cave entrance that we've already been using. I think this carved out mountain that we have behind us is the perfect backdrop to have for our mining outpost. So in this spot you can see we're really close to our home, you can see the chimneys right there, and we're also really close to this entrance we've been using for this cave. Now we are going to be using elevators to access the strip mines going forward, but it's nice that we're so close to the original caves that we explored to gather our materials. So I think I'm going to start by clearing out some of these trees so we can get a better idea of what this area looks like. And finally, the last thing we need to do is flatten some of this terrain because it's a little bit uneven at the moment, and there's not quite enough space to fit our mining outpost yet. We'll add some dirt here to widen out this area, patch up some of these holes. There! Now that the area is all cleared out and the terrain is leveled, we can see the spot we chose more clearly, and I think it's perfect. So we are actually going to have to head back down into the caves for some materials in order to build this. But before we head back in there, I'm going to rough out the layout of this build so we have an idea of how it's going to look in this space. There, I think that placement is looking pretty good. I might end up shifting it over to the left a tiny bit when I start building it, just so we have a little bit more space in case I want to build a path up into that cave area over there. But other than that, I think it's perfect. And it looks like the sun is setting, so let's head back home, put everything away, and rest on up for our big adventure tomorrow. It's a brand new day, and I thought I would start things off by tending to our animals this morning. Good morning, cows. Hope you're all doing well. Let's get you all fed for the day. And it looks like they're all fed and good to go. Alright, our farm chores are done, so now it's time to head into our big project for the day. So the first thing that we're going to have to do to get this build started is head into the caves. I want to build the roof out of copper, so I figured we could gather some up and get it oxidizing while we work on the rest of the structure. The last time we were in this cave, I noticed tons of copper veins, so we should be able to gather up quite a bit. It also wouldn't hurt to grab some extra coal and iron if we see any. Alright, let's head down this waterfall into the main part of the cave. Oh, there is a creeper on a pillar. I hope you're enjoying the view up there, bud. Please just don't drop down on me. Alright, I've already spotted tons of copper, so let's start gathering this up. I think I grabbed pretty much everything I saw on this level, so let's head up this waterfall. My tools are starting to wear out, so I'm just gonna grab everything I can until my picks break. I also found some iron that I had missed before, which is perfect because we can never have too much. And with our last broken pickaxe, I think that means it's time for us to head back up. I think we've gathered more than enough copper, which is great because we'll definitely need it for future builds. I'm more than happy with what we've gathered, so let's get ourselves back home. I'm gonna start things off by burning up all of this raw copper in our furnaces. And let's get some burning in our outdoor furnaces as well. Oh, I thought I heard something over here. Bye-bye. So while we're waiting for that copper to burn, let's cut down some of these spruce trees because we're gonna need quite a bit for our build today. A stack and a bit should be good because I'm pretty sure we have some left over from the last build that we did. Yeah, we still have around 3 stacks. That should be more than enough. Alright, we've got most of our other materials sorted, so let's check up on this copper. It takes quite a few bars to make a block of it, so we're just gonna burn as much as we can. We've got quite a bit to start with, which is good though, because I want to get these placed in a field so they can begin oxidizing while we build up the rest of this outpost. So with all of this, we have 13 blocks to start with. And this open area over here looks like the perfect place to pop these down. I want the outpost to look a little bit more run down and old, so it's nice to get different levels of oxidization on the copper blocks. But in order to get the different levels of wear on the blocks to actually stay, we're gonna need to get some beeswax. And luckily we're in a flower forest, so we have tons of nests around us. So let's just pop down a campfire so the bees don't get angry at us when we collect the wax. And we've got an extra campfire, so we might as well place one more down right here. The bees are hanging out in their nests, so I think we should be fine to shear it without getting attacked. Perfect, we got the honeycomb that we needed. Alright, I think we're pretty much good with all of the materials we need, so let's head back to the house to gather everything up so we can begin building. So I've collected most of the stuff we're going to need to build the outpost, and I'm just going to place it in a chest close by. There we go. I also managed to make a couple extra blocks of copper, so let's get those placed down as well. Some of this has already started oxidizing. That was honestly a lot faster than I anticipated. We're gonna need a variety of oxidization stages for this roof, so let's get some different types waxed. So we only got 4 to start, but honestly that's not bad. Alright, with all of the prep work done, I think we're ready to begin building this thing. So I'm just gonna get rid of this rough footprint that we had here. And I think I'm gonna build over by a couple blocks to the left. And I'm gonna start the build by using barrels as the base of our beams, and going up to a total of 3 blocks high with stripped spruce. Next, I'm gonna fill in the walls with a mix of stripped oak and oak planks. The base is looking very short right now, but that's because the roof is gonna be a lot taller on this build. It's all gonna even itself out in the end though. So to give this roof a ton of height so it's the main focal point, we're gonna use a combination of stairs and stripped spruce logs. Now because this is a square shape, we're gonna build this roof design on every single side. So with this frame in place, you can see how the steep roof has balanced the height of this build, making it a lot more even. Now that this roof shape is in place, we can finish filling in our walls with oak. We'll get all of this stripped really quickly. And I think this is looking really good so far. So let's shear these nests again for a little bit more honeycomb, and let's wax a couple more of these blocks so we can start building up our roof. Now if we use a stone cutter, each copper block will give us 4 cut copper blocks. We're gonna need some full-size blocks and some stairs for this roof, so we're gonna grab a bit of both. And I think that should be enough to get us started. So to achieve a weathered look on this roof, we're gonna make a gradient with the copper going from less weathered at the bottom to becoming more weathered and blue as the roof goes up. And this is what it looks like all filled in. I placed a couple blocks at the top that weren't waxed, so they might oxidize and turn a bit more blue, but that's okay. As long as the blue is at the top part of the build for the gradient, we're all good. So the next thing I'm gonna do for this build is I'm gonna make a lookout tower. I wanted to give this build a little bit more height, and I thought having a tower that we could actually climb up and use would be really cool. I think that's the perfect height for the base of this thing, so let's strip all of this oak wood so it doesn't look like a tree stump. Now that we have the tower in place, we need a platform to stand on. I'm gonna extend the base out by 1 block on every side using slabs and trapdoors, just to give ourselves a little bit more space to walk on. Then let's just toss some barrels in each corner with oak trapdoors in between to use as railings. Next we're gonna place some spruce fences on top of the barrels so we can make a roof for this lookout. And then we'll connect these posts together using some spruce gates. Now I don't want this roof to be too steep, so I'm going to use spruce slabs for a gradual incline. Then we'll just fill this on in with some oak and some spruce at the top, And finally, let's put in a little post on the top of this thing. Wow, the view from up here is actually really nice. I can't wait until we have so many more builds in this area. It's gonna look so cool. Now that we know we have a good view from up here, I'm curious to see how the tower actually looks from the ground. Yeah, that's looking really cool so far. It's a bit of a different shape, but I love it. So the next thing that we need to do is get some doors and some windows in on this thing. We'll pop a spruce door here, and let's use a spruce fence for the window. Yeah, that's looking good. To finish off the door, I'm just gonna place a simple awning made of spruce and granite. And then I'm gonna throw up a decorative trim to connect the roof here. Just quickly gonna swap this one out for a slab. There we go. Oh, it looks like the sun is setting, so let's head to bed really quickly and we'll continue in the morning. We're gonna have a lot of detailing to do, but first there's a couple more things that we need to add to the structure. I'm gonna start by making a simple overhang on this side. I think I'm gonna use this space as a general bulk storage area for ores and stones that we collect from the mines. I'm just gonna place some trapdoors along the edges here to widen out the overhang a little bit more. That means we can also move these fence posts over and put them underneath the trapdoors as well. There, I think that's the perfect little area that we can throw some bulk storage in later. So next I'm gonna build out another open area on the other side for a small forge. The shape is pretty much going to be the same as the other side, but I'm going to use actual beams instead of fencing for the structure because I would imagine an open forge like this would need to be a little bit more sturdy. I also find that if you're making two similar types of structures within a build, it's good to change them up a bit so they complement each other rather than looking exactly the same. Alright, so the structure is pretty much done, but you may have noticed that I haven't filled in this part of the roof yet. Since this is a mining outpost, I really want to incorporate some materials from the mines. And deep slate is the first block that pops into my head. But since it's so far down, I think it would make the most sense to make our elevator to our strip mine first, and then finish the rest after. Now we haven't gone into the nether yet, which means we don't have soul sand to make ourselves a proper bubble elevator. So in the meantime, we're just gonna have to make a ton of ladders and use that to slowly climb back up to the surface when we need to get out of the mines. It's annoying, but hey, it works. Alright, I think it's time for us to start digging down. This might take a while. So I've been digging down for quite some time and I finally managed to hit deep slate. I'm really excited about that because that means we're getting close to the bottom. I'm not even done digging this out and we found our first diamonds. Yes, I'm so excited. Finding your first diamond in a new Minecraft world always feels so special. I feel like we're gonna have to frame that one when we get home because it's the first one we ever found. Oh! And I spoke too soon. I can't believe we've already found more. I feel like this is very lucky. So we've got a total of 4 so far. I'm hoping we have this much luck when we actually start our strip mines. You've gotta be joking. More? You know, at the rate we're going, we're not even gonna need a strip mine by the time we finish digging down. There is bedrock here though, which actually means we've hit the bottom. So now we can start digging out a space for a strip mine. I'm just gonna place some water down right here so we can safely and easily jump down here whenever we need to. The only thing that sucks is, well, we have the long climb back up with the ladders. But hey, that's a problem for future us, so we don't have to worry about that right now. Alright, let's start things out by clearing out a space for us to have a workspace and some storage. I barely started digging this out. Oh my gosh. I am getting so lucky today. So I carved out a nice little space for us to have a workstation here. So let's pop down a crafting table and let's throw down some big chests to store all of our materials. Now let's get our stuff organized. It's a little bit dark in here, so let's get some light going. Lastly, I'm gonna pop down a furnace to burn some iron because we're gonna need quite a few pickaxes. Alright, our workstation is all set up, so let's start digging out a tunnel so we can get a strip mine started. It can be kind of slow and painful to do this stuff when you don't have the enchanted tools, but there's also something about this kind of task that can be really relaxing too. Usually when I'm doing a long mining session like this, I like to just put on some music or a podcast and just vibe out. And then before you know it, time has gone by and you're pretty much done with your task. Alright, I think this should be more than enough corridors to start our strip mining. So let's just begin right here. Corridor number 1, here we go. Got some. Ooh, this is a big vein. Nice. So that is 8. And we've got ourselves another batch. These have been pretty good clusters too. More! Yes! Even more! Let's go! That was like one extra one off to the side. Alright, so I have 25 diamonds so far, and I haven't really had much luck finding any others for a while. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make my first diamond pick and start using that because I've burned through quite a few iron tools. That leaves us with 22 diamonds left. So that means we only need 2 more diamonds to get a full set of diamond armor as well. I mean, we've already gone this far, so we might as well, right? And immediately I found some. I was mining for like 35 minutes trying to find more, and I found them right away. As soon as we got this pickaxe. This one's pretty lucky, it feels like. And we didn't only get 2, we got 6 more. So I think we have more than enough. We can finally head back up. So let's grab all of these, and we'll bring up some of this stuff as well. And of course, we can't forget some extra stacks of deep slate because that's what we came down here for as well. So let's take our very, very long ladder back up to the surface and let's make ourselves some diamond armor. It feels good to be back up on the surface again. I missed our home, even if I was just underneath it the whole time. So finally we can get rid of this stinky iron armor. And now let's start making a helmet, our chest plate, some pants, and some boots. All right, let's suit up. And would you look at that, we have full diamond armor. I mean, you can't see it on me because we have the invisible armor mod on, but at least we know we're fully suited up now. We have 4 diamonds left over, and I don't know what to do with them. I feel like maybe our best bet would be a sword, because we're gonna have to make a trip to the Nether soon, which means we're gonna need some proper protection and gear. Alright, so now that all of that stuff is done, we can finish decorating our build. Let's start by cutting up all this deep slate we got from the mines and finish up the roof of the forge. Perfect, that's looking great. Next, I want to change up the ground of the forge. I want some regular stone mixed with cobble, but I just realized that we're all out of coal in order for us to make that. Luckily, we have tons on the surface level of this cave, so it's easy for us to collect. Whoa, what the heck? I've never noticed this cave entrance before. Huh? Well, it looks like there's way more to explore under our feet than I realized. There's lots of iron down here too. Uh-oh. I'm definitely happy I made this sword. Oh my gosh. There's a piece of a mine shaft there. Oh, Oh, I should probably be careful. Honestly, there's so much stuff down here. Oh my gosh. This is a huge cave. Okay, I'm just grabbing a little bit more of the iron that I see, and now we're heading out, I promise. We're definitely gonna have to come back here another time though, because this cave looks like it has a lot in it. And honestly, maybe I'll have some luck finding a spawner of some sorts because we really need one of those too. All right, let's quickly head to bed for the night so we don't spawn any mobs. So now that we have our coal that we needed, let's pop a furnace down to make some stone. And while that's burning, I'm gonna start getting rid of all of this grass that needs to be replaced. All right, now that it's all cleared out, let's start getting this ground put in. Oh no. Oh, that's a big group. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're all shooting each other. Just gonna let them. Oh no, they're charging at me. What is happening? This is supposed to be a peaceful world. Stop it. Oh, they're really fast. Why are they so fast? I've never seen them run like this before. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got one. Bye. 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 And you're the last one. Oh, that was really scary. All right, we're gonna need some milk to get rid of this bad omen. Thank you very much. Ah, there we go. Much better. And I'm sorry, cows, but I think it's finally time. I do need some food. All right, 14 should be enough for us. I would keep going with the bread, but honestly, the saturation on bread just doesn't cut it. There we go, so much better. All right, let's get back to our work that we were so rudely interrupted from. The ground of our outpost is going to primarily be made of cobble and stone, but I'm also going to mix in some tuff in this area to make it look a little bit more weathered and worn. I figured an area where you're smelting to make tools and stuff would be a little bit more dirty. Let's also fill in the edges with some coarse dirt so it blends into the grass more. Alright, I got the footprint around the build all done and I think it's looking really good. Definitely needs to be roughed up a little bit more with some grass and some leaves and stuff, but overall this is a good start. So I think the next thing that we should make is our fire pit. And let's make this thing out of deep slate so it complements the roof. And I think since this is more of an industrial build, having a double chimney would be really cool. Alright, the fire pit's in place and it's looking kind of sad on its own, so we definitely need some more stuff around it. This is really expensive and gonna use all the iron that I have, but I feel like an anvil is only necessary for this type of space. Plus, we'll definitely be getting use out of it later down the line anyway. So let's pop in some tables around it, we'll toss in some trim up above, and let's throw down a little grindstone right here, and we'll throw down a campfire with a trapdoor so it's a little work seat. And I'm gonna place a little storage containment right here made of trapdoors, and we can just pop a double chest in here. I feel like this area is a little bit too flat, so I'm gonna switch up the shape by making a unit out of a crafting bench and some barrels. There. I feel like that looks a lot more interesting, and honestly more like a workspace rather than just a long table. Now we are missing a key component, which is lanterns, because I don't have enough to make them right now. But whenever we get enough iron, we are definitely going to be placing those all around our base. Alright, let's continue decorating this by placing some greenery. I really love the way that birch leaves look on this build. The color of them is a little bit more muted, and I think that really complements the oak and copper in this build. I'm also going to place down some rose bushes because I think they complement the color of the birch leaves really well. So the final part of the exterior that we need to do is the bulk storage. Now unfortunately I don't have all the blocks that I wanted to put here just yet because some of them require silk touch. Like I wanted some iron and coal blocks to place in the pile. But until we can get those, we can just place some other materials down that we would also find in the mines. So we can toss down some things like deep slate, granite, and some stone. So it's nothing too fancy at the moment, but once we get the right blocks, I think it'll work even better. But for now, I think it still gets the point across that this is a bulk storage area where all of the ores and materials coming from the mines are coming all the way back up here, and this is where we're storing it. And then on the other side, this is where we're doing all of our work with all of the materials. So the last thing I'm going to do for the outside is place down some fencing and bring back some greenery. I'm also going to add in a couple of small custom trees made out of fencing and birch leaves. And I'm going to toss in a couple of custom rock piles as well. Lastly, I'm going to bone meal some of the grass and replant some of the trees as well. We took away quite a bit of the greenery when we were flattening the land earlier, so I think we need to bring some of that back. Yeah, I think the detailing has really helped make this build come together. It's looking so good right now. I find that one of the most important steps is bringing back all of the life and greenery that you kind of took away when you were flattening the land previously. Before I bone mealed this grass, added in this fencing and these leaves and stuff like that, it kind of looked a little bit too bare and out of place. But now that it's kind of embedded into the landscape again, it's looking really good. So the last thing that we really need to worry about is, the interior. It's looking pretty sad right now, isn't it? But hey, it can be fixed. First things first, we gotta get a floor in here. And we'll just keep it nice and simple with some spruce wood. Next, I'm gonna fill in the ceiling because it's kind of a hot mess. And I'm gonna leave an opening here because I wanna actually be able to access our watchtower. I'm gonna use some trapdoors to attach ladders to because it will free up a ton of space for us. And we'll just make our way to the top. So now we can access this tower and actually use it when we wanna see a nice view of our base. Alright, next I'm gonna make a small barrier wall to avoid accidentally falling down the mine. Having these trapdoors here also separate the room a little bit more too. And it's still really easy for us to jump down or ladder up when we need to. Now we already have most of our important items outside at the forge, so I think I'm going to keep this space really simple. I'll just toss down some of the essentials, place down some greenery, and since we don't have any lanterns at the moment, I figured it would be cool if we lit this place up with glowberries. So I just added in a little bit of artwork and some item frames with some mining tools in them, and I really like how this space turned out. It's cute, it's cozy, and you know what? It does the job. I would say that this interior is done. So the last thing that I want to do to finish off this build is complete the pathing towards our house. I think it would look really nice if we wound it through these trees so it's like you're walking through a little forest. And we'll just connect it up to the house right here. I love that you can only see parts of the outpost as you're walking through the trees, and the rest slowly gets revealed as you get closer. This is a really picky detail, but I'm just gonna get rid of this oak tree really quickly. It was a little bit too close to our path, which made it kind of hard to see our outpost as we got closer to it. I do, however, like having a tree along this path, so I'm just gonna plant one a little bit further away though. Oh yeah, that's much better. It's more of a clear line of sight, so you're still surrounded by trees when you're walking towards the mining outpost. And it's still slowly being revealed, but right when you hit this corner, it's no longer blocked, which looks awesome. I'm really happy with it. So I would say for the most part, this mining outpost is pretty much done. I think eventually what I'm gonna do is also add in some pathing going out this way as well, but I think I'm gonna do that once we expand our farmland a little bit more. Because as of right now, it's just gonna lead into nowhere. Yeah, I'm so happy with how this turned out. So going forward, we not only have an easy place to collect things like diamonds, but we also have a place to upgrade our tools. So I think this is a really big addition to our base that's gonna go a long way. Alright everyone, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. If you enjoyed it, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. I hope you all enjoyed the build we did today and the adventures we went on. And I'll see you all in the next one. Today we're going to build an overgrown enchanted garden so we can further upgrade our gear. We have lots of adventuring and building to do, so let's get started. So in order to get this enchanting table set up, there's a couple of things that we need. These tables require quite a few bookshelves to get the max enchantments. And right now we don't really have enough leather or paper to make our bookshelves. So I need to make sure we stay on top of feeding the cows today, but we also need to get some sugarcane planted as well. It's starting to feel like a routine we have where we do some farmland chores before we move on to other things. I'm not complaining though, it's a pretty relaxing start to everything. Alright, let's get our remaining seeds in the bone meal machine, and let's go feed our cows. Hello my friends, I am back again to give you some food, maybe tell you some jokes, I don't know. I just feel kind of bad because I'm feeding you so I can take your leather later. The guilt's starting to weigh down on me. Alright, let's stash this away for later, and next let's get some sugarcane planted. I'm pretty sure I have some stashed away in a barrel with some flowers. Yes, perfect. That's quite a bit too. Sugarcane grows pretty quickly, so we should be able to gather enough for paper relatively easily. Just gonna toss some here so we can easily access it, but we can always move it later if we want to. Alright, our sugarcane is planted and our cows are fed. Now the other thing that we need to focus on is getting the actual enchanting table built. So we have the diamonds that we need to build it, however, we're missing a key component, which is obsidian. Now I find that the easiest way to get obsidian is to find lava pools on the surface and just dump water on them. There is usually lava also hanging around in the caves, but we've been in them so much recently that I think it would be more fun to adventure out and see what else is around us. So let's rest up for the night, and tomorrow we'll head out on our big adventure. So we explored the river and hills by our farmland, but there's a whole vast ocean on the other side of our base that we have yet to discover. I'm really curious to see where this is going to lead. And while we're traveling, we should probably grab any sugarcane we see along the way, because we're definitely going to need lots of it. Alright, I hit a pretty big piece of land here, not too far from our base actually, but I think it's worth exploring. Oh, hello little turtle friend. Why are you so adorable? Yo, a jungle! It might not be the lava pool we were looking for, but honestly, finding a new biome is way more exciting anyway. Alright, let's chop down some of these trees so we can get some jungle saplings. Ooh, we'll definitely grab some cocoa beans as well. The brown dye will definitely come in handy for decorating. Alright, so we got 8 saplings, and I think that's pretty much good. That will allow us to plant at least a couple of large jungle trees back at home. And it looks like the sun is setting, so let's definitely head to bed really quickly because I don't want any mob spawning. So we gathered a bunch of stuff that will be really useful for us down the line, but we still need to find our lava. It's just really easy to get distracted when there's so much to explore. Oh, see what I mean? This is awesome though. We were definitely due to find a village soon. Ooh, and melons. Oh, there's so much good stuff around here. These are gonna look great around our base, especially when we expand our farmland. So there are some crops that we've actually been missing, such as carrots and potatoes and stuff. So you know what? I'm just gonna take all of these. We also got some beetroot. And do they have potatoes? I don't think so, not in this one anyway. Oh wait, yes, potatoes! So we finally have collected all of the crops we need for our farmland. I'm sorry villagers, I'm just coming in and taking everything. I'll pay you back with something. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something really good, I promise. It won't be anything, I don't have anything to give them. You are a cleric, which means you have a brewing stand right here that I could potentially use. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna take this. There's no bookshelves in here though, which kind of stinks because that would have been really handy. Oh, there's a Ruth cat. And if any of you are wondering who the heck Ruth is, that is my cat in real life who looks pretty much exactly like this. Oh my gosh, we need to bring her home. It's funny, we set out on the simple task of gathering lava, and we found so many other really important things today. Alright, let's gather some salmon quickly for Ruth so we can bring her home. Hopefully 11 salmon is enough, but if there's one thing I know about Ruth, it's that she really loves food. Alright, let's be quiet and try to get close to her. Come here, Stinky. Come here. It's working. Yes! We got my best stinky pal, Ruth. Alright, now that we have a new friend by our side, let's see what else is around here before we continue the hunt for lava. There's a savanna biome right here too. Let's spend some time chopping some of these acacia trees down so we can collect some saplings. After this, I'm pretty sure the only tree we have left to find is mangrove. I'm really happy with how quickly we managed to find every tree type because now we have more options for building. Okay, so we got 6 acacia saplings, and that should be good to keep a steady supply going back at home. The sun's going down, so let's take shelter in this village for the night, and in the morning we'll continue looking for lava. Well, it looks like someone had a really good sleep last night and doesn't want to get out of bed today. You know what? I feel that. Ruthie, you're looking very cozy, but we have to explore today. I promise there's many good napping spots back at my base. Alright, so we've pretty much got everything we need. I just need to find a pool of lava now. I'm not too worried about finding them. They're actually pretty common. It's just taking a little bit longer because we found so many other cool things while exploring. Oh, I hear lava, but the further I walk away from it, I don't hear it anymore. So does that mean it's like underneath me? Ruth, be careful. I'm gonna do some digging. Oh, I found some. Nice. I mean, it's a little bit unconventional, but hey, I'll take this. All right, let's fill up this water bucket and bombs away. All right, this is perfect. Yay, we got our first obsidian. That's so exciting. I think I'm gonna spend some extra time collecting most of this because we're gonna need some for a nether portal down the line as well. All right, so we got 15 obsidian. I think that's more than enough. All right, Ruth, I think it's finally time for us to head home. You're gonna love it there. Ah, home sweet home. All right, let's get you out of this boat. Come on. Well, buddy, what do you think? You like it? Yeah. Ruth says my organization is terrible and she wants to hang out and do it for me. And you know what? She's right. She's definitely gonna get her own space at some point, but for now, this is good. So let's get started on making this enchanting area. And I think the first thing we should do is make the table. So we have our diamonds and obsidian, and now all we need is a book. And if we combine all these things together, we've got ourselves an enchanting table. Having enchanted tools is going to make our lives so much easier. So we're going to leave this stashed away up here for safekeeping, along with some of these books and paper. And since we just got back from a long journey, we should definitely harvest some of our sugarcane. And I'm not going to make paper out of it just yet because the more we replant now, the more we're going to have later. Let's also go pay a visit to our cows and feed them as well. Hey, fellas, why are you staring at me like that? I think they might be starting to catch on. All right, that should be good. And now I think we're finally ready to begin building this enchanting area. So in order to get this started, we need to find the perfect place to put it. And the idea I had in mind for this was an overgrown enchanted garden. So I would definitely like this thing to be placed within the flower forest because I think that would fit the theme perfectly. So let's take a look around to see if we can find a good spot. So I found this really nice circular patch of land pretty close to our house that might work. I really like how it kind of gently slopes down, and in the center is this really tall oak tree. The build I had in mind is actually a circular shape, so this area would be perfect. Plus, not only is this build close to our spawn, but it's relatively close to our house as well, which means it'll be easy to travel between the two. Alright, let's begin clearing some of these trees so we can get a better idea of what this space actually looks like. Let's also shear some of these leaves really quickly. You can never have too many in your inventory. Alright, this space is all cleared out and I think it is perfect. We have tons of room to work with, and honestly, the natural landscape of this is really pretty. There's not much else that we really need to change to it. The only thing I really need to do is a little bit of terraforming here and there to patch up some of these holes with dirt. And I'm just gonna level out this patch to make it a little bit more in line with this tree, because I am gonna be building some ponds and stuff around the enchanting table, and I think it would look better if the table sat flush with the tree rather than being sunken in. Yeah, that's looking much better. Alright, to start things off, I'm gonna place the enchanting table where I want it to go. We need to make sure we leave some space for stone and water to surround it, so I think I'm gonna place it here. I'm also gonna mark out a rough shape of the bookshelves as well as the stones that will surround this area. I always like to lay down a rough template so I can get an idea of how things will look and see if I need to make adjustments. We might have to do a little bit of light terraforming here and there to make more space for the water, but I think that this is pretty much perfect. Alright, now before we begin building, there's a couple of materials that I'm lacking. Since this thing is really overgrown, I want to use a lot of mossy cobblestone, which I don't really have at the moment because we were running low on moss. But we've got a couple of bones in here, we've got some bone meal, and we have some to spare in this bone meal machine. So I'm just going to place a piece of moss by the table and start bone mealing it. I figured I needed to terraform some of the area around here anyway, so instead of shoveling away dirt, we can gather up the moss that we made. And let's also bone meal an azalea tree because we're gonna need these leaves later. We made kind of a mess of this place, but you know what? It's okay. It'll all get fixed up. Alright, now we just need to combine the moss that we collected with our cobblestone, and we've got ourselves some mossy cobble. I think a stack and a bit should be enough for now. Alright, the last thing that we need is a little bit more stone and andesite. I used all of it up when we were making that mossy cobble, so we're gonna need a little bit more for the rest of the build. And we can never have too much coal, so we'll grab this as well. So let's get some of this cobble that we gathered popped in our furnaces. And while we're waiting for this stone to burn, let's shear this azalea tree. Alright, hopefully we should have a good amount of stone now. We ended up with a stack and a bit, and I think that's a pretty good start. So we're gonna have to begin by making some stone bricks. Now I'm gonna toss some of these back in because I want them to be cracked stone. I think that'll really help with making this look really old and overgrown. Next, let's add some moss to some of these as well. So now that we have our palette of blocks ready, let's begin building our garden wall. So to make this thing look old and worn down, I'm gonna make the pieces of the wall between 1 and 3 blocks high and circling the enchanting table. Alright, so this is the basic shape that we're going for. You can see the walls are looking really flat right now and kind of lack shape at the moment. But with this rough template in place, we can start adding more pieces to bring it to life. So we're going to start to do that by adding some full blocks beside the walls. I'm also removing or replacing some in spots that look a little bit too structured. So you can see that adding extra blocks here and there have made these walls look less flat and more organic. Next comes the final layer to bring this all together, which is adding slabs, stairs, and walls. This is where we start ending up with a big mess in our inventory. But it's the most crucial part to builds like this. So I usually start by placing these pieces in sharp corners to round them off a bit and adding them on top of blocks as well. These types of blocks help make it look like this wall is chipped and decaying. Okay, our cracked stairs are finally ready, which means that we can replace some of these blocks with them. I think these will definitely make the build feel a little bit more run down. There, I think that's looking really good. You can see that when you add things like slabs, stairs, and walls to things, it makes it look a lot more dynamic, and adds a lot more interesting shape to the build. Alright, the next thing I'm going to do is line some of these edges with coarse dirt. Some pieces might end up getting replaced here and there, but it's good to have it all laid out before we layer other blocks on top of it. Now that the coarse dirt is laid out, we can add in the leaves. One thing that helps make something look very old and forgotten is piles of leaves growing in and around the structure. A good rule of thumb on where to place your leaves is kind of in the corners where it looks a little bit too square, so little pockets like this are perfect for leaves. I also like to place some so they're poking over the edge of the build as well. Hiding the leaves behind slabs and stairs like that just give you really nice pops of color and texture. And I think this side could use some of those as well. Oh no, what are you doing here? Hi. Alright, let's see what you got. It's gonna take a lot to impress me though. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna cut it, buddy. You know what? I'm gonna be nice. Since this is your first time here, I'm gonna gift you a boat so you can leave and never come back. Here, I'll bring you over to this beautiful vast ocean so you can be on your way. Here we go. I think this is the perfect spot. Alright, bye! Good luck! Hope you enjoy the boat. Geez, the wandering trader needs to learn some manners. Alright, since we were kind of derailed from our task, now would be a good time to quickly feed our cows and harvest our sugarcane. Wow, there's lots of you now, huh? If we keep this up, we should be good for leather. Wait, sorry, what? No, you didn't hear me say that, cows. I said that if we keep this wheat supply up, you should be good to eat dinner. Yeah, that's what I said. Okay, bye! Phew, that was a close one. Since we're already in this area, now would be a perfect time to make a quick trip to the caves. We've done a really good job at making our enchanting area look overgrown, but now I want to add some magic to it. And I think amethyst blocks would be perfect for that. I wish we could also grab some of these clusters as well, but we don't have silk touch yet to be able to do that. But hey, maybe we'll get lucky with our enchanting table today. Alright, I grabbed 2 stacks and I think that should be more than enough. So let's head back on up. So I grabbed all this sugarcane earlier and I didn't actually get around to replanting it. I'm going to plant some a little bit closer to where we're building because I'm wondering if it's a bit too far from us to be growing properly. And the last thing I'm going to do is collect some sand so I can make some glass. Since I'm going with the magic theme here, I want to build a crystal over top of the table so it looks like a powerful energy is coming from the book. And let's just pop that in the furnace to burn. So now that we have our amethyst, I can finally lay out the groundwork around the table itself. And I'm going to extend this amethyst ground a bit further out so we have a nice lead up to this table. Alright, I think that's looking good. So I left all of these patches of grass here because I want to dig them out and replace them with some water. It might take a bit of extra time, but I always like to dig down an extra layer to replace the dirt with other blocks. You can pretty much use anything that would be found at the bottom of a pond, such as gravel, stone, maybe some leaves. Honestly, even leaving some of the dirt is fine too. You may not always notice these things at first, but I find going the extra mile really does make the difference. I mean, minus the grass bookshelves, this is really starting to come together. I love that you have to walk up on crystals and kind of jump over some water to get to the enchanting table. Feels very magical. I'm just going to do a quick tidy up of the rocks over here because I feel like they could enclose the entrance of the path a little bit better. Alright, I think I'm really happy with the main shape of this build, so the next thing that I'm going to do is build a water moat around all of this. And it's not going to be anything too wide, it's just going to frame up this area really nicely. Having the coarse dirt here actually really helped because it acted as sort of a guideline on what not to take away when shaping this pond. So the circular pond around this area is all filled in, and I think that it frames this enchanting area very nicely. I really love the patches of moss we have, but all this grass kind of feels like it's lacking texture. I'm going to bring in some of the stone and coarse dirt that we used to blend in this build with our terrain a bit more. I'm also going to toss in some bushes and rock piles to help blend in the landscape, just like how we did with our mining outpost. There, I think even adding little rock piles and bits like that really helped fix it up. So now that most of the decorating is complete, I think we need to lay a path that leads up to the enchanting table. I'm going to place a couple blocks of amethyst between the stone path to make it look like it's trailing off a bit. This spot right here looks like it's naturally a bit of a path already, so I'm going to use it as a bit of a guide. Let's round some of the corners of the stairs to give it more of a unique shape. Next, we just have to replace some of this grass and dirt with various stones. At the moment, I only have dirt path back at my base, so I'm going to taper off this stone path so I can blend the two path types together. That way, all of our pathing will lead into each other more smoothly. And hopefully that way it'll feel seamless. I think this is looking like a really cute forest path. So right where the stone ends right here, I'm going to start adding in dirt path, and I'm just going to connect it all the way to our base. Most of it may still be kind of rough, but I'm happy we have a path that connects us properly to the enchanting area. We'll definitely get around to overhauling our paths once our base grows a little bit more. Aside from getting the rest of the enchanting stuff put in, all we really have left to do is add some decorations. So let's start by adding some spruce fencing along the path to close it off a bit. Next, I'm going to grab some of these lilacs and lily of the valley because I think the color of them complement the amethyst really nicely. Let's just get these spread out across the garden. And finally, I'm going to add just a couple more blades of grass and bushes in this area so the ground doesn't look as flat. There, I think that is looking very magical and very nice. So the only thing we really have left to do is add our table and some magical decorations, and it's pretty much done. And I think that means the unfortunate time has come. Hey friends, you're trying to leave? No, you can't leave. I'm gonna feed you all one last time. I'm so sorry it's gotta be this way. Sorry. I'm not sure 15 leather is gonna cut it for our bookshelves, but I also don't want to collect any more leather because we have to make sure our cow supply is still good. Ooh, I see some sugarcane over there. I'm just gonna grab that really quickly. And yeah, not much has grown over here, unfortunately. I think I have been too far away from it to grow properly. Alright, so we do have some spare books and paper laying around, which is great. And now with the rest of the materials we collected, let's make our bookshelves. So right now we only have 5 out of the 15 that we need. Let's see if any of this sugarcane by the ocean has grown so we can get a couple more books. Oh yeah, this stuff has grown much quicker than the stuff by the farmland. Alright, so that bit of extra paper allowed us to make 2 more bookshelves. That's not bad. Alright, let's get our first couple of bookshelves placed. It's funny, now that these few bookshelves are put in, this actually feels like an enchanting spot. The grass was really throwing me off before, but now it feels like it's really starting to come to life. Alright, now that this table is mostly put together, I think I'm going to make the decorative crystal that goes above it. I'm going to use some glass and glass panes that are made of magenta dye because I feel like it would complement the amethyst really well. So I'm going to use some glass panes starting from the bottom that are going to go into pieces of glass and tapering back off at the top. So I think that shape makes it look like there's some form of magical energy that's stemming from the book and flowing upwards. And I also think it ties in really nicely with this amethyst ground. I think it's starting to look pretty magical around here. I just realized that I also had some spare Lush cave foliage left over that would be perfect for this area. And let's just hide a spore blossom in right here. Spore blossoms are one of my favorite items. They add so much atmosphere to the area. Look at how much of a difference it's already made. Alright, it feels like we did quite a bit of work on this thing, and now all we really have to do is make a couple more bookshelves for the table and we're done. The sun is setting, so I say we go home and get some rest, and we'll finish this thing up once our bookshelves are ready. So after quite a bit of time spent collecting leather, we finally have the bookshelves we need to finish off this table. And you may have noticed that I got a pretty good supply of food out of this as well. Alright, let's get these long-awaited bookshelves in place. So with all of them in place, we have max 30 enchantments. So let's go grab some lapis and give this thing a shot. Alright, I'll take that. And yes, Ruth, I saw the organization that you did and it was very good, so you can have some fish. Alright, It's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. I think I want to go with my pick first. So we've got efficiency 4 and... Ooh, that's not exactly what I was hoping for. I think we should give that one another shot. If we could get fortune or silk touch, that would be amazing. All right, let's disenchant this, get some levels back. All right, round 2, here we go. Come on. Unbreaking 3 and efficiency 4. I mean, it's surely better than the last one, but do we test our luck some more? I mean, we do have 30 levels to spend still, so why not? And I'm gonna pop a grindstone here so we don't have to keep running back and forth. All right, let's get rid of these levels, and third time's a charm. It worked! No way. I mean, it's not fortune 3, but hey, that's pretty good. So we've got fortune, efficiency, and unbreaking on this. Risking it definitely paid off. Kinda sucks because this thing is already starting to wear out, so we do need to be careful with it. The only other thing we need left in this area is a chest so we can store our lapis. So I'll just put that in there for now. And now that this is all done, let's just add a couple of final touches. We still don't have enough iron for lanterns yet, but hey, this'll do for now. All right, let's just light this candle here, and I think this build is complete. I also added in a couple trees here and there to enclose the area a bit more and make it feel more like a secret garden. And I'm so happy with how this build turned out. I think I did manage to nail down the overgrown fantasy vibe that I was going for. And I think the flower forest biome that we're in is the perfect backdrop for this. And above all, we have one of the most important items to help us progress in this game. I'm super happy about that. Alright everyone, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you enjoyed it, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. And with all that, I'll see you all in the next one. Bye! Today we're gonna build a skeleton XP farm so we can easily level up to enchant our items. And it looks like we have a lot of work ahead of us, so let's get started. So the first thing that we need to do today is locate a spawner. We have the options of a zombie, spider, or skeleton spawner, but I think I would specifically like for us to find a skeleton one. The bones would be really useful for bone meal, and the arrows would come in handy as well. And I think our best bet in finding one would be to search this big cave with the mine shaft that we came across the other day. There's gotta be at least one skelly spawner in here. Yep, this is a pretty big cave. Uh-oh. My bad. Well, he took out the zombie for me, so that's good. Alright, where do we even begin with this place? Oh my gosh. Well, the first path I chose, I reached a dead end. So, back I go, I guess. Alright, this opening seems to go down to deep slate level. Maybe we should try our luck here. And of course, I'm gonna pick up some of the iron I see along the way. We have fortune now on our pick, which is great because we'll get more out of it. Oh, diamonds! Nice! Let's just build a quick little bridge over. I thought I heard footsteps. Oh no. Oh geez. There we go. We're good. We're good. All right, let's get these diamonds real quick. There seems to be only one block, but hey, I'll take it. Plus, we got 3 out of it because we have fortune on our pick now, so that's pretty good. All right, onwards we go. Well, there's lots of skellies down here, so that's a good sign, right? Ooh, some lapis. Don't mind if I do. That'll be good for enchanting. Extra iron, why not? Okay, back to focusing on the task at hand, I swear. Ooh, more diamonds though. I've also seen an abundance of iron around here, so I'm wondering if this cave has one of those iron deposits. Because there seems to be quite a bit more than usual. Alright, don't mind if I do. And it looks like I've got some combat to do. Oh, starting with you. Okay, we got this. We're really holding our own here. And would you look at that, some diamonds as a reward. So what I'm keeping an eye out for right now is like a wall of cobblestone, because that will indicate that there's a spawner room close by. I think I see a block of raw iron. This means that this cave is going to have significantly more iron in it than most, which is going to be so useful for us until we get an iron farm going in the future. Well, since it's all here, we might as well grab it anyway. Oh, I think I have company. Oh no, it's 2 of them. Sorry, dudes. Alright, back to finding our spawner. So I came across a mine shaft, which is great, but I'm also a little worried because that means there's gonna be cave spiders. Hopefully there'll be a skelly spawner hanging around here somewhere though. That'll make it all worth it. Ooh, a minecart with a chest. Don't mind if I do. Diamonds. Ooh, and riptide. Nice. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take all of this stuff. Alright, back to spawner searching. That's probably spider. Ah! Oh my gosh. You came out of nowhere. Okay, there's not an abundance of webs around it, which means it actually might not be a cave spider spawner. Please no spiders. Please no spiders. It's a skeleton spawner. Yes. Okay, let's get this torched up so nothing can spawn. Hey, there's a bunch of name tags in here. That's awesome. Okay, so step 1 of building our XP farm is complete. We've got our skelly spawner. Step 2 is, getting back to the surface. I have pretty much no idea where we are in relation to our base because I got pretty twisted around in these caves. But I'm hoping it's close by and not underwater. Fingers crossed. Alright, so we made it back to surface level and I think we're near our base. Alright, let's take a look around and see exactly where we are. Oh, and there's our house. This is perfect. So now that we're back at our base, let's put some of this stuff away and then we can continue on with this skelly spawner. Let's get some of this iron cooking as well. And lastly, we gotta reward Ruth with a snack for just being cute. That's all. Alright, so if I want to make this skelly farm as efficient as possible, there's a key item that I'm going to need, and that's soul sand. Which means it's time for us to make our first trip into the nether. Alright, I think we can get away with using 11 obsidian. The portal might be a little bit smaller, but hey, we can always change it when we want to decorate it. As long as it gets us where we need to go, I'm happy. And in terms of where we're going to place it, I was thinking somewhere close to the enchanting area would be good, because they really fit in theme with each other. Up on top of this hill could actually be kind of cool. Yeah, I think this view overlooking our base is perfect. Alright, let's chop down some of these trees so we can find a good spot to place this. Now let's throw down some of our obsidian. Alright, it's a little guy, but you know what? It'll do the job. I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit scared, especially because I didn't wear any gold for the piglins, but hey, it'll be okay. Alright, let's light it up. And there's nothing left to do but just go on in. Here we go. Oh no, this is the worst possible biome for me. I'm so bad with the hoglins. Wait, there's soul sand right there though. Yes. Alright, all we need to do is carefully bridge over these trees so the hoglins can't get us, and we're good. Piece of cake. Alright, let's grab up a bunch of this, because we are definitely going to need it for future projects down the line. Plus, we have our mine shaft that still needs the bubble elevator, so we can finally complete that too. Alright, I think we're good to go. I don't want to test my luck in here and see what else is around, so it's just a quick trip today. I think that is probably the least stressful trip I've ever had in the nether, well, ever. So we can check soul sand off of our list of things that we need for this elevator. The next thing we need is some kelp, which I think we have back at home in our storage. Ah, perfect. There's only 11, which might not be enough, but that's not really an issue because we can always bone meal it if we need to. I had some extra bone meal laying around, but we can also make a bunch from these skeleton bones that we got from the caves earlier. Oh yeah, that'll be more than enough. And finally, the last thing that we need for this elevator is a bucket of water. Alright, let's find the entrance to this spawner so we can start building this thing. And down we go. Alright, the first thing that we have to do is we've got to clear some space around the spawner. Next, I just have to fill in some of these walls to make a perfect square. There, that's looking good. Now we just drop some water in the two corners. Next, we break away some of these blocks because this is where the skeletons will be flowing down into. Alright, now it's time to make this bubble elevator, which means I've got to climb all the way up. Then I place my water at the top, and hope I don't drown while I dig myself back down. Oh geez. Yep, this is getting kind of risky. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I made it. Yes. I do need to patch up some of these holes that I made along the way though. Oh no, this was a bad idea. Oh no. Ah! Oh no, why didn't I eat? You know what, it's okay. Things were going too smoothly anyway, and something had to happen at some point. I mean, at least we're making an XP farm so I can get all my levels back later anyway. Alright, time to add the kelp to this thing so it's no longer a death trap. And if I place the soul sand here and go in, there we go, perfect. It works just as intended. So I dug myself all the way to where I need to go for the skeletons to land correctly without dying, and all I have to do now is place a hopper with a chest beside it to collect all the stuff. So now we just have to go into the spawning area and break the torches and see if it works. Oh my gosh, yep, it's working. Ugh, get me out of here. That's scary. Hey, would you look at that? They're all falling down. Excellent. And because they take a ride up in that elevator that gives them fall damage, they're one swipe, which is perfect. Dang, that's a good amount of XP. So it looks like we have ourselves a working XP farm. The only thing left to do now is decorate it and make it look good. I'm gonna start things off by digging out some extra room for us. That way we can store some extra chests and some essential items that we're gonna need for this spawner area. And the best part is while I'm working down here, I can just swipe away and gather up my XP that I need. So I checked the coordinates of where the spawner room is going to fall above ground, and it pretty much rests on top of this hill that's behind our barn. Now I don't really want to build the XP house on top of this hill, so I'm going to extend the hallway of the XP farm out a little bit more so the bubble elevator falls at the bottom of the hill here. So with that placement in mind, let's chip away at this a little bit more so we land where we want to. Alright, our next bubble elevator has all been dug out, so let's get the kelp in and see if this thing works. We'll break this and replace this with soul sand. And we've got ourselves a very, very long bubble elevator to bring us back up to the surface. Perfect. And beside it, we just need to dig a hole down to the bottom, put some water there, and we're good to fall into that. I kind of forgot to actually fill a bucket with water so I can place some here. This is probably a horrible idea, but I'm gonna place a bed here and see if it breaks my fall. I have a feeling that this doesn't really work, but you know what? It'll be funny to try. Did at least remember to grab my water this time, so that's good. So this bed that I placed down there might save my fall, or it might not. There's only one way to find out. Oh, that didn't work. Well, it's a good thing we built an XP farm today. I know what will catch my fall though, this water. Alright, it's all done. So now we have a very, not so pretty hallway leading into our skeleton XP farm. But before we begin decorating this underground part of the build, I think I want to build the house on top first. So let's head on back up and get that started. So let's start things off by terraforming this land to flatten things out a little bit. There, I think that's the perfect amount of space. So now I can begin building up the walls of this build. And it's going to be a 9x7 rectangle made of calcite, polished diorite, and regular diorite. Next, I'm going to place the beams one block out from the wall to give some extra depth to the build. And I'm just going to make these beams using barrels, stripped spruce, and oak. There, I think that's looking great so far. And having these beams placed one block out is also going to allow us to add some extra details to them later. Alright, let's go ahead and pop out a spot for a door right here. And on this part of the wall, I'm going to pop out 2 windows. And I'm going to replace the blocks above the windows and doors with some polished diorite stairs, just to give a little bit more shape above them. So now that the walls are all done, I'm going to start the roof off by placing deep slate stairs as the trim. And I'm just going to build up the shape of the roof using full deep slate blocks. I really like this more structured shape, but the only thing I might change is that stair on top. Yeah, I think that fits the shape a little bit better. Now that the roof trim is done, I'm going to start filling in the bottom half with dark oak stairs. And for the upper half, I'm going to use some slabs to gently slope the roof down into the center. And I'm going to follow the same pattern with this deep slate trim. Finally, I'm going to build a little bit of an extension of this house into the middle of this roof. And we're just going to use the same block palette as a lower level for the walls and beams up here. I'm going to give this roof a curved shape in the middle of it, but we're also going to make the overall roof shape a bit steeper as well. To add some magic to this build, let's fill in the rest of it with some amethyst. And finally, to finish it all up, we'll close it all off with some extra trim and detailing. Yeah, I think this is looking really good. I think the sloped roof and block palette really help make this feel like a more magical build. So now that the main shape is done, it's time to add some finishing touches and we'll be done with the exterior. I'm going to start by adding a circular design around the windows and doors. We'll add some trim to the sides of the house. And of course, we can't forget a door. So I really want to add some azalea leaves to the roof because I think that they would be perfect contrast with the dark oak and deep slate. But the problem is, I have tons of trees but no leaves. Oh, but wait, what's that? I have a really OP skeleton farm that will provide me with bones for bone meal? Well, you don't say. This farm has already made my life so much easier. Alright, let's shear up a bunch of these leaves, and now we can get to placing them. I'm also going to toss down some potted azalea on the edges for extra detail. We'll pop some white stained glass in the windows, and let's replace some of this grass with coarse dirt and plant some rose bushes and azalea in front of our windows. I want this path to look a little bit more messy and overgrown, so I'm going to use a combination of gravel, cobble, moss, and mossy cobblestone. Let's bone meal a bit of this moss to get some more grass and make it look a little bit more messy, and then we'll replace some of the edges with some coarse dirt as well. And then we'll line this path with a bit of fencing. And to finish off the sides of the build, I'm going to put up some lattice on the walls made of oak trapdoors with some leaves growing off of it. And finally, the last thing I'm going to do for the exterior is plant some trees around the build to make it feel like it's in more of an enclosed forest. We'll add some bushes by our fencing as well. There, I think the exterior is pretty much done, and I'm so happy with how this has turned out. I think this is feeling very magical, which is perfect because the XP farm is pretty magical in and of itself. I tried to make this area look as overgrown as I could, so I used a little bit of a messier path with gravel, mossy cobble, and moss mixed in, and lots of coarse dirt around the edges, and overall I think it looks really cute. So the exterior of this build is complete. Now all we have left is the interior, and also the underground part. We can't forget that. Alright, let's start getting rid of this grass so we can begin this interior. So let's start things off by placing some floors down. And I'm going to use some dark oak to complement the palette we were using outside. I also find that dark oak just works really well with fantasy builds in general. So for the ceiling, I'm going to alternate between dark oak and spruce to give it a little bit more interest so it's not all the same. Yeah, I think that's looking really good. Alright, let's also fix up these elevators a tiny bit so we're not constantly looking at dirt whenever we're in here. And I'll just patch it up with some deep slate to match the aesthetic. So we have the bones of this structure all done and it's looking great. Now it's time to decorate and give this thing some life. Let's start by enclosing this bubble elevator using some barrels and trapdoors. This will also double as some useful storage for us. Let's pop down some furnaces. And let's get some counter space in this corner so we can place down a small potion brewing area. We'll pop in some extra shelves on top, and we'll get a cauldron in right here. And to finish this corner off, we'll place a small storage cubby right here, mostly because I think they look cute. So the structural part of the interior is looking great, and I think it will be really functional as well. The only thing it's missing now are some items to make it feel more magical. Since the XP farm is magical in itself, I would imagine that something like potion brewing would complement it really well. So let's get some water in our cauldron for the potions, and we'll place our stand right here. I'm also going to use glowberries as the primary lighting for this interior. Next, let's place some pots with flowers and saplings because I would imagine these would be used for potion brewing. And I'm going to place some unlit campfires as stacks of wood fuel for the furnaces. Oh, and I forgot to bone meal these glowberries so they actually provide light. Last but not least, I'm going to pop in a couple of bookshelves that would contain potion recipes. Okay, for the final piece of this interior, I'm going to replace some of this flooring with amethyst and carpet that matches it. The floor was looking a little bit barren, like it was missing something, so I think this is the perfect final touch. Plus, the amethyst always sounds so cool when you walk over it. Yeah, this is looking really cool. It's a small little space, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. I think it fits the fantasy vibe really well. I think using things like the glowberries, the plants, and the amethyst really help out with that. So now that the interior of the actual house is all done, it's time for us to finish up the rest of it in the basement where the actual farm is. Alright, down we go. Yeah, it's not looking too hot down here. But there's a lot we can do to make it look better. And the first thing we gotta do is tear through these walls and replace it with something that looks a little bit nicer. I'm going to use deep slate tiles for the walls of this basement. I'm going to make these walls recessed along the hallway to add more dimension, but also because it's going to allow us to add extra detail and lighting to this build. So each section is going to be 3 blocks wide, but I think I'm going to alternate between designs so the patterns don't repeat too much. Next, I'm going to fill in the floor with some dark oak. I'm not sure I want this entire floor to be dark oak, but I'm going to put it in as a placeholder for now because it's going to be our primary block. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe running some amethyst down the middle of the floor would look really cool. I should probably have something surrounding it, but I'm not sure what I want to do with that yet, so I'm just going to leave it for now as is. Alright, now for the inner part of these recessed walls, I want to fill them with some dark oak to complement the floors. This is turning out to be a really moody build, but honestly I really like it so far. And then we'll just toss in some stairs to make a circular design on this part. And for the other pattern, I'm going to do some upside down stairs 1 block higher to give us some extra space for some different items. And of course, we'll fill in these walls with dark oak as well. Now for the ceiling, we're going to do the same as we did with the house, which is dark oak on the outside with spruce running right down the middle. And for the final part of this hallway, we just need to add some details to make it all come together. I'm thinking some glowberries in these little circle things will provide nice lighting. And in these bigger areas, I'm going to throw down some planters with azalea bushes. toss in some lanterns here as well. Alright, after having multiple attempts on trying to figure out what to do with this flooring, I think I found a pattern that I really like. I'm adding in some moss to the floors to complement the azalea and glowberries. I also think adding pops of organics to underground spaces makes it feel a lot less dark and scary. Listen, we want this XP farm to look cool and moody, but we also don't want it to be so scary that we never come down here again. Yeah, this is looking real cool. Alright, for the section near the farm, I'm gonna build out a little storage work area that we can use. We'll pop down some chests for overflow of the XP farm, and then we'll just place down some of the essential workstations that we often use. And on the other wall across from this, I'm gonna make a little cozy AFK room I can chill in while I'm farming XP. Hey, we might as well be comfortable if we're gonna spend a lot of time down here. Let's place down a little reading lamp. We obviously can't forget a door. And finally, let's put in a comfy chair so I can stare at my favorite painting while I wait down here. Ah, there's the one. Perfect. We're nearly done, but I want to just add a few last touches by putting in some planters. Some of these corners were missing some greenery, and I think this is looking a lot better now. You know what, there's some extra space here, so let's add in one more cute little cubby. Then we'll bone meal these glowberries. And I think that's it for this build. I think it's looking really cool down here. I like how it's a really dark and moody palette, but I think we brought a lot of life to it through all of these organics that we placed. It definitely feels more bright and cozy rather than ominous and scary, that's for sure. We've also got a nice simple little workstation for things that we might need, and of course on the opposite wall we have our little AFK room. It's comfortable, it's cozy, and of course I've got my painting behind me that I can stare at for hours. Don't know what this little guy is walking towards, but he looks like he has ambition, and I like it. So yeah, this is pretty much all of the downstairs of the XP room, and the farm works amazing as well, which is great. I mean, I've had a ton of unfortunate deaths today, and my XP is already all the way back up at 21, so that's pretty good. And also, I get so much bone meal out of it, which is perfect because I go through a lot of it. But yeah, I think we did a really good job of sticking with a very specific block palette to tie each part of the build together. But everything still looks unique and different in its own way. Yeah, I'm very happy with how this one turned out. Plus, I think this build ties in really nicely with our enchanting area as well, which means our magical builds are both complementing each other. Oh, and I almost forgot. The very last thing we need to do is connect our build to our house with a dirt path. And there we go, everything's all connected now. And if we walk through this little patch of forest, our build slowly gets revealed. Yeah, this looks so awesome. I'm very, very happy. Alright everyone, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye! Today we're gonna build a house for a villager so we can get an essential book we need for enchanting. And it looks like a fresh new day has begun, so let's get started. So the last thing that we built was our skeleton XP farm, and it's working really well. Now that we have this, I feel like we're far more prepared to gather up the last few diamonds we need so we can fully upgrade the rest of our tools. The only issue we have right now is that our diamond pick with fortune is starting to wear out a bit, and I'm worried it's gonna break soon. So I figured the best thing for us to do today would be to bring back a villager to our base who will give us the mending book so we can keep our tools and armor in good condition. Sounds easy, what could go wrong? Alright, before we do that, I think it would be wise to build the house the villager's gonna live in first. Hopefully if we set things up beforehand, it will make this whole process a bit easier. Not that it's gonna be difficult or anything. Okay, so, since the mending book is an item related to our tools and armor, I wanted to build the villager's house close to our mining outpost because I feel like these things are closely related. So we have the area where we get our materials for the tools, and next door we have a villager who will provide us enchantments for them. And I'm just going to start things off by terraforming some of this area to flatten it off a bit more because it's a little too uneven at the moment. There, I think that should be more than enough space that we need to build this house. So now that that's done, we can move on to building this thing up. Now I want most of this build to be made of stone and deep slate, which we have lots of. And I would also like to include some oak and dark oak, but we ended up using most of what we had in the last build. So let's make ourselves another axe because we're gonna need a couple. And we'll grab our dark oak saplings and bone meal. And let's plant some trees so we can gather up some more wood for this build. I think that should be a good amount to start with. Alright, with pretty much all of our materials gathered, I think we're ready to begin building. So I'm gonna start by building a 7x10 rectangle made of stone, cobble, and andesite. Usually I try to avoid even numbers for build dimensions because it can really mess up the spacing of things, but the length of 10 blocks will allow me to evenly place the other parts I'm going to be adding to this build. There, that should be good. Next, I'm going to build an entryway at the front of the house. I'm going to build it off to the left to make space for a tower that's going to go beside it. Adding different heights to the build really helps give it a lot more of an interesting shape. I also built it 1 block shorter than the primary structure, so the roof will sit a bit lower as well. And we're just going to build up a steep roof using dark oak planks. And I'm just going to do the same style of roof for the main footprint of the build. However, this one is going to end up much higher because the width of this build is wider than the entryway that we just built. That's a good thing though, because we want the central footprint to be the primary focus of the build. Alright, looking good. And now we just have to quickly patch in these gaps that we made when we placed our roofs down. So now that the frame is done, we can easily fill in the rest of the roof. And I'm gonna go with a deep slate brick and cobble roof because it matches the dark oak really nicely. You may have noticed that we're using a similar palette to our XP house, which is good because it's always nice to have palettes and patterns repeating around your base to help tie everything in together. And lastly, we just need to close off the top with a dark oak trim and it's all done. So here's the main structure done and I think it's looking great. The shape of the roof is kinda similar to our mining outpost and it also has the similar palette to our XP farm. But the other components of this build are so different that it feels like it complements our other builds rather than being too repetitive, which is exactly what I was trying to achieve with this. The only structural piece we have left to add is the tower beside our entryway, and I'm gonna make it out of oak planks and stripped oak so it stands out a little bit more amongst the darker blocks. Next, I'm gonna build the roof of the tower using stripped spruce wood. Oh no, you're back again? I thought I told you guys not to come back last time. This is so easy, they just keep hitting each other. Alright, we need some milk after that whole fiasco. Which is fine, because you know what? It's been a while since we checked up on our cows. Let's get you all some grub, and let's get some milk to cure this bad omen. Refreshing. Alright, back to our build. So the next thing we're going to add to this tower is some trim to the sides and some other decorational items such as fencing and walls. And for the base of the tower, we'll add some more trim at the bottom and place a window higher up. Alright, I think this build is really starting to come together. And because the roof is so steep, it leaves a lot of extra room for us to add a few more details to really make this thing stand out. And the first thing I'm gonna add is a smaller tower that will complement our other one. Next, let's toss in a couple of chimneys. I'm gonna use bricks for them because they'll contrast nicely against the deep slate. The smoke and sound of campfires also just adds so much more life to a build as well. And finally, let's add an awning to our entrance with a window above it. And of course, we can't forget a door. And I think this is looking so good so far. And I think it even pops during this sunset too. It looks really cool. Alright, let's head to bed for the night, and in the morning, we'll get started on the interior. Alright, let's begin building this interior. And I should probably start by taking this wall down. The first thing we've got to do is get rid of this dirt floor. And let's just replace it with some dark oak planks. I'm just going to keep the ceiling simple by using spruce slabs to fill it in. Now I just remembered that if we want a mending villager, we're going to need a lectern, which means we're going to need some paper, and yeah, we're going to need some leather. Hi friends. Yeah, I'm sorry. Also, sorry for eating this steak in front of you. I'm just really hungry. Sorry, and sorry. Okay, 13 leather should be enough. I'm pretty sure. We already have one bookshelf, so we actually have enough for a lectern, but I want to have more just in case. And I'd also like to have some bookshelves for decoration as well. Alright, 5 should do the trick. And last but not least, let's make our lectern. I guess I lost track of time because I didn't even realize it was close to nighttime. I really need to do a better job of lighting this base up. There are so many creepers around here right now. Oh no. I think I'm just gonna dip from here so I can go to bed at my house. Ah! Oh, that one jump scared me. Okay, let's go home. Ruth, it's terrifying out there. Don't go out there. Wait a second. Maybe I should bring you with me because creepers don't like you. I think we're gonna do that. Let's go to bed first. Alright, hopefully Ruth will just follow me. Ah! Ruth! Hurry up, I need you. Oh, there you are. What? I thought they were supposed to be afraid of you. Oh, they are. It works. You're a repellent. You're my hero, Ruth. Oh, no. Ugh. Come on, get over here. Oh, look at you running away all scared. All right, Ruth, you're sticking by me for now. Okay, let's get to work on this interior. So let's start by putting a little work table in the center of the room. And we'll also add some more counters along the walls. Next, let's add a little storage unit to this wall with a stockpile next to it. We'll add some shelving so we can place some extra storage and decorative items. Then let's get some flowers and glowberries in here for some greenery. And lastly, I'm going to put up a small decorative divider made of oak trapdoors near the entrance. And I'm also going to put an awning here so the villager won't be able to use the door. Sounds awful, but it works. Alright, and here's our house for our mending villager. It's got lots of books for some light reading, some workstations, storage, nice greenery. It's cozy, so I think he'll like it. So now all we have to do is go find our villager and bring him back here. Nothing could go wrong, right? Alright, before we head out, I kind of forgot to give this villager some daylight, and I think that's pretty essential. There we go, that looks much less dungeony and much more cozy. Alright, Ruth, you've done a fantastic job keeping me safe, but I think we're good now, so let's bring you back home. And here's some fish because you did such a good job. So we did already find a savannah village a while back, but it's pretty far away. I think I want to test my luck and try to find a village that's a little bit closer to our base. That way, it would make villager things a lot easier for us if the travel isn't as far. I say we follow one of these rivers and see where it takes us. So I've been boating down this river for a bit, and I see the taiga forest that we kind of explored a while back. Those biomes often have villages in them, so I feel like we should get out of our boat and test our luck there. There's one right here. Oh, this one's so much closer than the savannah one that we found. This is perfect. Alright, it is a bit smaller of a village and there are less villagers around, but it'll do for what we need right now, so that's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna break some of these job blocks so we don't have a bunch of farmers hanging around. That way we can get our mending villager sorted here and bring him back as a librarian. And let's just give this bell a little tap to get them to run into their homes. That way I can easily keep one in there, and then we can easily roll for the mending trade. Alright, looks like you're gonna be the lucky villager who's gonna be our librarian. Now let's begin the process of rolling for a specific trade. Listen, my guy, the sooner you give me mending, the sooner we can get out of here, okay? And after I told him all about the house he would be living in, he decided to give me mending. Nah, I'm joking. This was such a struggle and took forever. He literally didn't want to cooperate. But hey, we got our mending trade and now we're good to go. Alright, buddy, let's get you in the boat and let's bring you to your new home. So we are going to also have to figure out trades to get emeralds so we can actually buy the mending book from this villager. But this village is close enough to us, so for now, I'm okay with traveling down this river to trade sticks with a Fletcher until we get something a little bit more substantial at our base. Alright, buddy, looks like we're home. Okay, I'm gonna break the boat, but no funny business, okay? Lectern here, and let's roll. Follow the knowledge. Yes, exactly. You know what? You've been one of the better villagers that I've had to deal with so far. This is kind of easy. Look at him go. I'm so proud of him. I think he's also just really into books, so that helps. Alright, homie, this is the last time, I swear. Will he make it? Yes! Let's go! You did it, buddy! Alright, let's pop a trapdoor here so he can't get out. And I think he's kind of loving it in here. So our mending villager is all safe and settled in his new home. And all we need to do now is get about 20 more emeralds so we can actually trade with him for a book. This villager will also trade paper for emeralds. But waiting for the sugarcane to grow might take a little bit of time. But that's okay. I figured that in between trading with the villager, we could start decorating and pathing the outside of his house. So let's start by connecting a dirt path to our mining outpost. And then we'll place some spots of spruce fencing just like we did with our other paths. And then we'll border it all with some coarse dirt to give it some more texture and help blend the path into the grass. The left side of the house is missing some decorations, so I think I'm going to keep it really simple by building a small garden coming off of it. Alright, let's pop down some gates with some granite walls so we can get that sort of wavy design with the gates. Then we'll pop down some small custom birch trees. And I think we need some tall flowers for this garden, but that's easy because we are in a flower forest after all. And I almost forgot to place a trim on this side of the house as well. This is the perfect spot to sneak some natural light in by hanging some glowberries in between the flowers. And finally, let's place some stone pebbles and smaller flowers in this garden. There, I think that's looking great. I'm just gonna add a little bit more pathing towards the garden so it's actually a walkable area. So now that the left side of the house is all detailed, I think we just need to add a little bit more greenery around the rest of it and then we'll be good. Taking a bit of extra time to add things in like shrubs, rock piles, and flowers really helps blend builds into the natural landscape. Let's also pop some walls along the path to act as posts for lanterns. When we terraformed the space earlier, we lost a lot of grass and greenery that I would like to add back because it's feeling pretty flat around the build still. I just had the idea that in between these trees, we could make a path that connects to the cave area we often adventure in, but also loop it back to our mining outpost as well. Having little side paths like this are not only useful in terms of travel, but I also find that they help make the overall base feel even more realistic and connected. Plus, this gives us the opportunity to finally get some stairs into this cave, so we're not always jumping around to get into it. And with all that, I think this area is done. It may have taken a little bit more time to add in some extra pathing and greenery, but I think that made the biggest impact on this space, so it was definitely worth it. The area to the right of this build is still a little bit bare, but that's because we're going to be adding more builds to it in the near future. But for now, I am so happy with how this is looking. It really feels like things are starting to take shape and come together. So now that we got all of our decorating done, it's time for us to get our mending book. I was able to harvest the sugarcane once while I was building, but it looks like it hasn't really grown back since. If I turn all this sugarcane into paper, I get a total of 68. And if we trade all of this, we get 2 emeralds. So I think the paper trade method isn't entirely as efficient as I thought. But luckily, I have a plan B. I'm gonna chop down a bunch of spruce trees so I can make sticks to trade with the Fletcher back at the village we found. The trade is actually pretty decent, so we should be able to get the emeralds that we need in no time, as long as the villagers don't cause any chaos. That's not a guarantee. Alright, let's head back to this village and get our emeralds once and for all. Alright, villagers, I'm back. So before I left the other day, I did leave a villager in a dirt hut in case we needed another one. And I'm just gonna pretend this wandering trader doesn't exist. Alright, buddy, let's get you a fletching table. And let's start trading up all these sticks. I think he's all traded out at the moment, but that's okay. I can wait. I'm patient. While you're like contemplating this trade, I just need to go do something really quickly. Don't worry about it. Alright, my dude, you ready to do some trading again? Excellent. 28 emeralds. Okay, let's grab a little bit more just in case, but I think we might have enough for our mending book. Alright, we're at 44 emeralds. This has been such a good trade, we might have to bring you home with us. Yeah, let's do that. You may have to live in a dirt house for a while, but once we get you your own place, you're gonna love it. Plus, you'll have a friend to socialize with there. Alright, buddy, we're home. Please no shenanigans when I break this boat. I beg of you. Come on. Go to the table. Oh, perfect. Amazing. Bye! See you soon! So, we have 44 emeralds, which I think is pretty good. I'm really happy I went the route of grabbing the Fletcher because it's going to make future trades so much easier. So now that we've got all that, I think I just need maybe 1 book to get the mending trade and we should be good. Also got some extra emeralds here and an extra bookshelf. Maybe I should pop this down and turn this into books as well. Alright, now we're ready to get our book. You know, sir, it's a little bit expensive. I have seen cheaper, but I'll take it. Alright, so we finally got our mending book for our fortune pick. And with that, I think it's time for us to upgrade it with the anvil. And what shall we name you? Let's go with Daryl. Wow, it's perfect. So let's stash away these emeralds for when we need them next, and probably this book, leather, and paper as well. And I think it's time for us to properly get some use out of this mending enchantment and fix our pickaxe. I keep forgetting to shear these glowberries so they stop growing down like that. There, that's better. Alright, let's go on down, put this in our offhand, and now we wait for skeletons. We're getting there. Alright, last one. Yeah! So our diamond pick Daryl is fully healed. But since we're already down here, I say we hang out a little bit longer to get to level 30 so we can enchant something else. I'm thinking maybe my sword would be really handy to enchant. Alright, we hit 30, but I think I want to grab a couple more levels in case we don't get the enchantments that we want. 35 should be good. I mean, I hope. Okay, let's get this sword enchanted. Get some lapis on here, and oh. That is the last enchantment that I wanted. All right, what do you say we give that another shot? Really? Why am I having the worst luck here? What is this? All right, last try. Oh, it's not that great. Well, I guess back to the skelly spawner we go. Okay, enchanting table, don't let me down this time. I'll take it. Whew, okay, we did it. We did it. Although I would have loved to get a second enchantment on their fire aspect, I'm still really happy I was able to at least get sharpness. So not only did we get our enchanted pick set up so it can't break, we also got ourselves another enchanted item. I'm so happy with the progress that we made today. Not only did we upgrade some of our gear, but also our base had some big upgrades as well. Plus, we have 2 new friends living here who are going to help us with so many more things going forward. Alright everyone, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye! Today we're gonna build an automatic sugarcane farm so we can get lots of paper for trading and books. We have a big project ahead of us today, so let's get started. So one of the issues I noticed when we were working on our last couple of projects was the lack of sugarcane we have around here. The stuff we have planted hasn't really been growing fast enough for the amount that we need. And even if we don't necessarily need it for our upcoming projects, I think it would be good to start gathering a large supply for when we do. But in order to get an automated system going, we're going to need a few components in order for it to work. We have an okay supply of redstone, but this farm is going to require some hoppers and we don't really have enough iron to make all of them. But it's a good thing that this cave underneath us has a large iron deposit so we can easily get some. But first, I think it would be wise for us to grab a bow and arrow for the caves. Luckily, we have a big ol' stash of them here from the spawner. We are gonna have to make a nicer bow eventually, but these free ones will do for now. Alright, I've got everything I need, so let's go exploring these caves. Oof, I did not light it up that well the last time I was here, did I? Ooh, iron. Alright, let's grab some of this coal to make some torches because I cannot see a thing. And I'm just gonna grab a little bit more before we hit deep slate levels because you can't find that much coal that far down. Alright, we've got a good amount of torches, so down we go. Except you're blocking my path, buddy. Yeah, there's a ton of iron that we can scoop up. This is awesome. Plus, we're going to get so much more because we have fortune on our pick. I'm also going to make sure we grab a bit more redstone because I'm not exactly sure how much we have at our base. Literally everywhere I turn, there's a big pocket of iron, which is great because honestly, I didn't really want to set up an iron farm just yet. Alright, I haven't been down here yet, so this place might be infested with mobs. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's take this newly enchanted sword for a spin. Yeah, I would say it's doing the job. Let's also grab some gold while we're here because it will definitely be useful for us down the line. Yes, diamonds. Ooh, there's a lot of mobs around here. We need to be careful. Huh? Oh no, I angered an enderman. I didn't even stare at you. Oh no. No, oh, that was close. All right, yeah, that's a lot of mobs here. Well, I have quite a bit of stuff. I have 2 stacks of iron, a couple diamonds, some redstone. I think we've got more than enough of what we need. Plus, there seems to be a lot of mobs everywhere, so I think that's my cue to get out of here. Ah, it feels good to be back up on the surface. I should probably make a cute little cave entrance from here too sometime, but that's a job for another day. Alright, let's get this iron burning and everything else put away. So we are going to need some materials from the nether for some of our redstone devices. But before we do that, I think we should pick out the spot where this farm is going to go and get some of the structure built up. And I think we should definitely keep this build closer to the farmland. Now I want to eventually get crops and a windmill maybe somewhere up on that hill there. And over by the barn, I think we should keep some space clear for a couple more builds for the other animals. So I was thinking that the best spot for this thing would maybe be between the barn and the mining area, just on the edge of this forest right here. Yeah, I think having it here will kind of help connect the 2 parts of our base a little bit more. So now that we have a good spot picked out, it's time for us to fix up this terrain a bit. But before we get to terraforming, I think it's finally time for us to get a diamond shovel so we're not constantly breaking iron ones. We have the levels to spend, so we might as well. Okay, not bad. I'll take it, I'll take it. This is gonna make our lives so much easier. Oh yeah, this is way better. It's cutting through it like butter, baby. And let's get rid of some of these trees so I can patch up this hole. There we go. I think that's a good amount of space for this build. Now we just need to grab all of our building materials. We have plenty of spruce and dark oak, so I think we're good for those. And the one material I'm a little bit short on that I'm gonna need is granite. So we just gotta collect a little bit more and then we should be good. And since we're already here, let's grab a little bit more andesite. Alright, I think we should be good with all these materials now. So let's start things off by laying down an 11 by 13 footprint made of granite and polished granite. And I'm just gonna pop out the middle pieces on both sides for our entrances. And then we'll finish off the walls by building them up 4 high in total. Next, let's place some beams to give this structure some more shape and dimension. And then of course, let's get these pieces of spruce stripped. There, that's looking really good so far. And I think the color of the granite works with the beams really well. So now that the walls are done, let's get our roof up. I'm gonna go with a dark oak trim because I think it really pops with the granite and spruce we've been using. And for the roof shape, I'm gonna use slabs with a couple of stairs every so often so the roof slowly curves up. Yeah, that's exactly the shape I was looking for. I think it fits in nicely with the farmland aesthetic. I'm gonna keep this roof pretty simple and just fill it in with some spruce. However, I'm gonna make some dark oak trims run down the middle wherever there's a beam underneath, just to break up the spruce a little bit. We can always add in some more details to this later, but I also don't mind keeping this roof design more minimal. Now that the roof has been put up, we can extend these beams so they join up with them. So I think it would look pretty cool if we stopped the granite wall there and kept the upper part of this build more open. To make this look more intentional, I'm gonna put a spruce trim running along the top of the wall to give a more clear separation. You can see the difference that trim made in making this feel a lot more complete. Now let's just repeat that trim pattern up on the top as well, and I think that's looking really good. Last but not least, let's add some decorative fencing to the open part of the wall to give it a little bit more shape and texture. And that's it for the structure. I think this fits really nicely into our farmland in terms of design and palette. So now that we have the building in place, we can put in our sugarcane farm. But in order to make some of those redstone components, there is a key item we're missing, which is quartz. And I think you know where we have to get that from. We're just gonna be in and out, quick and easy. That's it. Or at least I hope. Alright, I think the best bet is just to stay in this forest and find like a netherrack wall or something. There's some behind this portal, so let's go up this tree and take a look around here. Oh, there's some right there, that's perfect. And I think this dude's coming after me. I thought it would be best to just keep my distance. Ooh, free pork and leather. Nice. Alright, let's grab up as much of this quartz as we can so we don't have to make a trip back here for a while. Don't mind if I do. And I think I'm gonna avoid grabbing this gold for now because there are some piglins around. I don't want to upset them and get into a confrontation. So we have a stack and a bit right now, and I think that should be more than enough for what we need. Alright, let's head home. So with all the quartz we got, we're able to make the observers that we need for this farm. So let's start by putting in the blocks that will contain the auto sugarcane farm. Next, let's put in the rails for the hopper minecart that's going to be collecting our sugarcane. Then we just need to put in a string of hoppers that will connect to a chest that we can easily access. These hoppers will feed the sugarcane from the cart to the chest. And I'm just going to replace this dirt with some moss because I think it'll look nicer. Then we have to fill this in with some water so the sugarcane can grow. We'll pop down our sugarcane, and then we'll place down all of our redstone components that's going to harvest the sugarcane for us. Lastly, let's fill it in with some glass to keep the sugarcane contained when it breaks. And that's it for the actual farm itself. Now let's build a little structure around it so the build doesn't look so flat. So we'll toss up some beams in front of it. And then we'll put a trim along the front here so we can get some decorations on it later. I think a trim running along the top to divide the wall up would look good as well. And then finally, let's decorate this upper section with some wood trim to match the other parts. Yeah, now that these wood trims have been put in, you can really see the design come together. I'm also really happy with the decision to make it more open concept so you can easily run through it from one end to the other. It's gonna make quickly gathering our sugarcane nice and easy. So now that the interior is built up, it's time for us to run a path through it. And to keep everything as one style, I'm gonna stick to a dirt path for now. Eventually I would love to switch this up to something a little bit nicer, but I think it's good to keep some consistency around the base so things don't look too out of place. And And don't mind me, I just realized I needed quite a bit more gravel to make some coarse dirt for the edge of these paths. Luckily, we've been doing tons of terraforming, so we definitely have no short supply of dirt. So I'm just gonna go along and replace the grass along the edges, including in the sugarcane farm as well. Plus, this build is within the farmland, so we do want it looking a little bit more rough in some spots. Our diamond shovel is looking pretty rough after all of that. It unfortunately doesn't have unbreaking on it, so it is going to degrade faster, but the good thing is we have access to mending books now, so at least we can repair it. Alright buddy, I'm going to grab another one of these off of ya. And let's get some mending on this thing so at least we can do some repairs when it gets low. And let's name you Lil Spoon. Yeah. Okay, let's make a quick trip to our XP farm to get this thing healed up. There we go, good as new. Now that our tools are in good condition again, let's get back to decorating this exterior. I just noticed that I had forgotten to finish off this trim by adding trapdoors to the bottom, so let's get those added in. I want to add some shrubs to the outside, but I'm pretty much all out of birch and azalea leaves, so let's get some of those as well. Oh no, what have I done? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, no! Okay, they're still coming after me. Oh, wait, they're not angry anymore. Okay, this is fine. Crisis averted, so let's get ourselves some azalea leaves. Now that we've got our leaves, let's place some shrubs near our entrance. There, that's looking good. So the space around the farm is kind of lacking some personality. I think placing a couple ponds at the front of the build that's facing the barn could look really cool. So the ponds are going to go on either side of the path, but I'm going to make them slightly different shapes so they look more organic. Yeah, I think the placement of these is perfect. Terraforming the pond can be a little bit tedious, but I think it's always worth going the extra mile to fill in the bottom of it with an array of blocks. I most often use mossy cobbles, sand, coarse dirt, and any other block you would likely find at the bottom of a pond. I also always make sure to extend these blocks to the edge of the pond so it blends in with the landscape as well. And now we just have the painful task of filling this all in with water. One of the best things I've learned recently is that planting and bone mealing kelp will make the water go still so it's not flowing around everywhere. I have no idea how it works, but it's such a good trick. Alright, the texturing around the pond is looking really good, but it's all still looking a little bit too flat. So I'm going to place some things like shrubs, fencing, and rock piles to bring in a little bit more height around the area. Alright, and here's the front of our build with the ponds in place, and I think that this is looking fantastic. It's just enough detail that it stands out, but I think it will also blend in really nicely with the rest of the farmland we'll be putting up around it. So for the other side of the build, I thought about putting in some more ponds, but I think it might be a little bit too repetitive. I'm thinking that on this side we should keep it a little bit more simple by just bone mealing some grass and getting a couple trees planted around the build. Yeah, I think this is nice and simple, but it does the job. So now that we have a decent supply of iron, I think I can finally spare some for some lanterns. So let's get some of these placed on some light posts around here. I also placed some walls in the water earlier so we can pop in some lighting around the pond as well. I feel like having some hanging from the decorative fencing above would look really cool too. Yeah, I think that's looking really good. So then we definitely need some lighting in here as well, because it's a little bit too dark. And lastly, we'll get some posts on the other side of the build as well. Alright, I think in terms of lighting, that is perfect. Except I think I might move this one because it's like directly in eyesight, which looks a little bit awkward. So if we move it just off to the side, maybe a little bit more, possibly here instead. I think that's a little bit better, just because it looked a little bit strange with the direct line of sight right there. Yeah, I think for lighting, that's perfect. Now we don't really need to go too heavy on the decorations in here, but I think it does need a little bit more greenery. So let's go gather up some more clay for some flower pots. Oh no, I forgot this shovel had silk touch. No! Oh. I mean, that'd be good for terracotta, but not for what we need right now. It's alright, we'll grab this by hand instead. It's kind of wild walking around and slowly seeing this base start to take shape. These last couple of builds that we've placed have made such a difference to the farmland already. Alright, let's get this clay burning for some bricks. And now we can just place some here and there so we can get some good pops of color with our flowers. I think some azalea planters would also add some extra color up top, but also a little bit more texture as well. And last but not least, let's add some barrels in up top for some extra storage. and I think that's looking pretty good. I wanted to keep the decorations a little bit more simple, just add a couple of pops of color here and there, but I still wanted the primary focus to be on the farm itself because I think it looks pretty cool, and I think we did a really good job of that. So this thing's been running while we've been decorating, and you know what? It's collected quite a bit so far. And that's what we've ended up with even after we've pulled from there to make some books earlier. Plus, this thing is probably going to be running most of the time because we'll usually be within render distance of it. So I think we're going to get quite a bit of sugarcane out of this. I'm really happy with how this build has turned out and how it fits into the landscape of our base. I still really love the fact that you can just walk through it on both sides. Not only does this serve as a farm, but it feels like it also serves as a pathway connection between the farmland and our mining area. So hopefully we'll be using it a lot to access certain points of our base as well. Alright everybody, I think that's going to be it for today's episode. I had a ton of fun trying to figure out how to make a sugarcane farm look cool, and I think we did a pretty good job of it. And if you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Today we're going to build a house for a Fletcher so we can trade sticks for lots of emeralds. We have many adventures ahead of us today, so let's get started. So after I made the sugarcane farm, I took some time to clean up those chests that were hanging around and organize them back into my storage. The farm was doing its thing during that time, and so far I think I've gathered quite a bit. This farm's a little bit smaller and more compact, but it's definitely going to give us way more than we'll ever need. I'm still super happy that we got this build done, so we no longer have to worry about sugarcane for future projects. Now I figured one of the things that we should tackle today is finally building a home for that Fletcher that we left in a box over here. I think it's safe to say that although it's keeping him safe, I think he'd probably like something a little bit more comfortable than this. How you doing, homie? We're gonna get you out of this box today. So the Fletcher's a really good villager to have because they trade sticks for emeralds. And sticks are pretty easy to make in this game, so it's a quick and efficient trade, especially for early game. Now in terms of where we want this guy to live, I kind of figured that having him close to our mending villager would be the best bet. That way we don't have to go far to make all of our trades. Plus I think a house for a Fletcher kind of fits in theme with the rest of the builds that we have along here. So I was thinking maybe we could do something like expand the path along here, and maybe place the house within this spot. That way all of the houses won't be directly in line or across from one another. We want them to be just a little bit scattered and less uniform. And I think something like that would look pretty good. Just like we did with our mending villager house, I want this build to complement the two that are already here. Now we should already have most of the materials that we need to build this thing. We have plenty of granite and probably enough andesite, but of course we are running low on some forms of wood, and we're starting to run low on some mossy cobblestone, which I really like to incorporate into my builds. So we could farm all of this stuff at our base. We have access to plenty of bone meal for moss, and we're easily able to farm taiga trees. However, I feel like it would be more fun for us to go to the taiga biome nearby to gather all of those materials. But before we do that, I think this would be the perfect opportunity to finally get ourselves an enchanted diamond axe. We're going to be chopping down a lot of trees today, so it'll definitely come in handy. Alright, this should get us to 30. And let's just do one more hit in case we need a couple more levels. I'm really hoping we get a good enchantment when we make this axe. Am I all out of diamonds? I thought I had at least a couple more. Well, I guess that means we're hitting the branch mine really quickly. Honestly, we haven't even really used this since we first built it. I forgot how sketchy I made this drop. I really need to turn this into an elevator soon. All right, I've got 21 torches in my hand, and I'm really hoping we can find some diamonds before we run out. And I'll definitely take any redstone or gold I see along the way. And we're now down to 10 torches. Now 3, and still no luck. All right, we're down to 1 now. I've kind of lost faith at this point. No way. Oh my gosh, we did it. I'm so relieved. I really thought we were gonna be here much longer. All right, we got exactly 3, which is what we need to make an axe, so I think we're good. Wow, that was actually kind of lucky. All right, let's get on out of here. So now let's just quickly craft ourselves an axe, and let's see what kind of luck we have with enchanting today. Please give me something good. Ooh, efficiency 4. There may not be unbreaking on this thing, but hey, efficiency is still a good one, and it's gonna get the job done for us. I'm not 100% sure I want to put mending on this thing just yet, because if we don't have unbreaking on it, then it's just gonna degrade really fast. So I think we're just gonna roll with this for now and see what happens. So with all of that in mind, I think it's safe to say that I'm finally ready to go over to the taiga to collect all of the stuff that we need for today. If we go through this forest and head down the river nearby, we should hit it. Yeah, this is the river. I remember I had this really cool dark oak forest around it. And there's our taiga. Perfect. This forest is pretty big, so I think if we walk through it for a bit, it'll eventually turn into a mega taiga. Well, I mean, in theory it should. No sight of big trees yet, but I still have faith. I mean, I found a snowy peak, so that's a good sign, right? I think I saw a mega taiga when we were at that smaller village the other day. Maybe I should have gone that route instead. Oh, I think I see one, finally. Now to safely climb down this sketchy terrain. There we go, we made it. All right, we need a good stockpile of quite a few resources. So let's start with this mossy cobble. And while we're here, let's grab some ferns as well. They're great for decorations around the base, especially in pots. Then we'll just grab some more mossy cobble. And I think 4 stacks and a bit should do it. The next thing we need is a bunch of spruce wood. I'm so happy I finally made this axe because chopping down trees is now 100 times easier. I am breezing right through this. And after chopping down a couple trees, we have around 6 stacks of spruce wood. With everything else gathered, I think we're pretty much good to head out. So I think the way home is by following this river because there's dark oak along the edge there. Hopefully I didn't get too turned around while I was in this forest, but I'm pretty confident this is the way home. I'm not gonna lie, this is kinda looking similar to the route we took to get to that village, which would have been much easier than how I got here. Oh my gosh, please don't tell me my base is right here. I'm so embarrassed. I took the long way around to get to that forest. It took me so long to find it. And it was right over there all along. Well, noted. I'm not taking the long way around anymore, considering we have a direct path that leads right over there. Oh well. I keep walking by these poor little guys and I'm like, I need to build them something soon. We're gonna get you a nice little farm soon enough. I promise. But for now, it's time for us to sort out what we're gonna do with this Fletcher. Before we move on to the build, we just need to sort away the stuff we grabbed from our adventure. So let's put away all of the stuff we don't need right now, and then let's gather all of the stuff we need for this build. And of course, the first thing we're gonna do is pop a chest down so we have all of our materials close by. And then we'll stash away everything in here so it's all organized and ready to go. Now that our workstation is put up, we can begin building. Except let's take down this tree because it might get in the way. So the first thing we're gonna do is lay down our foundation for the build, which is gonna be an L shape. And similar to the other builds in this area, I'm gonna use a mix of cobble, mossy cobble, and andesite for the first floor. Yeah, I think the placement of this is perfect. It's set a little bit further back, but I think that allows for a bit more breathing room between all of these builds. Next, we're gonna build up the walls for the first floor. The longer side of each build is gonna be 3 blocks high, while the shorter sides are gonna be going up by 4 blocks in the middle. We're gonna be placing beams running across the walls here, which is why we're leaving the sides like this. Alright, let's place some stairs on each side here to act as supports for the beams. And now let's run some strip spruce and oak along the wall here. I'm also gonna pop a little bit of a faux beam in the middle here too. And finally, let's pop our last few beams in on the other side of the structure here. Yeah, this is looking good so far. I think the beams add a nice unique style to the build. Let's also just pop a couple trapdoors between them to make a trim that distinguishes the first and second floor a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Alright, we're gonna start the second floor by building up some beams. So I made the left part of the structure 1 block higher to give some height variance between the two to give it a little bit more interest and shape. Now that these beams are in place, we can begin filling in the walls. For the main structure, I think some diorite, polished diorite, and calcite would look really nice. I also find that this block combo can also make builds look a little bit more clean and put together. The Fletcher we got is a little bit of a fancy pants and has high taste, so he's gonna love this. And I think this build is coming together really nicely if I do say so myself. Now for the second part of the structure, we're gonna fill in the walls with some granite and polished granite. I think these blocks are gonna pair so nicely with the other walls that we put up next to them. I did make a bit of a mistake though. I meant to recess the shorter walls by 1 block, but I kinda got carried away while I was building because I was just vibing. That's okay though, that's an easy fix to do. There, I think that just gives the build a little bit more depth to it. I think that's perfect. So next we just need to build up the roof. And for this one, we're just gonna do the classic shape made of stairs and upside down stairs. And we'll just pop a block here for the center, and we'll finish this frame up. And for this roof, we're gonna start with a trim made of slabs, and then we're gonna place stairs until we reach the middle point. I kept these roofs nice and simple because the build already has a good amount of height to it with the 2 floors. I think the gently sloped roofs help make the whole thing look nice and clean. And then we'll just finish it all off with a trim on top. Yeah, this build is really starting to take shape now. So now that the trim's laid out, we can fill in our roof. I'm gonna go with some deep slate bricks and deep slate tiles. We have quite a few different types of stones and stuff going on in this build, but I think they all complement each other really nicely. So that's the main structure done, and I think it's looking great. I really like having the beams running through the structure. It still feels like a nice and clean build, but it also gives a little bit of a log cabin vibe at the same time, which is perfectly in theme for the Fletcher moving in. So now it's time for my favorite part of building, which is adding all of the details, which really helps make things come to life. If you're kind of unsure what to do, I think a really good place to start is around the windows. Add some glass to them, a trim above, maybe some flowers underneath the window. Framing focal points like windows and doors helps highlight the significant parts of a build and also helps lead the eye around the build, if that makes sense. Even something as simple as what type of glass you put in your windows can really change up the vibe. For example, with this build, I'm just going with a clear pane because there's already so much going on within the build. But since the bottom floor is a little bit more rugged, I think I'm gonna pop a spruce fence in here instead. Alright, since we're already down here, I'm gonna rip up this grass and start tackling the bottom floor of this basement. And I'm just gonna fill in the bottom floor using some spruce planks. And for the ceiling/floor for the upstairs, we're gonna go with some spruce planks as well. What can I say? It's a classic. Alright, let's pop some stairs in this corner. We can go up and down without bumping our heads, so that's good, and I think that's the perfect location for the stairs. This ceiling do be looking pretty rough though, so let's cover it up with some slabs. And to add a slight bit of separation to the rooms, I'm just gonna place a small trim going down this wall. Wait. This might get in the way of the banister that we need for the stairs. Yeah, I think this is more important to have. We can just fix these though, no sweat. So that's it for the basic floor plan of the interior, and I think it's looking pretty good. So now that that's done, we're gonna make our way back outside and add some detail because we weren't quite done with it yet. I'm gonna start by making a small lean-to at the front of this build using spruce slabs and trapdoors. Next, let's get a cute little railing type thing at the front of this house. I think placing an oak trapdoor here to make it look like a swung open gate would look really cool. Next, let's add some buttons to the logs for extra detail and some signs on the beams as well. I might like the signs a little bit higher up. Let's see. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit more balanced. Yeah, I think we'll go with that instead. So under this lean-to, I'm gonna place a pile of logs. Because of course, our Fletcher trade sticks. And let's pop some leaves in there to make it look a little bit overgrown, like things have been sitting around for a while. And while we're on the topic of leaves, let's get some planters underneath our windows. The wall on this side is a little bit smaller, so I think I'll place some plant pots with azaleas instead. Oh, and I almost forgot to detail these windows. Let's keep it simple with some gates and trapdoors. And I think it would look nice if we expanded the overgrown leaves up here as well. Yeah, that's looking real good. So I think one of the last spots we need to focus on out here is this wall. It's really flat and lacking detail, so we need to give it a little bit more depth. Alright, the first thing we're gonna do to fix this is pop some windows in. And since the wall is not recessed or anything, we can add some spruce fencing around the windows to help give it a little bit more shape. And then let's close the design off with a trim at the bottom. And for the ground floor, I'm gonna keep things simple by adding in a small storage unit. And next to it, I'm gonna leave some space clear for some foliage and stuff we'll be adding later. All of these small details that we added have come together, and I think it's looking great. It is missing something though. Lanterns. Lots of them. I can't believe I almost forgot them. Alright, let's place one here, maybe one right here. And yeah, some on these windows, sure, why not? And while we're up here, we'll add some ferns. There we go. Alright, let's finish off this messy little storage unit right here. And then we'll just toss some leaves next to it and we should be good. I think it's safe to say that the exterior of the house is done. I'm so happy with how it's turned out. But I'm also less than happy with how the area around it looks. The terrain's a little bit flat and I think it needs some life brought to it. And there's no better way to start than with pathing. Like all of the other builds in this world, we're gonna maintain the dirt path running throughout. And let's make sure to path out to the storage unit as well as the log piles, since those areas would need access by footpath as well. And then of course, you've probably guessed it, we're gonna use our trusty coarse dirt to line the path. I think we can make the porch of this build out of stone though, because it is separated by a barrier. That way it doesn't look too out of place. And lastly, let's get some fencing in to help frame up this pathway a little bit more. And of course, we can't forget the leaves that accompany them. I know I said lastly like a second ago, but there's one more thing that we need to add. Let's pop down some walls so we can get some more lanterns along the path. The more light, the less mobs, the safer it is. Plus, it looks nice. All right, let's take a walk along this path and see how it looks. Ooh, yes, this looks really good. So I think the pathing and exterior are all done, which means it's time to decorate the interior so we can move this guy in. All right, let's do this. I think the most logical first step is to start in one corner and just work through each room slowly. All right, let's pop in some storage underneath the stairs. This space is pretty small, so I think a compost planter might be too bulky. I think maybe a pot with a dead bush and then leaves would be a better solution. It takes up the same amount of space, but it doesn't feel like it. All right, let's get some light in here. And let's put in a bit of a divider to separate the space a little bit more. Then in this corner, I'm gonna put in a little work area with the fletching table so he has access to his tools. And then we'll just toss in a couple more decorations and items around it. There, I think that's cozy. So let's head upstairs, except, oh, I think I'm gonna have to get rid of this thing. Yeah, that's okay. I think it still looks good without that piece. All right, time for the upstairs, which I think I wanna make it into more of a bedroom space. I feel kinda bad because this villager gets a really nice bedroom while the other villager definitely doesn't have anything like this. I'm pretty sure he sleeps on a table or something. Well, we're certainly making up for it with this room because this is turning out to be quite cozy. Let's pop in one more fletching table here for good measure. Then we just need to light this place up because I heard he's afraid of the dark. Okay, I think the last thing that would complete the really cozy vibes of this room would be a nice carpet. Sorry, my guys, I just gotta shear you really quickly. And we'll place some brown carpet down here on the bottom floor. Then upstairs we'll go with a nice orange. Except, I don't really think this is enough. That's okay, I'll fix that up in a second. For now, we're gonna place a nice painting. Maybe put an item frame with a stick because the Fletcher likes sticks. And now, finally, we'll get some white carpet in up here. There we go. You know what? This room is pretty cozy. I added some more picture frames and stuff like that along the staircase, and I think it looks really cute. And I think down here transformed into a nice, cute work area as well. I'm really happy with it. So now that the interior is done, I think the only thing left to do is bring the stick guy into his new home. Oh, before we go grab him, we should probably bring one of these fletching tables with us, though. That's probably gonna come in handy when we need to bring him over here. All right, let's hope he makes this easy for us. Ah, the box. Served us well, but you no longer have to be here, buddy. Hey, dude, do you want to go to your new home? We're gonna get you out of this box, okay? I don't know why I'm breaking this with my bare hands when I have a shovel. There we go. You're free now. Yeah. Fresh air. It kind of smells over here. All right, well, let's bring this, and you can just follow me on over this way, okay? Look. Ooh, a stick table. Cool, right? Dude's one goal in life. It's just sticks. That's all it is. And he is just scooting. Look at that. Guy's going like Mach 10. All right, this area might be a little bit tricky. And maybe what we'll do now, can I get him in here? Oh, I think I have the trapdoor here. Oh no. Are you struggling with this? There we go. Come on, you can do it. Don't close the door on me. Jeez. All right, I think you're locked in now. I don't think you can get out. Okay, this is perfect. But look, dude, you've got a new place to live. So let me show you around really quickly. Down here, we've got a little workstation. Oh, you don't really care about it. That's fair enough. There's a nice bed in here. Seems like you really enjoy jumping on the stairs. That's okay. I would say this is a pretty good space for you, buddy. Okay, you're really stuck on these stairs, aren't you? There you go. Can I like flip these down? Will that make it easier? Oh. And there we go. Okay. Oh, you're trying to go to bed. I see. Well, I need to go to bed too. I'm kind of tired, so. All right, now that you have yourself a really nice home, shall we trade you some sticks? Let's do that. All right, I think I have like a ton of sticks in here. This is gonna be the perfect housewarming gift for him. He's gonna love it. Hi, I'm back with a present. You're gonna love it. All right, let's trade up as many sticks as he'll allow us to. Oh, and I think he's over it now. All right, that's fair enough. Here, I'll tell you what. How about... Oh, that doesn't open. I made a non-functional chest. How about we leave all the sticks in here, and then I'll put the emeralds in here, and we can do easy trades. Sound good? I think that sounds good. Don't do that. Is this gonna be a problem? I've seen other villagers do this before, and I don't know why they do this. Dude, I might have to actually keep you upstairs, though. Here. This is what we're gonna do. No, No, don't do that. Stop it. All right, you're acting like a bit of a toddler, so I have no choice but to put like a toddler gate up for you, okay? Sorry, dude, you can't be trusted. All right, so we've got ourselves tons of sticks to trade with him for whenever we need. And here's our stash of emeralds. We got 16 emeralds for him, which really isn't bad at all. I mean, we are gonna need another Fletcher and probably some other villagers eventually, but for now, I think we're making some really good progress. I'm so happy we got this guy into a proper home today. And I love how the build turned out. This might be really nitpicky, but the last thing I'm gonna do is add a couple more trees behind the house. When I was looking behind it, I saw big empty fields in the distance, and I think it would just look a little bit better if it was more closed off and contained. At least until we get some more builds behind it. All right, let's walk the path from our house to see how this looks. Ooh, yeah. I think that looks so much better. It's such a simple thing, but adding trees and greenery always makes so much of a difference. It kind of feels like this area has become its own little village now. Now, eventually I would love to get a path running out from here into the farmland when we build that, but we've got to wait till we actually build it. However, I think this spot would be perfect for another little path. And this is going to connect right to where the sugarcane farm is. Not only do we now have another route to easily access other parts of our base, but connecting things together like this really gives more life to everything. Yeah, I think adding this in has made such a huge difference. Probably knock this out too, actually, and widen it up just by the slightest bit, and I think that's better. Yeah, I'm super happy with this. Alright everybody, with all of this done, I think that's it for today's episode. We got so much accomplished, and I'm so happy with how this area is shaping up. All of these builds are complementing each other, and this place is really starting to come to life. If you enjoyed the episode, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye! Today we're going to transform our nether portal into a castle tower. We have a lot of big adventures ahead of us today to get the materials we need, so let's get started. So a while back, we needed some materials from the nether. We ended up building a portal on top of a nice hill by the enchanting area, and then we pretty much forgot about it after that. Yeah, this was looking pretty sad up here. And I don't think these dirt corners are doing it any favors either. So I had the thought that we could transform this portal into a bit of a tower. That way it would look really cool on its own, but it's also something we could easily expand upon in the future if we wanted to. And in terms of block palette, I was thinking of making the tower out of mud bricks and spruce because I think that it would fit the cottagecore theme really nicely. The only thing is that mud can be a very tedious thing to manually make, meaning it would definitely be more beneficial for us to gather it from a mangrove swamp, which we haven't discovered yet. But hey, an adventure to the mangrove would mean we would finally have every single wood type as well. So I think it's a win-win. Alright, if we want to go out and explore, we're definitely going to need a lot more than 4 steaks. Sorry, my friends. Sorry. Alright, that should be more than enough food for us. I grabbed a ton of wheat from the field earlier, and we're definitely going to keep that aside because we're going to need that to make the packed mud later on. Okay, quick side note. Whenever I walk back from the barn, I always stop to look at that spot on top of the hill by the lake. I feel like that sloped hill would be perfect for a windmill and a bunch of farmland around it. Now that we have a bunch of builds placed close by, I think it would massively help transform this area. I'm thinking that might be the next project after this one. Alright, let's go ahead and get some of this steak cooked up. 26 should do the trick, I should say. I mean, I hope I don't use it all. Otherwise, that would mean I got myself into trouble or I'm severely lost. Now, the one last thing I want to do before we head out is fix up my shovel really quickly. We're going to be shoveling up a ton of mud, and this thing's looking pretty rough. The last thing we want is our good shovel breaking when we're really far from home. That would stink. Let's get this thing in our offhand and collect some XP for it. I think this last swipe should do the trick. Okay, its durability is at like 99.9%, but in my heart, it's 100. So it's good enough for me. All right, I'm just gonna make myself a fresh new bed and a boat, and then I think we're pretty much good to go. So I think it's time for us to head off on another adventure. Now, it feels like we've traveled in every direction except for the area behind this cliffside. So let's test our luck and see what's off in this direction. Did I already find a shipwreck? This is so close to our base. Oh my gosh. It's been here all along and I haven't even noticed it. All right, let's dig down. And hopefully the map isn't buried too far down. Oh, there's one chest. Let's see what we got in here. Oh, yum, poisonous potatoes. I love those. Let's grab these carrots and wheat just in case, but if we've got to ditch them later on, that's fine. All right, so that one doesn't have the map, which means there's one more chest to find with the map in it. There it is. Oh! Uh-oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, we got the map. We got the map. It's fine. Crisis averted. Okay, let's get out of here. Wait, why did I do that? Jeez, my brain is like short-circuiting right now. Oh gosh, come on. I am very much struggling to leave this shipwreck. Whew, I was starting to doubt that I was gonna make it out of there. All right, let's find this buried treasure. I'm really hoping it's a good one because yeah, that was a little bit of a struggle for me. Okay, I think it wants us to head down this river. I'm assuming it's taking us towards the ocean that's nearby. Oh, yes, perfect. Okay, the map's starting to fill itself out now, which means we're close. It looks like it should be right around here, I think. Well, there's only one way to find out. Oh no, I'm running out of air. Oh no, it's happening again. I'm gonna use up all my food if I keep doing this. I think I would benefit from respiration on my helmet. There it is. Oh, we found it. We found it. Ow. Please be something good. Ooh, okay, not bad. I'll definitely be taking most of this. And the not so valuable stuff, you know what? We can just leave behind. It's fine. I mean, despite eating like half our food supply to get that treasure, I would say that was pretty good. All right, let's get back to the task of finding that mangrove. All right, I mean, we've gotten into some rocky terrain, which isn't what I'm looking for, but hey, it's a biome change, so that's a good sign, I think. These rocky mountaintops always have so much spare iron and coal around them. I know I have to be aware of the little inventory space that I have, but I think it's worth gathering a little bit here and there. Hello, my little llama friends. How do you do? Hope you're having a fine morning. Oh, that really does sound lovely. All right, as much as I would love to mine all this coal and iron, we have a different biome that we need to keep searching for. Jungle. We found a warm biome. I repeat, we have found a warm biome. Oh boy, that is some heavy rainfall. Oh, you know what I see right there? Bamboo. The last time we were in the jungle, we actually didn't manage to get any bamboo. All we need is just a little bit because it grows incredibly fast and it's easy to replant. Not only is bamboo really useful, it's also such a good decorative item to have as well. All right, the weather settled down and we've also hit a savanna. So we're really far into all of the warm biomes, which means there's gotta be a mangrove around here somewhere. And it looks like we found a desert. I'm really having some bad luck today, aren't I? I am happy we found the desert though, because I have been looking for cactus because it's great for making green dye out of. Plus it looks super cute in pots. Whoa! I was not expecting that. It seems as though we're finding every other warm biome we've been missing but the mangrove. I mean, I'll take it, but this is just getting kind of funny at this point. That's a mangrove tree. I think we finally found it. Yes! Oh my gosh, I've been walking around for so long. I honestly was starting to doubt that I would ever come across one. Okay, I don't have much inventory space left, so I am gonna have to get rid of some of this stuff that we can just easily make at home. Because we are gonna need tons of space for mud. I'm also not gonna bother collecting any mangrove wood itself. Instead, I'm just gonna collect these saplings and bring them home with us. Look at the frogs! Oh my gosh. Oh, I wish I could bring you home with me, but we're like thousands of blocks away. All right, let's get into what we came here to do. Shoveling as much mud as we possibly can. I'm so happy we repaired this shovel before we left because look at how much it's already degraded. It looks like we might need to get unbreaking from a villager sooner rather than later. Come on, buddy, hang in there. Please don't die on me. I just need a little bit more mud. Okay, we've got ourselves around 14 stacks, and I think that should be good. The build isn't gonna be that big, so hopefully we won't go through it all. I just wanted to make sure we had enough so we didn't have to come back here because it's really far away. Okay, I think we've got everything we need from here, plus our shovel's on its last legs, so I think it's time for us to head on home. Whew, and it looks like we finally made it home. It's kind of funny how much you begin to miss your base when you're gone for that long. Dang, it's starting to feel really cozy around here. Okay, first things first, let's get some of this stuff put away. We'll pop all this iron in the furnace, and let's get all these valuables put away. So the first thing that we're gonna have to do is collect a ton of wheat so we can turn all of this mud into mud bricks. There's definitely not enough wheat here for every single stack of mud we have, but we can always let it regrow and harvest some more while we're building. So that means we've got quite a bit of replanting to do. Honestly, while we're at it, we might as well expand this field a little bit more. It'll make collecting wheat for this build so much more efficient. And if we are revamping our farmland next, we're gonna need a ton of seeds for that as well. All right, I added quite a bit more to this field, so I think we should be set for some extra wheat in case we need it. In the meantime, we're gonna have to work with what we have. We might also have a little bit more stashed away over here. All right, we got 45, plus we have a ton of hay bales, which I don't think I'm gonna really need to decorate with for a while. So with all of that, let's start making our packed mud. All right, we've got around 4 stacks to start with, which isn't too bad. However, we are probably gonna need just a little bit more than that. That's okay, because in the meantime, we can gather some extra spruce and anything else we might need for this build. All right, I chopped down 3 trees and that should be more than enough. All right, let's go on up over to the portal area and start stashing away some of the items we're gonna be using to build this. We'll pop down our chest close by, and then we'll get this stuff in here so it's no longer clogging our inventory. So I definitely intend to keep this portal the same size, having it 2 across and then 3 up. However, I think I wanna make it so there's a portal on every single side. But if we're gonna do that, we're gonna need some more obsidian. Oh my gosh, that actually scared me. That was like the worst time to pop out. I was so scared. All right, there's gotta be some lava around our base somewhere. Oh, literally over there. I thought I saw someone we were going to explore the other day. And this is the most satisfying thing you could ever do. All right, let's start the slow and painful process of tearing up obsidian. All right, I gathered up 52, which is probably more than we'll ever need. But hey, we might need it later down the road, so it's always good to have extras of everything. So let's get all of that stashed away, and then I think we're pretty much ready to begin building this thing. So let's start off by getting some of this packed mud turned into mud bricks. Oh, and I almost forgot. Before we start building anything, we need to expand this portal out. And I messed that up. Yep, I definitely did. I don't know why I did that. You didn't see me do that. You did though. Walk away. That's right, buddy. Walk away. All right, so let's finish building this up. So we're all done with that, and it's looking good. I am gonna leave them unlit for now, though. So I'm gonna start this build off by laying a rough entryway to the portal. Next, we're gonna build up the beams using barrels as our base, and you probably guessed it, some stripped spruce and oak. What can I say? It just looks so good together. Then I'm gonna toss up a mud brick trim along the top to cover up the obsidian. And this is what we have for the base so far. There's a lot more to be added, but you can kind of see the direction I'm going in, at least with the palette. Before we throw up the towers, I'm gonna make one side of our base structure a little bit taller. By adding this leaning angle on the build, it's gonna make it so we can have more of an interesting trim running through the build to help kind of like lead the eyes around. And now that those are in place, we can start putting in the towers. So next I'm going to use some slabs for the trim to match the slope of the build. The trim is definitely the detail that ties it all together. You can probably see the angled shape we're going for now a little bit more clearly. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for the tower on top. So the tower above mimics the exact same slope as the one underneath it. And these lines are going to lead your eyes up to a taller tower that's going to be next to it. So now with the second tower in place, this is what it's looking like. And you can kind of get more of a picture of where we're going with this. So the shape has really come together for the front of the build. The back, however, yeah, that needs some work. And for this side, I'm gonna add a small tower similar to the one that we have at the front of the build. Now let's get the spruce trim and small tower roofs put in. Okay, enough. This shovel is literally gonna break. I need to actually put it away so I don't use it. We're going back to those trusty iron shovels for now. So this is what it's looking like with all of its trim. You can see that there are some spots that I plan to put like planters and stuff over there, just so we don't have a huge cutoff right here. But overall, it's really starting to take shape. Now the next thing that we need to put up is the roof of the big tower. I think mossy cobble and a variety of stones pair really nicely with the mud brick and spruce. It helps bring together that really earthy look we're going for. Plus, that means we can also match our pathing or other details to tie it all together a little bit more. Yeah, this has really come together. The only thing I'm gonna fix is the tower roof on the left. I feel like it would look a little bit better if the center of it had just a bit more height to it. Let's fix that up real quick. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. It was looking a little bit too flat before. All right, all that's left are the finishing touches. We'll add some details to all the windows, and we'll pop in some big planters with azalea bushes. And let's just toss up a couple of lanterns on chains in these corners. And we'll toss some planters at the front of the build as well. All right, let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that is looking so good. So I think that's pretty much perfect in terms of detailing for the tower itself, which means all we really have that's left to do is landscaping and detailing around the build. I need to give us a little bit more space around this portal, but this shovel is just too slow. Yep, I think that means it's time for us to make another trip back to the XP farm. We've really got to get ourselves unbreaking soon. Come on. Yes! Okay, perfect. This shovel is going to make the landscaping so much easier for us. Hey, you can actually see the tower from here. This is looking so cool from our base. I love it. I'm really happy I chose something with a little bit more height so it's still viewable from a distance. There we go. Now we're making progress. So like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to fill in the pathing around the portal with the same blocks that I used for the tower roof. The way that I've kind of been going about with filling in my paths lately is I fill in each block type one at a time. And then from there, I kind of just randomly place the blocks. Sometimes I will have one block from the palette that's my primary block, so I'll make sure to use more of it. But other than that, I kind of just wing the pattern. But you can always make adjustments later on if things don't look totally right. All right, let's go ahead and get some steps leading up to this portal. And one more in this corner. Perfect. Now this portal does have 4 sides to enter, which means we could potentially have 4 paths leading to it. However, my base doesn't really reach anywhere else at the moment. So what I'm gonna do for now is just enclose the space with some fencing to put a nice little border around it. There's still more than enough space to access each side of the portal, so at least all of it is still functional. I think I'm gonna expand the cobble path out just a little bit further past these stairs. And of course, the last thing that we need to do is line the path with some coarse dirt. Talking about coarse dirt almost feels like a meme at this point, but it honestly helps blend the path so well into the grass, so I can't not use it. I'm pretty sure it was Blockdown who taught me the ways of the coarse dirt a long time ago, so we can thank him for my obsession. And final last touch are some walls with lanterns because 1, they look nice, and 2, I really need to start lighting up this base a bit more. I haven't been doing a really good job of that, and yeah, the mob situation has not been great. And with that, I think we are done. Let's pillar up real quick to get a better look. Yes, I am so happy with how this turned out. I feel like it's a really good mix of earthy and cottagecore-like, but also with a little bit of magic. But I just realized that the build is only 99.9% complete because I actually forgot to light up the other portals. Classic. All right, let's do this. And this one. And last but not least, this guy. Yes, I think this is looking so cool. I'm actually so excited about this build because honestly, usually I struggle to make nether portals look good. My default is usually to make it look super overgrown or embed it into like a cave or a mountainside. So this is a pretty big departure from what I often default to. And I'm super happy I went with a completely different design this time. All right, so our portal is done. And now let me just make sure we can safely walk through it. And yep, it still spits us out into this terrible place. Perfect. I will now be leaving this immediately again. All right, the portal's working as it should, so that's good. So really, the only thing left to do now is to connect a dirt path from our base to this portal so we can more easily access it. I feel like it would look kind of cool if we forked the path off in a couple different directions over here. So I'm gonna have one that connects close to this enchantment table over here, but I feel like we could make another access point close by, probably starting from about here. Then I think it would look kind of cool if the path sort of dipped right down here and connected up with this one here. The two paths are quite close together, so it is like unnecessary in a couple of ways, but I think it's really nice to have a bunch of paths converging into one area like this. The one thing we can actually do to fix this is replant some of the trees we took down so the paths aren't as visible next to one another. There, that's looking a lot better. Now you can barely tell the two paths are next to one another, and it feels more like you're walking through a forest again. Plus, with all of these trees back, there's a lot more interesting lines of sight. If all of these trees were gone, you would be able to see the build basically from anywhere around the base. But with all of them here, you can only catch glimpses of it from certain angles, which I think makes it a lot more interesting. Then if we walk up the path to the portal, the whole thing is revealed to us. I'm still so happy with how this turned out. Alright, with all of this done, I think that's pretty much it for today's episode. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye! The sniffer has finally been added to Minecraft, and we're gonna go find some today so we can make a sanctuary for them. We have some big adventures ahead of us today, so welcome back everybody to the Chill Survival series, and let's get started. So the 120 update is out, which means there's a ton of new things for us to discover. We've got tons of new items, biomes, and so many things to explore. One of the things that has really piqued my interest in this update is the archaeology. And within the archaeology is the sniffer. And for those unfamiliar with the sniffer, it's essentially a prehistoric dinosaur that will sniff the ground for flowers. Honestly, what I like most about it is that it's just really cute. But in all seriousness, I think it would actually be really cool to have some hanging around the base with us. Plus, we would get those really cool flowers that they would dig up. But if we're gonna build a home for a bunch of sniffers, we're gonna need quite a bit of space. Now, this area is reserved for the windmill that we actually were supposed to build, but then the update happened. So this patch is gonna be out of the question. Now, we do have some other good spots in the farmland that we could potentially use for a sniffer home. And ideally, I want to keep my farm animals close to each other, so this patch is also out of the question. But if we walk a little bit further past the barn over here, there's a lot of space that we can work with. This area is adjacent to the farmland, so it still fits in theme with everything, plus it has tons of room for us to build. So I think it fits the bill. Now we know the sniffers are big boys, which means they're gonna need quite a bit of space. I do also know that their eggs hatch faster on moss, so that's a must for this sanctuary as well. What the heck? What happened here? It looks like a creeper randomly blew up here, but I never heard it. We'll have to patch that up soon. So my idea is that we make an overgrown enclosure made of lots of trees, leaves, and water for these guys, so they have a nice shaded area to hang out. They like shade, right? I don't know. They're prehistoric and old. I figured they might not always want to be in direct sunlight. So let's start by fixing up some of this land and making it a little bit more even in some of these spots. Alright, this is flattened a bit more and it's looking good. Now we just gotta fix whatever this is. We should probably light it up first so no more mobs spawn, because this looks like a little bit of an issue. And yeah, you know what? We're just gonna pretend this never existed. Hey, what's the matter with ya? Oh, my apologies. Carry on. I'm gonna border it off just to about here so all the other animals can at least get out of that pit if they want to. And I think this area is nice and evened out now so we can begin building our sanctuary. Okay, let's start things off by outlining the footprint with some spruce. I'm gonna have to cover this up as well because I think we're gonna utilize this space too. Also, the amount of farm animals in here, what is going on? Oh my gosh, it's a lost cause at this point. So I think the connecting piece all the way around is going to be this little hill right here. And I think you can kind of get from this outline that it's going to be more of a rough circular shape because all of the materials are very organic and we want it to look pretty overgrown and natural. So it doesn't necessarily have to be very symmetrical. So with that in place, the next thing that we need to do is start building up the walls of the sanctuary. Now I don't really know how high sniffers can actually climb, but I'm assuming it's pretty much the same as cows. So we're going to use this 2-block high enclosure as reference. And honestly, the style of this cow pen is pretty much what we're going for with the sniffer sanctuary. So I think they're going to look really nice next to one another. Alright, let's start filling in these walls. And I sure hope that sniffers cannot climb over fencing because I am going to be using quite a bit of it. Now let's get some leaves wrapped around all this stuff. And we'll just keep going with this loose pattern all the way around. There's not really much of a method of placing all this stuff down. I'm just kind of going by feel, but making sure to have some big pillars of wood to act as anchors for the rest of the smaller blocks. Then we can't forget to strip all of this spruce. That would be a tragedy. And last but not least, let's get some slabs and stairs on these walls just to round off the shape a little bit. There, I think adding those has made the wall look a lot more clean. It was just lacking a little bit of shape before and looked a little bit too jagged. So now that the walls are done, you may have noticed that I left 2 entrances for this sanctuary. One over here and one over here. I figured it would add a little bit more interest if we had 2 paths converging into the sanctuary. Now, all of the walls have been set in place, but this place is still lacking a lot of detail. It's okay, we can say it. This thing looks dumpy. But that's fine, we can change that. So I think the first thing we can do to make the terrain of this area look a little bit nicer is do something with this grass wall. So we don't have to do anything super spectacular with it, but I think it would look a lot better if we terraformed it a little bit to make it more of a rocky cliff rather than a dirt mound. And we did also say that we wanted to give our sniffers a little area to splash around in, so why don't we add a little bit of a waterfall to this too? But first, let's start switching all of this out to some various stones. Okay, the general shape of this is looking pretty good, but like those jagged wall pillars that we had, it's lacking a little bit of definition. And that's where we use our trusty stairs, walls, and slabs. I didn't want to go too overboard, so I think that this is perfect. Just has a little bit more rounded shape overall and makes it look a little bit more organic. Now I'm just going to quickly fix up the area around the pond as well, and then we're good to go. Moss and bone meal are definitely our best friends today. Alright, now let's get this water sorted out. And I guess since we have a waterfall, we should actually be putting some water right around here, I would say. Then maybe we can spill out here into the pond. Yeah. And let's just fix up the rest of the water so it actually is flowing into a pond and not just whatever this is. Now, we could continue on with decorating this sanctuary before we get our sniffers. But I figured that since it's their home, maybe they should have some input on how it looks. So I say that we gather our stuff up and head out on an adventure to find the sniffer eggs. So before we head out, there's a couple things we're gonna need. It's gonna be quite a long journey, so we're gonna need lots of food. Also, if any of you have noticed that my levels suddenly went up, it's because I did a YouTube live stream the other day. We did some basic resource collecting and exploration, and it was a great time. If any of you are interested in watching that content, the VOD is up under the live tab on my channel. And if you want to catch a future stream, make sure you subscribe so you get notified when I go live. Alright, let's get these cows fed. Sorry. Alright, 40 should be good. And let's get all of this cooked up. Holy moly, iron. Kind of forgot about all of this. Alright, let's get this steak cooked up. And while we're waiting for that to cook, let's gather everything else we're gonna need, including this boat for travel. And the last but most important thing that we're gonna need to make is the new archaeology brush. That's what we're going to be using on the sus sand to reveal the items that are hidden within it. Now, to make a brush, I need a feather, which means I need to find a chicken. There's got to be one hanging around here somewhere, though. There's one. Please drop a feather. There we go. Okay, we got a feather, and I believe now we just have to combine it with some copper and a stick. There we go. We've got ourselves a new brush for archaeology. Just to be on the safe side, let's make 2. All right, our steaks are done, and I think 47 is a pretty good amount. Now, the very last thing I want to do before we head out on this journey is I want to try to enchant my helmet. If we could manage to get respiration, it would help so much on our hunt for sniffer eggs. And yeah, no. That's okay, we have a couple more shots at this. Fire protection, that is the opposite of what I needed, but okay. Shall we try again? Come on, don't do this to me. Respiration. This is going to make searching for the sniffer eggs so much easier because they're found in underwater ruins. The more time we have to search underwater, the better. Alright, with all of this stuff gathered, I think we're ready to head out. So I think the best bet for us is just to plop this boat in the ocean and swim out until we find a warm ocean. I love a good adventure. We found jungle, which means there has to be warm ocean close by. Yes, there's some right here. In case some of you didn't know, the lighter color in the ocean indicates that it's a warm ocean biome. So if we look around here, we might be able to find a rune that contains a sniffer egg. Let's dive down and have a look. It doesn't look like there's anything here, so we might have to keep searching. I think our best bet is to stick around this patch of jungle. Oh, there's one right here. Yes, we found one! If you look closely, you can see the difference between the sus sand and the regular sand. It's a little bit subtle, but it's definitely there. Alright, let's give this our first ever brush and see what we get. And we've got coal. Not a great start, but okay. Get out of here! Trying to do some archaeology. Alright, there is a little bit more around here as well. There's some right here. So let's give this one a brush. And we got... Wow, amazing. I need to be as careful as I can breaking the sand around this structure, because if we accidentally break some suspicious sand, then we lose the item in there, meaning that we could potentially not get a sniffer egg. Just do a little bit more digging around here to make sure we haven't missed any, but it doesn't look like there's that much around here at the moment. Oh, there's some right here. Actually, there's two. Let's give these the good old brush. All right, some more coal. And last one right here. Is that one? No way. Is it? It is! Oh, that's so lucky! We found one! Okay, we got our very first sniffer egg. That is so exciting. All right, we got one sorted out. However, I would love to get a second one so we can actually breed them. So we're gonna keep searching around until we find a second. Oh, and it looks like we've got ourselves another ruin. First, let's take care of you. And let's get this sus sand. There's two right here. Perfect. Oh no, it's an emerald. That actually tricked me. Another tricky emerald. All right, more sus sand and no luck. Might be a couple more hanging around here. Oh, here's another one. No way. That's gotta be one. Are you for real? 2 sniffer eggs. That's it. In only 2 ruins, we got 2 sniffer eggs. I don't know what type of luck we're having today, but hey, I'll take it. The one last thing that we should do before we go home is check out this buried treasure map, though. All right, we've shown up on the map now, which means we're getting pretty close. Looks like it's gonna be somewhere over here. Maybe somewhere around here? No way, that was too easy. I will definitely be taking all of this. We're really lucky today. Almost too lucky. Well, I'm not gonna question it too much. We've got everything we need, so I say we head on home. Alright, so before we put these sniffer eggs on the ground for them to hatch, we need to make sure that this sanctuary is safe so they don't wander out and get lost. So I think for the most part, all of these walls should be fine. I don't really see any low spots where they could climb over, but I might have to get rid of a couple of these blocks. There, that should be high enough that they can't get up. And of course, last but not least, we're gonna need a gate for us to get in and out. And we'll get one on the other side here as well. And then let's bone meal a little bit more of this grass into moss. Hey, you. You sound sniffy, but you're not a sniffer, so you gotta get out of here, buddy. There you go. Alright, so now that we have all of our moss and stuff laid out, I think it's finally time for us to put down our sniffer eggs so they hatch. So let's put one down here on the moss, and one right here. And now I guess there's nothing left to do but wait. Yep. Just standing here, waiting for the sniffer eggs. I'm bored. While we're waiting, I think I'm just gonna go get a little bit more bone meal from this XP farm, and just place a bit more moss down. Yoink. And let's moss this place up a little bit more. I think one's hatching. That one too. Okay. I'll go back to doing stuff. No pressure or anything, but I'll still be keeping an eye on you. How we doing over here? Anybody need some snacks? Maybe a juice box? Anything? No? Okay. Just checking. Don't mind me, just going to get my bed, and I'm gonna place it right next to you two. I'm not being overbearing or anything, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, we are getting very, very close to them hatching. It's getting dark though, so let's go to bed. Whoa! They're so cute. I can't. Whoa, you've hatched too. You are literally one of the cutest things I've ever seen. Stop it. What you sniffing around for? Are you gonna go find some flowers? All right, I think it's safe to say that they're kind of digging it in this sanctuary. But to make this even more cozy for them, let's ask the sniffers what types of builds they would want in here. Hello? What are you doing there, bud? You good? Oh, yep, you're good. All right, fellas, the choice is yours. What do you want built in here? You want a garden so you can grow your own flowers? Well, that sounds lovely. I can definitely do that. All right, buddy, and what's your choice? You want a convenience store so you can get late night snacks? I mean, I really want that too, but I just don't think it's possible. All right, here's the deal. How about I build a snack shack? It's not exactly a convenience store, but it'll do the job. Sound good? Well, it looks like we've got our work cut out for us. All right, so let's start off with the garden, and I think the perfect spot would be right around this pond over here, which means I'm gonna have to bring some of this grass back in here because I wanna put in some tilled land. This is gonna be the perfect spot to have an array of flowers growing. And then let's just pop a fence around it, and we'll get some flowers planted and ready to go for our sniffer. There, I think that's looking good. We can also pop a couple planter boxes in front of this. And then let's just put in a couple more flowers that we may have missed before. So this little tiny garden section is complete, but I think what's really missing here is a path going into it. And while we're at it, we might as well start connecting a path all around the base so we have an idea of where everything else will go. And I think for our garden, the perfect block for a path is mud. So since I was laying pathing down, I figured I would connect the entrances as well, which gives us a little bit more of a clearer picture of how we're gonna lay out this space. Next up, I'm gonna make a little garden area with a spot to rest and hang out. And we'll start by building up a hedge wall to map out the space. And let's see if we can fit a tree in here to provide a little bit of shade. Yeah. I think a flower bed would look really cute in this corner. So let's lay down some coarse dirt for the flowers, and we'll pop in a variety of them in here as well. And of course, we gotta get our cozy little park bench in here. Looking good, looking good. And I think we'll just go with a small dirt path that leads into this section. I think we're missing a little bit of lighting, so maybe some granite walls with some lanterns would look really good. Whoa, you're big boys now. You guys are so cool. You're all grown up. Whoa, what's that? A pitcher pod. I've got to be honest, I've heard of the torch flowers before, but I have no idea what this is. Does it get planted or something? Oh, that worked. Planting the past. So that's a sniffer seed. Maybe it's just like a different type of plant or something. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see what it grows into. Now for the final touches on this one, I wanna hang some glowberries here, and I would like to start getting some lighting around this base. So we're gonna put up some walls with lanterns. Whoa, I got the torch flowers. Okay, so we got the torch flower seeds, which makes me think that it's something that needs to be planted as well. Okay, cool, this needs time to grow too. Perfect, we're gonna have to check back on those later. And since the sniffers are dropping so many seeds, let's plant another tilled field in over here. Let's put some other flowers in here as well. And I got another pitcher pod and torch flower seed that we can place down as well. Perfect. And then finally, let's connect a mud path over to this field. Whoa, this thing's growing up already. It looks kind of like a turnip. It's really cool though. I don't know when exactly it's ready to be harvested, so we'll wait a bit longer. Alright, so I think the farmland that the sniffer wanted is all complete. We've got our little flower field over here, and this torch flower is growing quite nicely as well. And in this corner we have a really relaxing little garden area where you can just hang out, sit on this bench. This one's more for me for when I'm hanging out with the sniffers. And then over here we have another field where we can plant the seeds our sniffers give us. How you liking it so far, dude? You love it? I'm so happy to hear that. All right, buddy, now it's your turn. We are gonna build that shack of snacks. And I think the perfect spot would be right around here. So for this one, I think I'm gonna make the build out of blocks that match the sniffer. And the obvious choice to me would be some mangrove, yellow terracotta, and moss. Now the only problem is that, yeah, I don't have much yellow terracotta anymore. So it looks like I'm gonna have to burn a little bit of this clay. And as for mangrove, yeah, we're gonna have to do some chopping. Chopping down mangrove trees is a task. And you know what? I've got 34 of them. I think we can get away with that much if we turn it into planks. Boy, oh boy, is that a task. Okay, so the next thing that we need is our terracotta, and hopefully some of that burned while we were chopping that mangrove. All right, let's dye a bunch of this yellow, and just in case we run out of mangrove, what we can do is we can turn some of these pieces of terracotta into red terracotta as well. And that'll give us a little bit of leeway. So let's start by getting the footprint down on this build. And the walls of the main part are going to be made of mangrove and red terracotta. Then we're going to have a little structure on the side made of yellow terracotta for the sniffer nose. And we'll put up just a basic roof on both pieces of the house. And lastly, let's fill in the top of the roof with moss. It's so good. I love this. All right, let's get some stairs in with a little bit of a railing on the side. And let's go ahead and pop our door in. And a window too. I feel like the window should be too wide instead. Yeah. All right, let's lead some of this mud pathing to the build so we can start decorating the exterior a bit. This is really starting to come along. I actually really like this build so far. One important thing I forgot to do though was bone meal the roof. Now that's looking a lot more sniffer-like. See the dude on the right? It's uncanny. So I think we've got to decorate the outside of the snack shack with a ton of flowers. Now these guys look like they're done, I think. I just need to figure out what to do with it. Like, can I break this or... Okay, it worked. So I've got the pitcher plant here, and I'm wondering, can I just place it anywhere or no? Oh, you can. Okay, perfect. However, I'm wondering if we can put one in a pot, specifically one of those new big ones. All right, let's make one of these guys. All right, so these are the new decorative pots, and they are big boys, but they look super cool. We're definitely gonna have to fit a couple of these around here. Now, to get a plant in one of these guys, you have to put a smaller pot at the top. Doesn't look like one of these will go into the small pots, but you can use smaller ones like Lily of the Valley to place like that, and it looks really cool. So for this area, let's put a little table here so we can have some plants out for the sniffers. Toss this in here, toss a flower in here. Look at this, he's already digging it, and it's not even finished yet. All right, let's get a pot right here. Excuse me, sir. Put a bush here, and then we'll make a little shrub like this. Then on this side, let's make a cute little garden so we can put the pitcher plant there. Yo, this is actually looking so cute. I love it. So for this side of the snack shack, let's get another field in so we can plant some more flowers. And I got a couple more pitcher pods, so let's place them to grow. Yeah, this is looking good. Oh, another torch flower? Oh, you're the best. Thank you, buddy. Oh, I almost forgot. This decorative pot. Let's just place it over here, I think. Yeah. Honestly, I think that they look good just on their own even. But I did learn that you could also put carpets and trapdoors on decorative pots like this. So there's tons of different ways to decorate them, which is really cool. Yeah, I think the snack shack is looking super cool. I'm so happy with it. What do you think, guys? Do you like it? You do? You love it? And I picked out all the right snacks? Oh, I'm so happy to hear. And as for the employees section of the snack shack, well, it's just storage. Storage for me to put away all of the flowers for the sniffers. All right, this one is done, and it is a hit with the sniffers. They love it. Wait a second. Where did your buddy go? Did I make it so they can escape in here? Sniffer? Sniffer? Are you in here? Hello? Oh no. Sniffer? Sniffer? Oh, what are you doing down here? The sheep told you to come down here and party? No. That's not cool. That's not cool. Actually, it was kind of cool, and I'm feeling a little bit left out, but that's besides the point. No, don't go further. Ow. Hey, all right, we're putting you on a lead, and we're getting you out of here. Hey, sheep, stop mocking me. All right, let's go up this way. I'm pretty sure it leads back up to the sanctuary. There we go. It was right above us all along. Come on. Can you make it up? Oh my gosh. Get. Okay, how about we make a little bit more space here? How much of a block gap do you need? Come on. There we go. You made it. Now, don't you do that again. You scared me. Well, clearly there's an escape route that I need to fix, because that definitely can't happen again. So we got all of the builds done that the sniffers wanted. And despite one trying to sneak away from us, I think they really like it here. Now, aside from adding a little bit more decorations and details to the ground, there's one more build I want to do in here. And I think it goes hand in hand with the situation we just had with this sniffer. I want to build myself a little observation tower so I can look over the sniffers and make sure they're doing okay. Hello? The sniffer is sniffing me. Probably because I stink. All right, let's get this observation room started. I think the perfect spot is in this corner over here. I'm gonna place it up on supports so you have to climb up and down to get to it. I don't want this build to be ground level because I don't really want the sniffers to be able to access this space. Am I doing this to hoard some of my favorite snacks and treats away from the sniffers? Maybe. Don't judge me for it. All right, let's just get this platform so it meets up with the hill. And there we go, that's a good amount of space. Next we need a way to get up, so I'm gonna throw down some trapdoors so we can place ladders on them. We need some fence posts to keep us from falling up here, so let's use some granite and gates. The platform is all done, which means we can build up our observation room now. I'm gonna go with pretty much the same design and palette as the other build, but this build is gonna converge into the hill that we're on. So we'll toss up the same basic roof style on this one. Next we'll put all the moss down, get our trim put down, and let's bone meal all of this. All right, my elevated lookout is up and I think it's looking great. Now it just needs a little bit of detail added to it. I'm just gonna keep things simple by adding some trims along the bottom, and then I think some various decorative pots upstairs would look nice. I think these torch flowers are grown and I wanna see what I can do with them. There is a recipe. Orange dye you can make with them. Where can you put them? Can you hang them on things? I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. Can we put this in a pot? Oh, you can. Those look so cool. I love that. Once we get more of those, we're gonna have to put them all around our base because those look so cool. They have not been dropping those as much as they have the pitcher plant though, but I still like these guys too nonetheless. All right, let's get our last finishing touches on the outside of this build. All right, there's my little observation room, and I think it is looking so cool. So if we go on up here, which is entirely sniffer proof, we've got the perfect view to watch over our little friends so they don't get into any trouble. You're not in trouble over there, are ya? No? You're good? Okay, perfect. So if we go on in here, I've kept it pretty simple. We've got a cozy bed in case we need to spend the night here, and we have lots of bookshelves so we can record our research. And that's pretty much it. So it looks like all of the structures that we needed to build in this sanctuary are done. However, we are still lacking a little bit of detail in some spots. There's a lot of patches of moss and grass around here that could do with a little bit more life to it. Plus, this thing is still missing a path to it too. So let's spend some time to decorate this area a little bit more and really make this sanctuary come to life. Alright, after spending some time adding more details to this area, I think the sanctuary is done. So we've got the pond over here which kind of kicked off the entire design of the sanctuary, with tons of fields in place around it so we can replant all of the plants the sniffers give us. I added a couple extra here and there because I thought it would look nice with a little bit more, along with some wheat fields here for a little bit of a pop of color. Are you nodding because you like it? Yeah? Heck yeah. So over here we've got our snack shack, and next to it I actually ended up adding in another pond, because I thought the blue would complement the palette of this build really nicely. And I really love how this area in particular turned out. I think it looks super cute and cozy, and most importantly, it matches our sniffer. And then over here we've got our observation deck that we built out, and I added in a little bit of extra greenery around it to make it look overgrown. We put in another wheat field over here just to add some more color, and I think this area looks super cute as well. Now there's one last thing that I forgot to add to this build. I almost forgot about hanging signs. Now I feel like it would look cool to have one here, except I don't really know where. Maybe if we get rid of this, turn this into a full plank, and then here we can put the observation room. Yes, these hanging signs look so cute. I love it. And of course, we cannot forget this one. The snack shack. Now we can say that these builds are complete. That looks so cool. I love it. Wow, this area has really come to life. It was a really big project, but I am so happy with how it turned out. And it looks like the sniffers are having the time of their life as well. I think they're digging this space. Alright everybody, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. I had such a blast adventuring in this new update and making this cozy place for our sniffers. I hope you all enjoyed this adventure, and I can't wait to see what's next. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye! The Minecraft 120 update is here, which includes the brand new cherry biome. And we're gonna go find one today so we can build a cozy cottage getaway. Welcome back everybody to the Chill Survival series. Now let's get started. So things around this base have really been coming along. In our last live stream, we upgraded some of these paths to look a little bit nicer. And of course, we have our most recent addition to this base, which are these guys. What's up, homie? How you doing? Oh, a bit of the cold shoulder. Okay, it's all right. It's early morning. I get it. I need time to wake up too. You may have noticed that a couple more of these guys have joined us here as well. Good to see you, Snuffles. What are you digging up for me, huh? More torch flowers. Nice. We'll get this planted right over here. This garden's coming along really nicely. And what's that? You learned to write? Subscribe to Infinite Drift. Huh. I never thought I'd see the day. Alright, as much as I love these sniffers, they are absolutely the cutest things that I've ever seen, there's a slight issue with them. Their sniffing is starting to drive me absolutely nuts. And they're always blasting music late at night, which means I have not had a proper sleep in days. So I think I need a quiet place where I can just get away and relax. And I was thinking, what better place than a peaceful cherry forest surrounded by beautiful flowers, crisp water, and okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. But really, what better landscape for a cute and peaceful cottage? Alright, if we're gonna do some building and exploring, there's a couple things that we're gonna need. I'll definitely be taking all of this spruce, and I feel like oak could look really cool with cherry wood as well. And I know we'll likely run into a lot of oak nearby, but I'm not exactly sure how much spruce we're gonna have, so let's take some saplings while we're at it. And the last thing that we need to do before we go is repair some of our tools. Cause yeah, the little spoon isn't looking too great. So let's head on over to our XP farm and quickly repair some of these. Alright, right, I think this should be good enough for our tools. Let's just grab a couple more bones in case we need to make some bone meal. Now, one of the things I forgot was a little bit more iron in case we need to make some hanging lanterns and signs. And last but not least, let's feed our cows so we can get a little bit more steak for some food. Sorry. All right, that should be good to keep us going for this adventure. And let's burn this up really quickly. All right, that's all done, so I think we're good to head out now. So I think the best direction to head in would be behind this mountain. The last time we went this way to get to the mangrove, I noticed a lot of plains and plateaus. So I think that with all of this terrain newly updated, there's definitely a chance that some of it has turned into cherry biome. So let's head out this way and see what we can find. I think this might be an old growth birch forest. You can tell because of the taller birch trees. Apparently you can find trail runes in this biome, and those are indicated by terracotta and gravel sticking out of the ground. Oh wait, no, that's literally a sheep. I thought that was a piece of terracotta. Oh. Now we're not gonna go looking for one today, but it's nice to know that this biome's close by when we want to do that. Alright, I'm starting to see some plateaus, which is a really good sign, because cherry biomes end up on hills that look like this. Alright, I'm following you guys up. No cherry biome up here, but we'll find one soon. I know it. There we go! Cherry trees! We finally found it! Alright, let's go check this out. Look at this! They're so pretty! I love it! Look at the falling petals! And the flowers! I'm pretty sure what you can do with these is you can place different amounts. So you can place 1, 2, 3, or 4 if you want. That is so cool, and that leaves for so many options for decorating. However, it seems like this biome is pretty small. I'm not sure this is going to be big enough for our cottage getaway. I feel like there's got to be another one close by that's a bit bigger than this. So let's keep going and see if we can find the absolute perfect spot for our cottage. Oh! Ooh, this one looks like the one. Oh, let's hope this one's a bit bigger. Yes, here we go. This is looking so much more substantial than the last one that we found. This is the perfect cozy getaway for us. Let me put some of this stuff away in a chest so we have more space to take a look at this cherry wood. All right, let's start chopping into one of these. Why does it make the most satisfying sound when it's being broken? Actual 10 out of 10 for the sound. Let's also shear some of these leaves while we're at it, because I'm sure we're going to use these for our build. When you break the leaves with your axe, they definitely feel a little bit more crunchy and light. I don't know if they break faster than oak, but it almost feels like they do. It could also just be the sound that's tricking me into thinking that. Hey, what are you doing here? You're ruining the magic of this place. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. We got the regular cherry log, which sounds amazing when you place it, by the way. Then there's the strip version, which looks really nice. Then we've got the planks, which I think is honestly my favorite out of all of these three. Then there's the door, which also gets a 10 out of 10 for sound. And honestly, the design is super cute. Got ourselves a trap door, which I love the look of this too. I love how it's see-through. And then for the remainder of it, we got our fencing, signs, and boat. Honestly, I love how all these blocks look. They are super cute. And I think they're the perfect blocks to build a cozy cottage with. Alright, now that we have a good idea of how these blocks look, we need to find the perfect spot for this house. I'm not so much worried about finding a giant flat patch of land. We can always terraform. I'm more so looking for a good spot where the sun will shine brightly on it. I feel like this might be a good spot. It's towards the highest top of the mountain, so the sun reaches it pretty nicely, and it looks like it's pretty much in the heart of the biome, which is nice because we're surrounded by cherry trees all around us. Yeah, I feel like this is the spot. It ticks off all the boxes, and it's just got a good vibe to it. So let's mark this area out with a post and some torches so we know where we're gonna build. Yeah, I think a house is gonna look so nice amongst these trees. Alright, now that our spot is picked out, let's gather up some resources so we can begin building this thing. Alright, let's start off by clearing up some of these trees so we have a little bit more space to work with. Plus, we're gonna need quite a bit of this for our build. Oh, looks like this tree is home to a bee, so we are definitely gonna leave you alone, buddy. All of these other trees are kind of casting shadows on the space that we want to work with, though, so they've got to go for sure. I feel like you get tons of saplings when you chop down these trees. I've got almost a stack now, and I think I may have only chopped like 4 or 5 down. All right, so we've ended up with about 5 stacks of cherry wood, and I think that should be enough for this build. The next thing I'm gonna do is fix up some of the terrain around this area, which is gonna require a little bit of dirt to flatten out some spots. Alright, so now that we've got our area all cleared out and ready to go, the next thing we need to do is figure out which blocks we're going to pair with our cherry wood for this build. So I was kind of thinking of maybe trying a combination of spruce and oak with the cherry wood. All right, so we've got these logs right here, and let's strip them all. Honestly, they look kind of cool together. That combo also kind of looks like Neapolitan ice cream, which is delicious. All right, let's see what they look like with the planks too. Yeah, I think that looks really good. I feel like if we're smart with the way that we use these in the build, they'll all work together really well. And if it doesn't work, well, I guess we'll have to figure something else out. But I'm really confident that it's gonna look pretty cool. All right, let's start off by building up some beams with some stripped oak. Now I want the roof to be slanted, so the beams are gonna have to be different heights in order for it to work. Once all the pieces of this build are in place, essentially the roof is gonna converge at that tall beam. All right, let's pop down the footprint of the wall for this part. Now on to the next piece of the build. I wanted to actually rest on this hill 1 block higher, so I'm just gonna have to quickly terraform some of this. And then next, let's build this wall flush with this beam. This piece is the one that's gonna have its roof converging with the tall beam that we built earlier. And finally, let's just put in one more section of this build to give ourselves a bit more room for maximum comfort. All right, so this is pretty much the structure of the build laid out. The shape may not make a whole lot of sense right now, but that's because the roof is a really integral part of this build. All right, let's get this roof put up so we can really see everything come together. So on this side, we're just gonna climb up using spruce slabs. And then we'll build up on the other side with some stairs and slabs until we reach the middle point. I made it so the center point of this roof is beside the beam rather than on top of it. And it may look a little bit funky right now, but we can make this asymmetry work to our favor if we decorate it properly. And for the last piece of this house, I'm just gonna go with the classic roof shape. And I think this is looking real cute so far. All right, to finish off the structure, all we really need to do is fill the walls in and fill in the roof. All right, this is what we've got so far, and I think it is really starting to come together. I feel like the left side of this house could use a little bit more height to it, so I'm gonna place a small section on the rooftop. I don't really know what to call this because it's not a tower. So, a small room? There we go, that's looking good. I think that small little room up there just added a little bit more interest to the left side of the build. All right, now that the structure's in place, we can begin decorating this thing. But in order to do that, I'm gonna have to find a river or ocean because I need some clay to make pots. We're gonna need lots of them to decorate. All right, let's just quickly grab this with our Silk Touch shovel and we'll break it above ground. Can't forget to get all the ones that are floating away. And let's grab just a little bit more because I wanna make some of those big pots as well. I think that should be enough. Now the question is, do I have any cobblestone or coal so I can actually burn this stuff? We've got 15 in my inventory, but I don't think that's gonna cut it. So I guess that means we've got to find a little bit of a cave somewhere so I can grab some more materials. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, what's this? Oh, there's tons of coal here. Perfect. Oh no, trouble. Oh, lots of trouble over here. Oh no, you see me. It's too late. Get out of here. This is supposed to be a cozy retreat. All right, I think in the name of coziness, we're just gonna block this off and pretend that we never saw it. Ah yes, relaxing mining while a group of mobs are on the other side of the wall trying to get me. This is peak relaxation. Ah! Alright, we got enough coal. I'm out of here. Alright, we're back with everything we need, so let's make ourselves some furnaces. And let's get this clay broken down so we can make some bricks. I probably should have just made a cobble shovel, but it's too late now. I've committed. Actually, you know what? No, I've not committed. This is taking a long time. There we go, now we're talking. All right, let's pop all this clay in the furnace. And while that's burning, we can begin decorating everything else. So we've got a little bit of asymmetry that we need to combat with right here. And I think one of the solutions would be to kind of highlight certain parts of the area on this wall to complement it rather than draw too much attention to it. And I feel like having different shapes built in will help with that. And I think already that's starting to help because it creates a little bit of an L shape right here underneath a full circle. And then it begins to feel like the asymmetry is a little bit intentional and wants to work with the build rather than compete against it. The next thing that we need for this build are some windows. So let's pop one out maybe right here and right here. And for this one, we'll get a stair right here. And this one doesn't really need it because it's covered by the roof anyway. And then let's just pop some trapdoors in them. Then this spot could probably do with a window as well. And then finally, we need an entryway. I think the perfect spot would be right here. Yeah. We can have like a really cute path with a little garden out front. It's gonna look super cute. All right, we need something to cover up this dirt. But I also wonder if I replace this with grass blocks, will it turn into dirt? I don't think so. Oh wait, no. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so for some reason, it just turns into dirt. I don't really know why, but that's how it do be. That's okay though, because we're gonna cover that up. So I'm thinking in this spot, we could put a little planter. And I'm not gonna fill in trapdoors here because I think putting in pots on each side would frame it really nicely. Speaking of the pots, I think we can finally make some. We'll put one down here and over here. Yeah, I think that's really nice. All it needs are a couple of flowers in there and then we're good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and craft some smaller pots as well. That way we can place a couple on this ledge, maybe down here. And do I have a dead bush? Oh, no, I don't. That's okay. For now, we're gonna put cherry saplings in these pots. Then we can put a lantern in between for some lighting. And since we have our lights, we might as well try popping one here and maybe on the side right here. So the decorating is going really well. However, I've run into a slight predicament. I honestly forgot to bring some decorations with me, such as dead bushes so we can make trees. I really wanted to use some torch flowers here. And most importantly, I forgot my book collection for when we decorate the interior. You can't have a cozy cottage without a book nook. That is just not cozy at all. So I think we might actually have to make a quick little trip home to gather some more supplies. And then once we have everything, we can finish this off and we'll be able to retreat here for at least a solid week or so. It's already been so peaceful out here. Honestly, maybe it's a good thing that we check to see what's going on at home. The sniffers have been pretty rowdy lately, and I'm getting a little bit worried that they may have trashed the place. Hopefully everything's still intact when we get back. Is that music? Oh no. I think I know who the culprits are. Wait, what is this? Welcome to Party Town? When did they put this up? Also, what's all this stuff? Is that trash on the ground? Why is it such a mess over here? Guys, what have you been up to? Okay, the loud music was one thing, but this is just getting out of hand. Is this a hot tub? When did you put this in? How could you afford this? These things are so expensive. Who built a skate ramp? And since when could any of you skateboard? Tony Hawk was here and you didn't even invite me? Well, now I'm just a little sad. What's that up there? DJ Swaggy Drift? But I'm Drift. I don't DJ. They're one of the top DJs in the world. Guys, I know you love music and I know you love to party, but can we please at least keep this to weekends? I haven't been able to sleep for days. And also, I'm a little sad I'm not invited to these. I like to dance, I like to skateboard, so parties only on weekends, capiche? Capiche. Well, I was not expecting to come home to this. But since we're already here, flowers were on the list of things that we needed. Whoa! Sick moves, dude! You really can skate! Alright, we got everything we need from here, so let's head back into the house and grab the rest of the supplies for the cottage. And hopefully the sniffers have gotten the message to calm it down a little bit. And maybe invite me once in a while too, because I'm a little jealous. Alright, the next thing that we need are some dead bushes. And finally we need some leather so we can make some books for our bookshelves. We need lots of paper, so let's head on over to our sugarcane farm really quickly. And hopefully there should be some in here. Let's see. Ooh, yes. This thing has worked out for us quite well, actually. All right, let's just get these books crafted really quickly, just to save some space for us. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to expand my reading list, because that's a lot of books. Now, before we leave, I want to make sure this place is looked after, so I'm gonna pay a visit to Ruth. Ruth, you keep an eye on those sniffers and make sure they don't get into any more trouble, okay? All right, well, I guess with all of these things, we're pretty much ready to head back over to our cottage. And then once we're done decorating, we'll be able to actually kick back and enjoy a real break. I'm so excited. Finally back at our cozy cherry cottage. So peaceful, so quiet, so beautiful. And even more beautiful now that I grabbed us some extra things to decorate with. All right, let's place some small pots in these bigger pots. And we'll get our torch flowers in here. Yeah, that's looking so cool. All right, so I think the next thing we're gonna need outside of this house is a path. And luckily I thought to grab some of these blocks from our house before we left. There, I think keeping it relatively simple is perfect for this house. I feel like a pink fence in front of this entryway would look really nice. Yeah, I think that looks really good. And then to add a pop of color, we can put this pitcher plant here, maybe one right here, and let's bring back some of these flower petals. I'm curious, if you bone meal this grass, do you get flower petals with it? No, I think you just get grass. That's okay though, we do need to bring some of this grass back that we took away earlier. Oh, nope, you do get flower petals too. Okay, interesting. All right, with the grass and petals added back in, I think the exterior is done. I'm really happy with how this turned out. Alright, with our exterior done, it's time for us to move on to the interior. And boy oh boy does this need some work. Yeah, it's looking like a hot mess in here. So I think the best place to start is with these floors. One new block that has a really nice design on top of it is the chiseled bookshelves. Then in the middle of that we can toss in a piece of oak and strip that. And we have a nicely decorated floor at the entryway. And then maybe beside it we can get a strip of oak across like this. And I think spruce at the back over here will leave it feeling very cozy. Now this is a pretty big section over here, and I think it might look really cool if we made it into a reading nook. Alright, let's break these. And would it look bad if we did pink stairs here? I don't know, it might work. We have to fill everything else in first though. Alright, we're gonna have to bring these walls down a little bit more. And then we're just gonna fill in the remainder of the space with a ton of bookshelves. And then we'll leave this wall open for a little reading area. However, I think replacing some of these with other types of blocks will help break up the pattern a little bit more. I've got to break these with my shovel though, because it's the only tool I have with Silk Touch. Okay, I think we're getting there with this. I think it just needs a couple decorations. There's nothing some lighting and some pots can't fix, you know? Let's get a big one in this corner, small one here, small one on top, and we got another big boy that can go maybe right here. Yeah, looking good. All right, let's fill in this floor so it's no longer an eyesore with this dirt. I think that's pretty cute. This is definitely missing some lighting. And then let's fill up these pots with some flowers. There we go, this is really starting to come together now. The cherry leaves dropping those petals looks so cool. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, the books. This is gonna make the biggest difference to this area. So what I love about these bookshelves is you can basically place them in any pattern that you want. So each shelf can look slightly different from one another. Apparently I didn't bring enough books, so we're gonna have to spread some of these guys out a little bit more. Yeah, this is looking so cool. I love this. Very, very cozy. Now we need to figure out what we're gonna do so we can lounge around and read a book. And I thought it might look kind of cool if we put a cozy sunken in daybed in this corner. And then let's recess this wall so we can get a reading light behind us. And a pot with a flower. There, I think that's looking real cozy. This is the perfect spot to kick back, relax, read a book, and even nap. Especially on a nice rainy day. So the most important room of this cottage is pretty much done, minus a couple item frames and paintings here and there. And then other than that, we just have to decorate a couple more things in this entryway, and then we've got ourselves a cozy cottage. So I'm gonna spend a little bit more time decorating the rest of the house, and then we'll have the perfect place to relax and vibe. Alright, I think that the cozy getaway cottage is done, and I am so happy with how this turned out. I'm really happy that I went with a different roof style this time around rather than the classic ones that I usually go with. I don't know exactly how to describe this style. It almost looks a little bit like a hobbit hole, but still not really. So yeah, the outside is looking super cute, super cozy, and I am in love with the shape of it. I think it looks super cool. Now, if we go on the inside, I finished everything up, and I think it is looking very, very cozy. So when you walk in, we've got our little landing area with some storage, a decorative pot, lots of paintings, some lighting. So we don't have any full walls, but I did section the front of the house off a little bit. And then in this little room, we've got like a little kitchen storage area. So you got some counter space, got some barrels, some more storage back here. And then I just made a little divider wall with these trap doors. Now this leads into the cozy reading area, which is my favorite part of this house. I love it so much. I wish I could live here in real life, to be honest. So in here we have a vast selection of books. As you can see, we have Twilight New Moon down there. Up there we've got another copy of Twilight New Moon. We've got Breaking Dawn right here. Oh, and we've also got Twilight Eclipse up here as well. And down here, these two are also Breaking Dawn. So yeah, we have lots and lots of reading to do. But that's okay because we have a really cozy spot right here so we can just sink our teeth into the Twilight Saga. We're not going anywhere until we finish it. It's gonna be a great time. Oh, I almost forgot. I made like a little attic area up there, but you can't really fit anything, so it's just storage. So yeah, I think that on a scale of 1 to cozy, I mean this surpassed cozy, definitely. We've got everything that we need in here for a relaxing getaway trip. The only thing I did kind of forget to pack though was snacks. I was rushing out the door. And there's not really a convenience store close by, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. But other than that, this place is the best getaway that I could ask for. And if you listen closely, no party noises. None. Whatsoever. Alright everybody, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. I've got a couple good days here until I need to go back home to the base and take care of things. And as you can see, I've got a lot of reading to do. Thank you everybody for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. and I will see you all in the next one. Bye! Minecraft officially now has camels, a new mob that has been added with the 120 update. And we're gonna build a cozy camel sanctuary for them so they can live their best lives. Welcome back everyone to the Chill Survival series. Now let's get started. So we've had a couple really restful days at our new cherry cottage, but I think it's finally time for us to go on home. Now before we head out, let's make sure to grab some of this stuff that we got from the cherry biome. We definitely want to bring home some of these saplings. Let's grab some leaves, and maybe a stack of the petals. That way we have all of the items we need so we can build with cherry wood back at home. Now before we make the full journey back, I figured we should go on a little bit of a detour. We're pretty far out from our base, which means we might have a chance of being close to a desert. And in the desert lives the new mobs, the camels. So I figured today we could find a couple to bring them home with us so we can build a cute camel sanctuary. Given that we're able to find a saddle today, because I didn't bring one with me, we'll have some exploring to do, but I think we'll be able to find some. Alright, I don't really have much of a plan in how to find a desert. I'm just picking a direction and going with it. And hopefully we come across one. Oh no, I just realized I forgot my bed. Sheep. Here we go. Nice. Also, we have hit a savanna, and it's not really big, but that's still a good sign that we're near a desert. So I'm feeling pretty confident in this. Alright, we've hit the jungle. Another good sign. Hey, my dude, what's going on? You see a desert anywhere? Alright, let me ask that again. Have you seen a desert anywhere? Oh, you have? That way? Thanks, homie. I appreciate it. I really hope I'm not being lied to by that chicken. Although that sadly wouldn't be the first time it's happened. But in the meantime, we'll just keep trekking this way and hope for the best. The chicken didn't lie. Wow, did I finally make a friend back there? Ooh, dead bushes. These are always great for decoration, so I will be grabbing some of these as well. And maybe some of this cactus. Okay, enough distractions. We need to find a village because the camels live with the villagers. Not exactly sure why they would choose them as roommates, but hey, it's fine. Maybe they get a good discount on rent or something. Ooh, there's also a mesa here. Oh, I really need to find a village, but this orange sand would look great with the camel sanctuary that we're building today. So it can't hurt to spend a couple extra moments grabbing some of this. And since we're already here, let's grab some of this orange terracotta as well, since it pairs really nicely with that orange sandstone. Alright, I think we've got enough of these blocks. Now let's go find these camels. There's gotta be a village around here somewhere. There we go, a desert village. There's a camel. Look at him. Oh, look at his ears. They're wiggling. Why are they so cute? I need to get closer. Whoa, look at you go. Yep, you are the coolest thing I've ever seen. Don't tell the sniffers I said that though. They'll be kind of sad. Oh, what's that? You do want to go live in a camel sanctuary back at my base? Well, okay then. Alright, then it's settled. This guy is gonna be one of the residents of our camel sanctuary. See, look at how happy and content he is with this decision. But in order to get this guy out of here, there is a slight issue. I, kind of forgot a lead and a saddle. So we're gonna have to maybe find one. Oh my gosh, why are there so many villager children around here? What is going on? Alright, let's poke around here and see if we can find any leads or anything in here. I don't think they're typically in village chests though. You know what would be ideal? If a wandering trader showed up. It would be really nice if he came here and made himself useful for once, which means it's never gonna happen. Wait, what's that over there? That looks like one of those desert wells. Could there be saddles in these? Or is that only in the temple ruins? I don't know, but we should check it out. Okay, let's get rid of this water first. I'm not sure there's a chest, but there is suspicious sand here. Ooh, there's actually a lot of it. I don't have copper to make a brush though, but we are next to a big cave, which probably has copper. There's some right there. Oh no. Oh my gosh, that was really risky. Why did I do that? Honestly, kind of swag though. All right, I'll take this, except I won't take it because my inventory is full, but I will take it now. And I'll take some of this. And let's grab some of this coal so we can actually burn the copper. Now we'll pop this in and we'll burn up a couple pieces. 3 should be enough. So we've got our copper and our sticks to make the brush. However, we're missing one key component to make this, which is a feather of a chicken. Are there any chickens around here potentially? Because the last chicken I saw, I kind of made friends with, and you know, that's just gonna get really awkward and really sad. I don't think there's like a single chicken in this village. Oh, I don't want to do this, but...
Drift, what are you doing?
Listen, man, I need a feather, okay?
Think about it, man. I gave you directions the other day, and I didn't lie, even though I was considering it. Because honestly, the first impression of you, Drift, you kind of stink.
Yeah, I know. But I appreciate your honesty. I don't want to do this, man. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, That's why you shouldn't. You see Glenn over there?
Yeah?
Well, he told me that your cargo shorts look stupid.
What? You said that, dude? What the heck? Alright, so we got our feather, which means we can now make our brush. So let's combine our copper, our feather, and our stick, and now we've got a brush. Alright, and let's go back in here and start sweeping up this sand and see what we get. Where'd it go? Was that a brick? I think that was just a brick. Alright, what's this? Is this a shard? Whoa! So we got our very first pottery shard. Now, if you combine these with a bunch of bricks, you get a decorated pot. Yeah, that's awesome. Look at that little guy. So cute. Now, there are different combinations you can do on the crafting table with the shards, so you can have multiple designs on a pot. But yeah, this thing's looking real cool. Now, there doesn't seem to be anything else in here. And honestly, that's probably a good thing, because I'm getting kind of distracted with all of this stuff. So we still need to solve the issue of bringing these camels home. And since the wandering trader has not made an appearance yet, I'm thinking maybe we need to go find a temple ruin so we can get a saddle. Hey, if there was a village around here, I think that means there's got to be a temple ruin somewhere close by as well. Oh, I think that's a temple. Yeah, it's a little bit buried into the ground, but I think we can figure this out. Okay, so I think this is the part with the TNT. Probably best not to step on that. So we're just gonna dig our way down next to it. Ah, here we go, perfect. All right, let's just rip up this floor first because this TNT is a little bit concerning. All right, please let one of these chests have a saddle in it. We got thorns, okay. I mean, I guess that's good. What about you? Ooh, a diamond. Okay, some gold. My inventory's getting a little bit full now. And still no saddle. Oh, come on. All right, last one. Please don't do me dirty. Please. Oh, I don't know what to do. Okay, well, no luck here. I don't know why, and I don't know how, but I feel inclined to believe that this is the wandering trader's fault. All right, well, I guess we better just go on and look for another temple so we can find some saddles. All right, I found another one, and hopefully this one's gonna have what we need. Are we gonna have any luck with these chests? I really hope so. Ooh, we've got smithing templates. Oh, we can make armor trims with these. All right, we've also got some horse armor, but I don't know if you can use that on camels. I'm thinking it's a no. What do we got in here? Oh, more horse armor. Inspiration, not bad. Here? Oh, nothing. Last one. What? No. How is this happening? I mean, the armor trims are really cool. However, I'm having no luck whatsoever finding a saddle. I feel like that's an item that's not a rare drop in these temples. So I don't know what kind of luck I'm having today, but it's bad. All right, I did drop off some of my items after the first temple that we hit, so we do have a little bit more space to explore. So I say we test our luck and try to find one more. All right, temple number 3. Is this gonna be the one? I sure hope so. Please don't do me dirty. Okay, the moment of truth. Oh, great! Horse armor! Golden apple. Okay, that's actually good, though. Emeralds. Last one. A saddle! We got at least one. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, we found one. Ah! Oh, no! Oh, please, no! No! I beg! Ah! Oh, that was really scary. All right, I'm done. I'm getting out of here. Let's go back to that village. You know what? I've kind of been thinking about it. What if we just keep the camel sanctuary in the desert? I'm not even sure that the forest that we're living in is a suitable place for a camel to live. And also, I've got to be honest, if I bring a camel back, the sniffers are probably going to get pretty jealous. Plus, this desert is actually pretty close to our cherry cottage getaway, so it'd be pretty easy for us to access this place. How about that, buddy? What do you think? You want to stay here? Yeah? Okay. So we did finally get our saddle for this camel. So let's put that on, and now we can finally ride him and move him to his soon-to-be sanctuary. Heck yeah. I am so high up on the ground, look at me. Out of my way, villagers. I've got a sanctuary to build. This is so cool. So we've got ourselves a camel. The one problem is, though, he doesn't have a name. So let me know in the comments what you think our first camel should be named, and your name might have a chance to be chosen. All right, buddy, let's find you the perfect spot for this sanctuary. I mean, it's all desert, so it's pretty flat to begin with. But this area looks kind of suitable. Got lots of cactus and sugarcane around it. We've got some water for some sippies. Now, the only problem is, can you swim? This might not go well. Oh, this might go well. This might not go well. Oh, no. Oh, he does not like that. No, don't go that way. Go this way. Come on, get. Okay, we got this. We got this. Don't drown. All right. We made it. This is perfect. Yeah, this looks like a pretty nice flat spot of land for us to build something. All right, what do you think, buddy? Is this your spot? Well, you're sitting, so you seem to like it. Listen, buddy, I gotta keep you safe, so for now, I'm gonna have to build this around you, okay? Alright, so now that we have the perfect spot picked out and our camel safe and sound, we need to gather up some materials for this build. And we're going to start that by going back to this cherry cottage where I forgot some of the essential items that we need to build this. So we're going to need some of these guys because I want to use a lot of azalea leaves. And of course, spruce pairs really nicely with sandstone, so we're going to have to grab some of this too. Now, in order to make these saplings grow, we're going to need a lot of this bone meal, which I'm really thankful that I ended up bringing. As you can see, the last project we did, I brought way too much. But hey, it's come in handy now. Now, some of you might be wondering, Drift, why didn't you bring that camel with you? It has a saddle and it gives you better mobility. And I've got to be honest, I hate riding horses in this game, and I think camels would be the same. They usually get all stuck up in those leaves and trees, and it's just a mess to bring them around, especially over water as well. So I figured it would be better to solo this mission. Alright, we are back in the desert, and hopefully that's the last time we need to make this trip for a while. Although we've been exploring for a couple days, and I am starting to run a little bit low on food. But that's okay because they seem to have a pretty good stockpile here. Sharing is caring, right fellas? He didn't look too happy about that. Alright, and we are back at our soon-to-be camel sanctuary. How you holding out, buddy? Oh, glad to hear it. Alright, let's start off by bone mealing some of these saplings so we can collect some resources from these trees. We're gonna need a fair amount of spruce. Next, let's grab a bunch of azalea leaves because we're gonna need lots of those as well. And then finally, let's start leveling off this sand so we have enough space to build our sanctuary. Plus, we can use some of this to build with. It also doesn't hurt to grab some extra sandstone as well. This stuff is so satisfying to rip up with a good pickaxe. Alright, so I think for the most part, we pretty much have all the materials we need to build this. Now, the only thing that's really left to do is start burning this sandstone so we have some smooth sandstone to build with. Alright, while we're waiting for that, let's mark out some of the spots where we want to build. So I kind of want this thing to be a big open area where the camels can roam free. So I thought it would look kind of neat if it was enclosed with a bunch of fencing and azalea leaves, but some towers and buildings as well. So let's start off this shape by marking out some of the builds that we're going to place down. So let's do maybe a tower right here. And then from here, let's maybe go about 17 blocks down. And then we'll place a building right around here. So these two pieces are a little bit off center and they're going to connect with fencing and azalea leaves. Next, I'm going to want an entrance so I can easily get in and out of this sanctuary, which means I'm going to have to patch this up really quickly. And for this entrance, what we can do is we can leave a little bit of a gap here so we can enter through a gate, and we'll give ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we'll place a tower in line with this build. And for the final building, we're going to place one close to that tower that we have in the back. And we'll just change up the shape a little bit too. Alright, so this is the placement of the builds that we have so far. And it may not look like much yet, but this is going to help us outline the footprint of the sanctuary. So to give this build its shape, let's start outlining the sanctuary with the azalea leaves and fencing. And we're just going to go in a loose circular shape. And with the leaves put down, this is what the shape is looking like. Now that the leaves are in place, we can put the spruce fencing in on top. These should give enough height so the camels can't wander out of the sanctuary. Plus, I think they're a really nice aesthetic detail as well. Alright, the border's in place, it's looking good, and I'm hoping it is camel-proof. I really don't want any of these guys to escape. We'll find out soon enough though. So now that the border's done, it's time for us to work on the actual structures. And it looks like our sandstone is finally done. But let's pop a little bit more in here just in case we need it. Okay, let's start things off by building up this back tower over here. So we're gonna get rid of this footprint and replace it with some cut and chiseled sandstone. And for the next layer, we're gonna use some orange sandstone and orange terracotta. Then we're gonna build up by 3 blocks with some regular sandstone. Next, let's throw down another layer of orange terracotta and sandstone, and then we'll top this all off with another layer of the classic sandstone. And this is what the tower's looking like so far. Now, I feel like it could be cool if we replace some of this with some regular sand to add a little bit more texture. Yeah, I think that's looking good. All right, we need to give this thing a nice trim on top. So let's do some stairs in the corners. We'll get some cut sandstone on top of these guys, and then some slabs in between these. There, that's looking real nice. The last thing that we need to do is pop this out, put a stair here, and then get a spruce fence right in there for our window. And I think that's a pretty cute looking tower. All right, in the next build, we're gonna start off the same by replacing this orange terracotta with some sandstone. And on the bigger part of the structure, we're gonna take this wall up by 4 blocks. And the smaller one on the side here is gonna go up by 3 blocks only. And we'll knock out a spot for a door here, a window here, another window here, and why not one more? Which means we gotta get our upside down stairs in over top of all of these guys, including the door. And I did forget again, but let's replace some of this stuff with some regular sand to add a little bit more texture to this. Is it raining or something here? What is going on? Alright, so for this one, we're gonna do an orange trim around the top as well. And now let's finish off the top of this build with a layer of cut sandstone and slabs. And yeah, this is all really coming together. So the back two are done and are looking great, which means we just have the front two left to do. And they're pretty much gonna be the same thing as the back two builds. However, tower's gonna go here and building's gonna go right here. So let's spend some time building these guys up. Yeah, I think that this is looking really good so far. I made this tower slightly bigger than the one behind it, just to give a little bit more prominence to the entrance of the build. And then for this one, it's very basic right now, but we're gonna have to add a lot of detail to it, same with the gate. But other than that, the shape is all done and I think it's looking great. So now all we really have to do is add a bunch of details to the build. Alright, in order for us to be able to start the detailing, there's one more block that I want. While I was building up the sanctuary, I kind of thought that acacia wood would look really nice next to all of our orange blocks that we have. Plus, the acacia doors fit really nicely with this theme as well. Honestly, acacia leaves are really crispy and nice looking, so let's grab some of these too. Maybe we can use them in our build if they fit the vibe. Alright, a stack and a bit should be more than enough for what we need. Plus, we also got some saplings in case we need to grow more back at the sanctuary. So I think we're good to head back. So we're back at the sanctuary with all of the materials that we need so we can begin detailing this thing. Now let's start off by getting some spruce buttons on these upper trims, because spruce pairs very nicely with the orange terracotta and sandstone. Next, let's put in a lean-to on the front of this build. And we'll just use this area to store some hay and barrels. Alright, now that that's done, it's time for us to move on to the front entrance of this sanctuary. Now we definitely need to have a gate here so the camels can't escape. And let's put in a nice acacia trim on top. These kind of got in the way of the gate, so let's switch up the pattern really quickly. There we go, that's looking a lot better. So we've got our gate in place, and now I think it would look really nice if we did a little bit of like a floral overhang going from this side of the build over onto the tower. So I'm just gonna alternate between spruce fencing and azalea leaves, and slowly slope up until we reach the top of the tower. Yes, this is really starting to come together. Ah! Oh my gosh, that scared me so bad. Oh. Why are they so much scarier in the desert? Anyway, I was just admiring this little overhang design, and I think it's looking pretty good. So I love having a gate to enter this area, but I feel like it would look really cool if we had a door going in from here, with a door coming out the other side like this. Can also pop out a window right here, and get our acacia doors in place like this. Yeah, I think having an alternate entrance like that is really cool. Alright, now onto this house because I definitely forgot to put a door on this thing. This thing can also have some spruce flooring on the inside, and then the acacia door right here. Perfect. Bouncing back to the front of this build, I feel like it would also look really cool to hang some lanterns off of chains right here. Then we could also have a few loose chains hanging down as well. Could also probably pop a lantern here, and a lantern here. If we have that much lighting though, maybe we'll get rid of this guy. So now we've got 3 in total, and I think that looks really cute. And to finish off the front entrance, I feel like having a big pot with some azalea bushes would look really nice. There we go. Looking real fresh. Alright, so this is done, and now all I really have to do is decorate a little bit more on the inside before we move the camels in. And we're of course gonna have to wait and see what they want in the sanctuary because it is theirs after all. So let's finish up some of the details that we want before we get these guys in here. Alright, I think the decorations for us are all done. So I pretty much just made this back build an area for us to be able to sleep when we visit the camels. So it's got a cozy little bed, some decorations, and some storage. Now you may have noticed there's still a lot to be done out here, but that's because we gotta find out what the camel would like. Alright, my dude, it is time to set you free from here. And let's bring you on over to your little sanctuary. Oh, I hope he likes it. Just through here? Are you gonna fit? No. Okay. Gate not working. Can we hop this though? Whoa! Yes. Okay, perfect. An alternate method, but it worked. Alright, homie, you get to decide what you want in here. It can be anything you want. You want a friend to hang out with? Oh, yeah. I kind of forgot about that. You're really lonely, aren't you, buddy? Alright, buddy, here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna temporarily take this saddle off of you. And I'm gonna go find you a friend. Because what is a sanctuary without some pals? All right, let's go see if we can find this dude a friend. I think I see torches. Yes, we've got another village. All right, there's got to be a camel around here somewhere. Where are you hiding him? Camel. All right, I've searched around for a bit and I actually... Wait! No, he's right there! Oh my gosh, I was ready to give up. Do you, by chance, want to come to my camel sanctuary? There's another camel there. You could be best friends. Not super enthusiastic, but I'll take that as a yes. All right, let's get a saddle on ya. And we've got ourselves another camel friend. Bye, stinky villagers. All right, let's get back to this sanctuary. All right, buddy, there it is off in the distance. Say hello to your new home. To get in, though, we gotta hop this fence like a couple baddies. Yeah. Nameless camel, meet other nameless camel. Oh, a little bit shy, I see. That's okay. You'll both warm up to each other. No sweat. Friendship takes time. It's okay. All right, buddy. What would you like to see in this sanctuary? You want a place to cool off? Okay, you got it. And you, facing the wall? You want a power drill? Okay, well, I literally don't have access to that, but you seem to like the shade, so how about I plant you a tree so you can sit under it? Giving me the cold shoulder? Okay, I see how it is. It's fine. Boy, I'm trying really hard not to take this personally. All right, before we build out the things for our camels, I'm first gonna build out a path so we can more easily distinguish where everything's gonna go. And let's use some coarse dirt for some nice contrast against the sand. Yeah, I think this is looking really good. So one of the things that the camels wanted was shade, and I think where this camel is sitting right now is the perfect spot. All right, buddy, I'm gonna have to shift you over a little bit. You're just staying put. Come on. He's going now, he's going. All right, what if we got a tree right around here? Hopefully this grows the direction that we want. You know what? That's perfect. I love it. All right, shady spot acquired. You can go back now, especially because I'm just gonna be building in this spot. All right, next our camels wanted a place to cool off. And I think putting a pond in this corner would be perfect. You are exactly where I need to dig. I am sorry. There you go. Yeah, that's looking good. Good shape for a pond. The plan for the pool has been approved, so let's fill this guy up. Looking good, but I feel like we could use some sugarcane and cactus around the edges to make this look even nicer. And speaking of cactus, I heard that camels like cactus. Oh my gosh, they are following me around for this. So if we feed them... Oh, a baby camel! Oh, look at how small it is. You are the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. Actually, so adorable. Look at how happy you are. Look at you go. Where are you heading to, buddy? Oh, look at you run. You're too cute. You sound like a motorcycle, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, look at you using the pool. I'm so happy to see that. And you're under the shade. Look at this. They're loving it here. All right, since there's 3 camels here now, I think I might make one more pond for them to cool off in. There we go. We got the big boy pool. And we got the kiddie pool. It's perfect. And honestly, it looks like they are having the time of their life here. I think they like it. We may not have been able to get that camel the power drill they wanted, but I think we gave them a really cozy place to live. And it seems like they're all loving it. So I would say this has been a huge success. All right, everyone, I think that might be it for today's episode. I hope you all enjoyed today's shenanigans, and if you did, please consider liking and subscribing because it really helps out the channel. In the meantime, I'm gonna spend some extra time soaking up the sun here with the camels before we head back to our base. Bye, everyone! Today we're going to do a massive overhaul of our farmland and finally build up a really nice space for our crops. But first, I'm still in this desert because I have some business to attend to. Now, in the last episode, I asked you all what I should name one of my camels. And there were a lot of really great suggestions. Now, the one that I ended up going with is Charlington Duke III. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Mesa for suggesting that name. And thank you to everybody who commented name suggestions. There were so many great ones and it was really hard to choose. My noble friend, I hereby dub thee Charlington Duke III. And Charlington, since you are the most noble camel, I leave you with the task of looking after this sanctuary. It is no easy task, but I have all the faith you are more than capable. I actually just don't want to bother traveling home with a camel. It's more work than it's worth. Now there's one more suggestion I got for this camel sanctuary, and it was to give a name to the sanctuary itself, with that name being Tony's Taxi Rentals. And now I think we can officially say that this camel sanctuary is absolutely complete. And big thank you to Denisha for that wonderful suggestion. The OGs will definitely know that reference. Alright, so with all of that done, that means we can head back and start working on some projects at home. Boy, my feet are definitely gonna hurt after this. Maybe I should have brought Charlington. It's too late now. Feels good to finally be home. We've been gone for quite a while and I've really come to miss this place. But we can't stand around for too long just staring at everything because we've got a huge project on our hands. It is time to tackle this giant mess of an area behind me. So let me pillar up really quickly to go over the plan. So I basically want to make farmland all around this lake, with a windmill placed on the top section right over here. But as you can see, this area is kind of a mess right now. And I was thinking that we could maintain some of these cliff edges. However, a lot of this just really needs to be smoothed out. So that's definitely going to be the first thing we start with, so we can get a better sense of the terrain that we actually have to work with. Every time I try to do something, these stinky guys show up. Then I gotta drink milk. It's just a whole thing. Haven't they learned not to mess with me by now? I mean, look at me. Don't I look threatening? I couldn't even take that sentence seriously. All right, I'm gonna start dumping a bunch of water everywhere to clear out all of this grass. I wanna clear it all out because it makes it a lot harder to see what we're working with in terms of terrain. Sorry. Oops. Goodbye. All right, so you can kind of see how taking some time to get rid of some of the grass along here has given me a better idea of the terrain we have to work with. So now I think I can begin smoothing out some of this terrain. So I think this is looking really good for the shape of the farmland. I tried my best to shape out some plateaus so we can plant some crops along them. Now this is a little bit of a steeper area, so we are gonna have a lot more cliffs and stuff, but I think it's still gonna look pretty cool. And if not, we can always make some adjustments to it after. Now the big question is, where is this windmill gonna go? I feel like having it somewhere along here would be perfect. If it's too far left to the cliff, I feel like it's just gonna look kind of awkward with that cliff side there, which means we'd have to fill in this entire area. And I was kind of picturing building a bridge or something to connect these two pieces rather than filling the cave in. So I think having it in this middle point would be perfect, especially because we could get a path going from this section, along with one circling around the lake. So we've got our spot picked out, and now all we need to do is figure out what this thing is gonna look like. So, of course, we want this build to fit in theme with some of the palettes and vibes we have with our other builds. So I'm definitely thinking we should incorporate these spruce beams with oak walls, and maybe some other blocks that we kind of pull from here as well. So let's grab some of our sprucies and our oak. Gravel's great for texture. Can't go wrong with some cobblestone and mossy cobble. And one thing I thought would be cool to incorporate into this build was maybe some of the sandstone that we grabbed from the mesa, as well as the terracotta. However, this terracotta could look really nice if we dyed it green. So I'm gonna pop some of this cactus in that we got from the desert. And I'm gonna stash a little bit of this aside because I'd like to make a cactus farm eventually. All right, that should be good. And let's combine some of this together to give ourselves some green terracotta blocks. All right, let's lay out some of these blocks to see what the palette's looking like. Then at the end, we've got the orange sandstone, which complements all of the other ones really nicely. Now, I think the orange sandstone is going to be reserved for the roof, as well as the green terracotta. Yeah, I really like this palette. All right, I guess with that settled, it's time to build this thing. So I'm gonna start with the base of the windmill, which is gonna be made of stone. I really like mixing gravel in with cobble. It helps give things more of a weathered vibe. Next, let's put in a little build to the side of this thing. But in order to do so, I gotta take out this wall. Then we could start the build right here. And for this, we're gonna use the classic palette of oak and spruce. Now let's just build this up. Let's strip all this wood. And you know we gotta change some of these foundational pieces to barrels. All right, we got a good foundation going. Now it's time to put in a roof on these things. And I think I'm just gonna go with the classic for this build. There's gonna be a lot of other details going in, so sometimes it's nice to keep other things a little bit more simple. We got the shape for the bottom half done, and that's looking really good. Now we just need to fill these guys in. All right, we gotta build the tower for the windmill blade next, and that's gonna require a ton of wood. So I've got a bit of chopping to do before we can continue on. All right, we're fully restocked on our spruce, so now let's get this tower up. We wanna give this thing some good height, so I think at least 9 blocks should do the trick. It's not looking like much yet because we don't have the windmill in place, nor do we have a roof, but it's definitely getting there. So for this roof, I said I wanted to use some green terracotta along with some moss. However, I had the idea that incorporating some melons could look really cool as well. And I'm pretty sure I grabbed some of those seeds a while back. All right, melon seeds, beetroot, cocoa. Do I not have them? I have melon slices. Okay, there we go. Which we can in turn make melon seeds. And also, if we're feeling lazy, we can also convert them back into melons. Now, let me plant some of these guys over here. And we'll let those guys grow. Now we can finally get the top of this windmill in place. We'll get a little trim up like this. Then I'm gonna get rid of these guys because they kind of acted as placeholders so I could place the slabs. And now let's build this thing up using the block palette we chose. And I'm gonna go for a tower shape for this rooftop. That way this windmill will get some extra height and it will add some difference to the roofs that we already have in place. And then for the final piece on top, we'll get a granite wall, a spruce fence, and a flower pot. All right, let's see how this is looking. Ooh, yes. Perfect. This is coming together really nice. So the last big thing we need to add in is the windmill blade. However, I'm gonna finish off the rest of this roof trim and a couple of other details before we do that. And while I'm doing this, I would just like to take a moment to say if you're enjoying this video and are interested in subscribing, I would really appreciate it. We're getting closer to 200K on this channel, which is pretty unbelievable to be honest. But yeah, any support to help get me to that goal is greatly appreciated. Nice, this is really coming together. All right, I think we can finally add the windmill blade in, which means we gotta go pay a visit to our sheep. Hello, my friends. It has been quite a while since I've seen you all. Yes, I do feel terrible that I have not given you a proper home yet, but I promise we will make something very nice for you all soon. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a lot more wool than that. It's all right. Maybe I have some in here. I have approximately 1. So it looks like I am definitely gonna be playing the waiting game. That's okay. I can wait. Looks like we've got some friends over here as well. And it looks like some of you have already grown your wool back. All right, I think 32 should be more than enough. I think I'm ready to put up this windmill blade. So let's get a post going out like this. And on each side, we're gonna have a grindstone to act as the gears. Then from there, we're kind of gonna make like a staircase using this wool. And at the end of the blade, so it's actually the right size, we're gonna make these pieces longer. And then I'm gonna attach fencing going all the way down. Windmills can be kind of complicated and there's so many different things you can do with them, but this is a design that I've used before in one of my other worlds, and it's pretty simple but effective. Last blade going in now. Oh god, can I make it? Oh my gosh, swag. Let's get the last little bit of detail in with the fencing. All right, let's see if I did this right. I did it wrong. This is just an X. Oh no. These two are all wrong. That is not a sweeping motion. I'll tell you what, it's a lot easier to build these things in creative when you can fly around and constantly make sure you're doing the right thing. Basically, these blades have to run more horizontal than they do downwards. All right, is this the right shape for real this time? Yes! That looks perfect. It looks like it has a really nice subtle sweeping motion. That is exactly what I wanted. Yay. All right, the base of this windmill is done. However, I've come to think that maybe this isn't the only build I want on top of this hill. When viewing it from over here, it honestly looks so good. However, it also looks kind of isolated. So I was thinking that this farmland might stand out a little bit more if we add in a couple more windmills. So maybe we can place another one close by around here? And maybe on one of these plateaus as well. Let's just give ourselves a little bit more space over here. And we can get one in right around here. I'm just trying to make sure the windmills are not directly in line with each other. Otherwise, it could look a little goofy. Yeah, I think I like the placement of those two right there. However, I do see some other good spots that might be good if we add some more. But let's just work on these two for now and see how it looks when they're done. All right, and here's what it's looking like with 3 windmills put up. And honestly, I think 3 is the way to go. I contemplated putting an extra one down here, and maybe one off to the left over here, but I think these balance each other out perfectly. So I kind of debated changing up some things like the roof color to add some more variance, but honestly, I think I like all of them relatively the same. I think it adds cohesion and consistency. I did, however, make the effort to make them different in some ways. Like this one is the tallest one that we have. This guy is a little bit shorter over here. The first one we built, of course, has the house attachment. And for the second one, I did some wear and tear on the sides of the walls. So, of course, to add some variance to the third one, we've got to give it a unique detail. We could just do something simple like add some storage on the side. So I'm gonna build a little lean-to on this wall. And under here, we can toss in some things like hay, some barrels, just things you would find around farmland. And then maybe on this side, we can place a little wagon. There we go, I think that does the job. So the big structural focal points of this farmland are all done now. But as you can see, we're kind of still missing the main purpose of this area. Yeah, the crops. We need a lot of them. Tons, actually. And I think the best place to start is honestly pathing. Once we get some paths in place, we can get a better sense of where we're gonna plant our crops. Essentially, we're using these paths to pretty much help frame everything out for us. So I'm gonna rough out some paths that circle our fields and also lead back to our base. And I think adding in some smaller off-beaten paths will add some character to the fields as well. Not only do these smaller paths help connect everything, they also make it seem like these structures have use and purpose, as if these paths have been carved out by someone over time. Oof, this has taken quite a bit out of my shovel. I'm really gonna have to get some more villagers here soon. I am in desperate need of unbreaking. But for now, there's nothing a little bit of XP can't fix for us. There we go, all healed up. All right, let's get back to work on these paths. And hopefully that repair will get us through the last little bit of pathing that we need to do. This is the last connection we need to make up here. And I think we're done. So let's take a look to see what we got. Yes, this is starting to look so good. You can see what a difference it's already made to lay out the paths. Now we can get a pretty clear idea of where each set of crops will go as well. Yep. I'm really happy with this. Now the last spots we should add in is maybe a path over towards here. I don't think I'm gonna add this bridge I was talking about in today, just because it would be quite a bit of work and I don't really know exactly what I want to do with it yet. However, having a nice little path in here for us already will be a lot easier than having to fix this later. And I think too about right here should be good. All right, I've done a quick run through of these paths and I'm really happy with how they're laid out. Now, before we get on to the big task of planting all these crops, I think it will be worth lining up some of these paths with some fencing and decoration. So the main paths are all decorated with the fencing and azalea leaves. And I left some of the smaller paths undecorated to make them feel more like natural paths that have been stamped out over time. So now that we've got most of the pathing sorted out, I think it's finally time for the big project, which is, yeah. This place needs a lot of crops. But it's a good thing that while we were doing this, I have been harvesting some wheat, which means I have tons and tons of seeds to get started with. However, the one thing I don't have yet is a diamond hoe. And I think it's finally time that we make one. Let's grab these diamonds and we'll get that crafted. And since we have 36 levels, we may as well enchant it. So let's head on over to our little enchanting forest and let's give this a shot. Efficiency and unbreaking. Actually, you know what? That's pretty much perfect. I don't really think I could have asked for anything better. Well, I guess all we really have left to do now is just get started on the fields. We've got lots and lots of planting to do. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be here longer than I realize. So I've got a pretty big chunk of the field tilled, and I think I'm gonna start with wheat seeds. Wheat fields are such a classic, they're beautiful, you can't go wrong with them, so I figured I might as well use that as my starting point for this area and then go from there. Oh jeez, oh my gosh, can I help you, buddy? There you go. Come on, swim, be free, go! Sometimes squids just cannot be helped in this game. So after planting the giant wheat field, I moved on to some other sections beside it. This turned out to be such a big project that I ended up doing some of it on stream. The VOD is under the live tab if you're interested in watching it. We had such a fun time figuring out what to plant in order to make each section stand out. And I would say these fields are starting to shape up quite nicely. I actually ended up having to make a lot of changes along the way. Like when I first started, these fields were potatoes and beets, but there was way too much green going on. So I ended up switching this to pumpkins with sunflowers and some dandelions. And I've got to give a huge shout out to chat for that suggestion. It looks incredible. So this area is starting to come together really nicely. And a lot of my inspiration actually came from looking at photos of fields from the Netherlands. That's kind of the jumping off point I had with the windmills, and then when I saw all of the flowers surrounding it, I was like, wow, yes. This is kind of the direction that I want to take the farmland. But as you can see, walking through here, there's still quite a bit of work to be done. The front-facing fields are all pretty much complete. However, the back of this farmland needs a lot of work still. So it's definitely time for me to get back to tilling all of this land, and then we can figure out what we want to place here. Hi, are you eating my grass? No answer? Okay, a little awkward. All right, all right. All right, we finally got all of this land tilled, and boy, oh boy, was it a lot. But that means we can move on to the fun part, which is planting all of the crops. So we have quite a few decisions to make on where things are gonna go. So I have some thoughts based on what we already have around us. So for example, a wheat field over here could frame that pumpkin patch really nicely. And I'll just toss some seeds down here to remember that placement. And as for the spot above that little wheat field, I was kind of thinking about putting in a melon patch somewhere. I don't want anything too big, so I feel like this spot would be perfect. I think adding some extra things in between the melons like azalea leaves would look really nice. This will provide some nice texture while keeping with the same color palette. I think some of these fields could do with a little bit more separation. So I'm going to keep using azalea leaves to mark out where each crop area will go. Now, for around some of these windmills, I think I would like for them to be surrounded by tulips. And it's a good thing I live in a flower forest because I have so many of these at my disposal. All right, let's give this a shot and see what it looks like. Based on this little patch alone, I think I'm gonna like it. You know what? That actually looks really cute. I think this area is shaping up to look really nice. Now all I have to do is keep chipping away at these fields and we'll be done. So my idea for these fields is to try and add flowers that would complement the crops that I'm placing for each section. So for example, in the watermelon field, I went with some azalea bushes and alliums. And for this wheat field, I went with some rose bushes again because they complement the wheat really nicely. I wanted to get another lilac field close to the one we had placed earlier just to balance it off a bit. And I had the idea to place some cherry petals and drip leaf amongst them. I think this one has turned out to be one of my favorite combinations so far, especially because I've often been forgetting to use some of the new cherry items from the latest update. I'm actually really excited to see what it all looks like grown in though, because right now it's still a little bit hard to visualize with the crops not being fully grown. This has been a really big project, but honestly, so worth it. All right, last potato going in. Boom. And I think we're done. And after waiting around for a little bit so the crops could fully grow in, here's what our farmland looks like. Walking through here now that all of the crops have grown out is just so nice. I honestly think this might be my favorite farmland project I've ever done. I'm really happy that I went with mixing and matching different flowers within the crop fields. I think it just brings so much more vibrancy and texture to the mix. And I really love how every path you walk down has a different vibe to it. Yeah, I would say this was well worth the time. Now the crops are fully planted, however, we're not quite done with this area yet. There's still quite a few spots that need to be patched up. We need some proper steps. We need to add a little bit more greenery to areas like this. And although I love how the fields look, some could definitely do with some trees planted in between them. These are all very easy fixes though. So I'm gonna start by adding in some steps around this place. I think it's time we get rid of this bed and just give this a little bone meal. I think the front of this windmill could do with that as well. Perfect. Basically, we're just bringing back some of the things that we took away while we were building. Now, as for this area over here, I contemplated adding in some fields towards the back here as well, but I opted to just leave it kind of as is for now. I figured this has a lot of space where we could eventually add another build to this area. So for now, we'll just keep it nice and simple by adding some greenery back. Let's bone meal some of this grass and plant back a couple trees. There we go. That area is blended back into the landscape now. All right, now to add a couple more trees to these fields. I don't want to add anything to this field because I actually like how bold it looks having the whole thing as wheat. Plus, it'll kind of kill off some of our lines of sight. So I would say that most of these front fields are kind of out of the question. The back fields, however, I think we could definitely fit in a few trees. I have a ton of oak saplings to use, but I could do with a couple more birch. There we go, that should be enough. All right, let's get a couple more planted. Yeah, I think these trees are looking really nice in these fields. It just breaks everything up a little bit by adding more texture and height. Honestly, I usually tend to add a lot more details to my fields, such as rock piles, bales of hay, all of that stuff. However, this time around, I kind of like how these ones look more minimal, especially because we added so much texture and variance in some of these other fields with having different types of flowers in them. Yeah, I think they're perfect the way they are, and this whole area is looking great. I feel like this project has completely transformed our base. It's also given me so much inspiration for what comes next. For example, now I feel like this is an obvious spot to have more farmland for the sheep and other animals. In front of here, we could do like a cute little fishing dock. There's a lot of space over to the side we can work with here. It's definitely given me so much inspiration. I mean, look how cool that looks. I love it. And it's just gonna keep getting better with the more builds we add to this area. Also, the sightlines around this build have started to look incredibly cool. For example, take a look at the view that we have walking from the Sniffer Sanctuary. Seeing these windmills slowly coming into view as we walk along this path is so cool. Ugh, I love it so much. All right, everyone, I think that's gonna be it for today's episode. We made a ton of progress on this base today, and I'm so happy. And most of all, I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.